It doesn't.
Doesn't matter. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I have court Thursday for the first time. It's been all Zoom for a year and a half. So for court, I'd rather have Zoom because I could actually get stuff done while I'm waiting to get called. I'll have to sit there for 2 hours before I get called. So,
Oh. Boy.
but as far as board meetings, I'm here anyway, so it really doesn't matter one way or the other.
Yeah, doesn't matter where you are. We're finally going to put Broadway to sleep.
Well, I think it comes off the agenda. I can have Mary reach out, but the council's voted to sell it to him, so he's got.
We have a letter to withdraw from Broadway. Hi, Jim.
How you doing?
There's a letter to withdraw on Broadway.
Okay, this one will go to bed. All right, good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start the meeting now. So welcome everybody to the City of Lynn Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for October 19th. And
recording in progress.
I'm sorry, I got something's doing on here. Okay. Mary, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Smith?
Present.
Mr. Wooten?
Present.
Mr. Makuwa?
Present.
Mrs. Crowitz? I think she's having trouble hearing us.
Yeah.
Yes, now I can hear you. I just
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry about that. This happened to me last week too, I think.
Yeah.
Mrs. Curley?
Present.
Mr. Callan?
Present.
Mr. Wood?
Present. Okay, thank you. So we have regarding the minutes for the meeting. Has everyone seen them? Any corrections or additions?
And to accept them as read.
Okay, Mr. Callahan has a motion to accept. I have a second.
Second.
Okay, second from Mrs. Curley. All those in favor of accepting those minutes, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so we accept the minutes from the October 5th meeting. First order of business tonight is, let's see, case number 9947, and that is 314 Broadway. And we have a letter to withdraw on that. Is that letter handy, son?
Yes, I'm pulling it right up.
Thank you. Thank you, son, for all the work you do with us, all your technical work here. Makes it a lot easier for all of us. Okay, so this letter is from Mr. Tim Tenney, the owner of 314 Broadway in Wyoming, True Value Hardware. And so it's to the City of Lynn Zoning Board of Appeals. Attention, Richard Wood. I, Tim Tenney, withdraw my petition for 314 Broadway from the Zoning Board. Thank you for all your patience in this matter, Timothy N. Tenney. So he's withdrawn his petition.
Motion to accept the letter. And
what's that,
thanks for his patience.
What's that, Mr. Kelman?
Motion to accept the letter and thanks him for his patience.
Okay. Thank you for that. So we have a motion to accept the withdrawal. Without prejudice, can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, that's seconded. Mary, can you call the roll on that?
Mr. Wooten? To accept the withdrawal without prejudice?
Yes, to accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
Mrs. Crowitz? To accept?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mr. Callan?
Yes.
And Mr. Wood?
Mrs. Curley voted for me, but I'm voting yes.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Terry. I thought she said my name. I'm sorry.
She did. She said it. She did. It's very close.
Yeah.
Terry, I'll say Terry. How's that?
Okay.
Did you call me?
No, I just said I'll say Terry's name when I say it.
I know. Did you finish the roll call?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you call my name.
Mr. Wood.
I'm in favor of it too.
Okay.
So that passes unanimously, and that case is now one of the longest cases. I think that goes back about 14 months. But so I'm happy that it's resolved for Mr. Tenney. And as Mr. Collins said, we thank him for his patience on this matter before the city. So our next case is case number 9980. This is 105 Newhall Street. Petitioner is Obosa Ecuador by his representative, Dion Krieger. And again, the case is to vary. Can you leave that up for a minute? Oh, okay, I got it here. I was trying to read the case, but I guess I can. Oh, there it is.
Sorry, I put it. It's back up. I'm sorry about that.
I have it too. I was going to mine, but and I know you're trying to do a bunch of things there. To vary the provisions of the City of Lynn zone ordinance to allow the conversion of a single-family dwelling into a two-family dwelling without sufficient frontage, square footage, and setbacks. So, Mr. Dion, do you want to speak? Mr. Krieger, excuse me. Mr. Krieger, do you hear me?
I think he's muted.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, great. I was muted. So good night, everybody. This is our third chance to, try to get you okay here. And just to remind you guys what happened, we last meeting we had a situation on our parking, and it seems to be okay. The parking, we are seeking the variance because, as you can see, we don't have. I gave the 5 feet setback that we needed for required by zoning, and at the same time I allowed some snow storage in the area, and also some snow accumulation area towards the right side of the house as you walk in, and what we're trying to do here is convert that single family to a two family, and that our site plan was a bit of a question before because we don't have we didn't have the back setback, so I adjusted. Now we still have a little bit of a on the corner on the right side and the left side. We don't have the 5 feet that we needed, because of the shape of the lot. But we are trying to accommodate 3 parking for what we needed for the 2 family. But then it seems that was kind of okay last time, but the question was interior, how are we proposing the 2 bedrooms that we talked about last time? So I did some proposal floor plans and came up with a two bedroom unit, each one kind of duplex style. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to look through this, drop the plans to some of the members. And but it's unit 1, unit 2. The second floor is going to be split in for unit 1 and unit 2. As you guys can see there, one will be the bedroom for unit 1, and as you go up from unit 1 to the second floor will be access to a bedroom. So we have on the second floor 1 bedroom and a little bit of like a office or mezzanine area, let's put it. So I don't know what, but it's like an office area in front of the bathroom, and so that will be unit 1, and unit 2. As you go up, you have from the front of the house you go up, and yep, you got it. And then you're gonna have a kitchen, but a very small living area. So on the 3rd floor is when the living space and the 2 bedrooms is going to happen. We are given, before as an egress, we had the tours. If you go to this, that's the unit number 2, which is the 3rd floor. Which right now the 3rd floor is an existing. We are not going any higher than the existing condition right now. We just have a gable roof, but we're going to make a flat roof. That's the proposal. But not increasing the height of the building, just literally extending the walls up in the front and the side, on the side of the building. So we're not seeking anything related to height So, and before we had balconies and not decks. Now, because we, proposing a different size, so I propose from, egress out from the back and from the second, from the, other levels through the side of the house, which is the balcony now is a deck would give us another egress out. So hope that you guys had a chance to look at the plans, and I don't know how was your understanding, or how was your impression of it, but I think that would explain most what we're trying to do there. There are 2 bedrooms and a little bit of a office space in between them, so to have a little bit of a working area for the occupants. I guess that'll do it.
I have a question.
Sure.
The picture that I'm looking at now,
Uh-huh.
are those stairs that I'm looking at, or is that those shingles?
No, those are stairs. I mean, what are you talking about? Where?
On the left-hand side, those are stairs?
Yes, those are coming from unit number 2, which is the second floor down. That's the second egress from the unit. So it's a deck, a balcony, a deck kind of, yeah. So
Oh,
it's
they
stairs.
look awful steep.
Oh, they are to code. They are just 7.5 by 10 feet, 10 inches. So they are to code. It's just because of it's just the projection, it's the elevation of it. We won't be able to justify the steepness of the stairs because that's not the view that we're looking at right now.
Excuse me, Rick.
Yes,
Can you check your phone? I just sent you something.
thank you, I got that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As you can see, we have the steps there, and that's the stairs that you're looking for. And they have, we have about it's around 13 or 14 steps, which complies with the 7 3/4 max riser, and 10 inches, treads.
So there's no 3rd floor egress though, outside? Only that one stairway inside?
Yeah, because the second floor is like a townhouse. You have access through the unit, through the first, through, see, as you go from the 3rd floor to the second, you have 2 ways out of the second. So it's like a townhouse. You don't, the egress out of the 3rd floor of the townhouse, there's no, usually there's no need for it,
For the part of unit 1 that's on the 2nd floor,
Mm-hmm.
I never saw anything like this before. It's very confusing. So the part that's unit 1 that's on the 2nd floor, are they using the same stairway inside as unit 2?
Yes. The unit 1, the unit 2 uses independent stairs from. If you go back there, if you go back to the. As you go in, you see the unit 1 entrance is to the left as you go in. Then you get out through the back, and you go up through towards the end of on the right side. Yeah, right there. That's the egress out of the unit 1. But at the same time, if you go back, you have the stairs going up to that area on the 2nd floor.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, the unit that's on the 2nd floor, that unit 1, that's part of it's on the 2nd floor. Where's the staircase? Are they using the same staircase that unit 2 is using to go out?
No, they're not. They are independent staircase for each unit. So this from the 2nd floor, if you go to the second page, the other page. That's what, this is the stairs that's going on unit 2. You go down there and you go up to it goes down and goes up to the 3rd floor. That's unit 2. No, unit 1, you just go down from that floor. You don't need to go up.
Goes up and down, yeah. How many bedrooms are currently in the existing building?
I think we had Obi, are you there?
Yeah, existing right now is 3 bedroom. Since I'm in the middle.
Yeah, so it's a 3-bedroom, yes.
The 3-bedroom.
Can we go back to the outside, the parking for just a moment? All right, now I don't want to be picky, but you see the driveway? You see the size of that driveway? You see where it says snow removal? That teeny tiny spot?
Mm-hmm.
You better hope there's not a lot of snow this year.
Yeah, but there's another in the back of the driveway, the parking lot, which we have 5 feet by 30 feet long.
So you're going to walk all that way, all the way down past these cars with a shovel or something to put the snow there with a plow and hope the cars aren't there when you have to do it.
Well, but you have to manage it. Again, we're trying to do the best we can with a small lot, but it's no.
It's so congested up there. It's awful. It's just awful.
What can I say? It's. I understand, but you can always not always plow the snow. You can shovel it. You can manage that by hand, especially on a
don't say that. That's even worse. Now you're going to tell me you're going to shovel. You're going to walk with the shovel all the way down the back. You're going to take it. You're going to
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that and also I didn't want to do it, but if you look at the steps as you go out from the unit 1, which is by the right side of the house, you can also have some snow storage over there. But and you can drive and plot and plow towards the corner against the house and some steps. But, as you can see, there's just no storage over there too.
So when you look at the proposed rear elevation,
yeah,
the new,
yeah,
that's the front.
That's the rear.
No, that's the front, isn't it? There's the rear.
Yeah.
What is that fence there on the right side? That's where the driveway is, isn't it?
That's just a rear fence. That's all. It's just a rear fence. That's about it.
So the whole yard's inside of that.
Yes. It's just a.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to ask the petitioner some questions.
Please do.
Hey, Mr. Krieger, I've been looking at your plans there, and where are the sheets for the left side elevation and the right side? The existing and the proposed. I don't see those sheets.
Oh boy. Well, no, I never developed them because I thought we just.
You have to develop them as part of the plan. You can't say you never developed them. This plan isn't complete. But you don't have them. All right, let's go to the parking plan. You remember I said that it should have a parking plan by a professional land surveyor, certified, a separate sheet, and it's on the same sheet, and it's not by a professional land surveyor. And on the right-hand side, it shows snow storage right up against the doors of a car. That's wrong. You got to get a hold of a professional land surveyor, and they determine whether you can use that parking spot or not, whether there's enough room to get in and out, or should the parking spots be a little on an angle. We don't know. You got to have a professional for that. So you understand that?
No, I do. So if you look at the stamp, it is being up by a professional.
I know. I know all about stamps and everything. I'm talking about what's required. A certified parking plan by a professional land surveyor. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Is this external speaker?
Yeah, you're gonna plug that into your thing.
Right now,
Plug that into here.
Plug this in. Wherever it
I have
goes,
other
and
questions.
up there.
Mr. Chairman, I have other questions.
Yep.
Where's your port?
Can someone turn off their? Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Next thing, there's no landscape plan available there. No certified landscape plan. We don't know what the type of siding is going to be on the building. Now, on the left side, I looked at the plan on the north elevation, shows an open stairway from the very top of the from the third floor down to the ground. I would not accept that. It's got to be enclosed, totally enclosed, which it doesn't show that. What do you do in the wintertime when the stairs are full of ice and snow?
That's a deck.
But there's stairs there, right? You go from one level to the other. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's
I can see it. No, there's no habits about it. I can see it. I can read the plan.
That's the second floor down to the first floor, the outside stairs, right?
Well, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
It looks like, from what I'm looking at, they call it a balcony, but where's the second means of egress up there?
Oh boy, it's there, sir.
What? Where? But where?
Right there. You can see where the little.
There's a bedroom there. See, you got to separate, like Mrs. Shirley just spoke on it. Those sheets that show number 1 and 2 on the same sheet must be separated on a separate sheet. They can't be together like that. Makes it very confusing.
Well, sir, I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. If I needed to present a whole full set of architectural drawings, it will cost my client a lot of money. And I'm trying to
hold it. I don't want to hear that right now. I'm telling you what's proper to be done. You want to convert, you got to do it proper for the safety of the citizens of Lynn and everyone.
All right.
So don't, you tell me about the cost. Well, yeah, but you're increasing, you double the units in that building, and it's a tight site.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
but sir, if you look at the stamp that I have there, which is in blue, it says professional engineer. So I don't know what else you want to.
No, you didn't hear me again. I'm going to say it for the 15th time.
And it's
professional land surveyor.
What is a land surveyor, sir? What is a professional land surveyor?
Professional land surveyor.
Excuse me, sir. What is a professional land surveyor?
This is the plan that he's looking for. He's looking for a plot plan. You have it here, but there was something wrong.
It has to be certified on a separate sheet.
It is certified. It's right there. It's stamped
On a separate sheet.
That is a separate
sheet.
Sir, what is it?
Mr. Chairman,
it's getting a little bit confusing.
He's interfering with me too much. I got the floor, I thought. Right, so the what we're doing is about 6 or 8 sheets that are missing, including the elevations on the left and right side. And to me, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that this gentleman withdraw without prejudice and do these plans all over again and do them properly, which they're improper right now.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Kelly. Hey, son, can you put that last page back up with it had that we were just looking at?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry. What page?
The last page we were just looking at. It was like the plot plan.
Engineer, that one.
That one there, yeah. Will that go up a little? Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at the information on the bottom of that. So lot area, I see 3,300. Existing house square footage is 757 square feet. That's an existing house. And the addition is 196 square feet. That's is that 196 square feet per floor, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it says property addition 196 square feet. That's just but that's times 3, right? So and the same is the existing house 757 square feet. Is that times 3 also, or that times 2.5?
I think when they do it this way, they're showing the lot, the occupation of the lot. They're not telling you the full appreciation of the square footage of the house or the addition. So this is just telling you lot size.
It's lot coverage.
Yeah. But if you want to figure out the total square footage, you do have to add these.
Usually when you see a summary, it's giving you the square footage of living space. I guess that's just the square footage of lot coverage for the house, I guess. And now,
yeah, this is the plot plan.
Yeah, it says lot area 3299.
Yeah, that's the lot. And then it says existing house. It doesn't say existing house area of the total lot, coverage of the total lot. But okay, so that's just like one floor. So I guess, okay, I was just confused by that.
It's just because usually the survey covers the lot area and then the architecture reflect the rest of the square footage as a property itself, not the lot coverage. So we take the information from the survey and add it to all the square footage per floor or whatever it is. Yeah. And then just to go back to the elevation or the stairs that I don't quite get it, but there is a reflection of the elevation of the stairs there, or egress as just an elevation. Then you have the floor plan that shows where the stairs are going. So if I need to develop the right and left side of the elevation, it's fine. I will do that. But so what I'm saying is if we go back to the land survey, it's fine. I can have any other way as far as the professional as needed, but we anyways. It's just we're trying to do here in a way that we show that we are trying to make it better. In any possible way. We've been back. I presented the survey plot plan, then it was confused because it simply was confused. Then I had my civil engineer, which also is a professional engineer, and also a land survey, a professional survey engineer, to draw the other plan, which was clear, more easier to read than that one. So before that one was confused. So I got rid of that so it won't get confused anymore. So I cleared it up and I stamped with another professional engineer. Now the stamp is not sufficient, but the plans are clear to read. So the intention is, if you need that to be stamped, that's fine. I'll go through the survey process and have some open space, some landscape, whatever needs to be done. But our intention is to show that what we're trying to do. If we, I don't even know what direction.
I think the problem with this plot plan originally, some of the board members didn't understand the size of the parking space.
Right.
And the comment is they want to see this plot plan. So if you can provide the dimension on the parking, that'd be great. For your site plan, more vegetation for your landscape plan would be nice. You can leave the dimensions on here. That would be helpful. Maybe show where the curbs are, maybe where the paving.
Well, but that's the thing, sir. I'm sorry to catch up. Last time I had the curbs and I had more vegetation, it became confused again. Where's the line there? Where is this other line here? So, I can go back and fill this whole thing with lines, but then I'm sure it's going to get confused.
I think you're right, Mr. Kroger. It's the direction of of what needed to be done is every plan that gets submitted gets scrutinized without a real direction of what this needs to go. Vegetation was on the other one. I think is the lady Jean. She wanted to. Oh, what was that? I think the gentleman that just finished speaking, the one the 5 feet from the fence. At the last minute, we presented that, and I think everybody was satisfied with the plan that was submitted with the parking. I think we're almost at the point of taking a vote, so that could just be out of the way. So there's one step forward, 300 steps backward on a different meeting. Without there's not a clear. I can clearly tell you from day one, there's not a clear direction of what is really required, what is not required. It feels like every meeting is a different ask. Okay, this is what you need to do now. Okay, once we bring that, what is the direction pretty much? What is really required? What does the board requires? If all this stamp is here, everything we've brought on different things, on different time is, okay, this is what you need. Then we will come back again. That is, those questions are not being asked, and we ask for new stuff, and nobody ever talk about where did we stop and where did we stop on the last meeting. And this is where we are right now. We're asking for things that's already been asked for, things that has already been passed, and ask for the same thing again on a new plan. So this is a very confusing process with not a very clear direction.
Okay, I think that this exterior drawing here, the proposed site plan, is sufficient for me to understand what's going on, whether I accept it or not. But I can understand it. Apparently, Mr. Carolan won't accept that engineer's stamp, but he wants a land surveyor's stamp. So that's the only difference there. And then he's got a problem with the exposed stairway too. So my understanding is on this property there were 3 bedrooms, and now there's going to be 4.
No, 3 bedroom existing. So now 3 bedroom as a single unit. So as a 2 family, we're gonna be having a 2 bedroom to a 2 bath. I think Jen from the last meeting was concerned about how with being the place being tight. So she wanted to know if I could just reflect the memory of some of this group. They want to see the layout. You guys were not going to vote. You want to see the layout of the interior, which my architect did bring the layout of the interior, stating how many bedrooms and how the floor plan was going to be. So, which is what he has right now. So essentially what we are doing is just adding a bedroom to what is already existing.
That's the question I'm asking. There were 3 bedrooms and now there's going to be 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was my question. And
Thank you.
The plans provided before, we couldn't have any idea what the interior of the structure was going to be like. But now these plans we're beginning to understand now. It's an unusual layout because the second floor is shared, but I can see it. There's a firewall there. They both have separate staircases. There's 2 means of egress from the second floor for unit 2. There's no means of egress from the 3rd floor. You're making the case that that's not usually needed in a townhouse. And so,
I'm sorry, but we can always add extend the stairs from the deck or the front deck or the side deck, and have a stairs coming out of the 3rd floor too. So it's just that we can always do that. It's no biggie. It's just I don't thought we needed them. That's all.
Even some emergency ladder or something. I don't know. Because if there was a fire in the staircase,
see, as you can see on unit 2, as we are right now, there's a window towards the left. We can extend that and pick up the balcony area. Then it's not a balcony anymore. It becomes a deck also with access to the lower ground, to the 2nd floor. So it's just an easy fix.
Mr. Callahan's issue of he wants staircases.
But again,
but there's also a concern with one member always wanting the stairs to be enclosed or covered. Is that we're encouraging, or does that make any sense?
But then I don't know. I mean, just we can enclose. It's just not gonna look that good. That's all. We just can build something. Then instead of being a deck, we're gonna be creating more room, more interior instead of exterior.
That's what I mean. That's always a concern when you enclose something outside. You create more interior space.
Yeah, and then also a setback issue, because then we're not gonna be a deck setback. It's gonna be a wall setback. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I mean,
it opens a can of worms. So, is the committee agreeing to that then, or not?
agreeing to what?
to cover the stairs.
That's
There's
a
always,
pref.
Alan,
Mr.
that's
there's always a
Chairman,
member always
Mr.
asking that it won't
Chairman.
pass.
He's
That's the
asking
problem.
a question that should not be answered right now.
okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, we have to.
He's
take-
jumping ahead trying to
someone's vote will
pick
determine
up
whether
brains.
we agree on it. I mean, that's
Well,
Mr.
then it's going to be
Callahan's
hard for them
usual-
to continue, because if we tell them it's good, but it's not good. It is. That's what the problem right now is. People are not remembering the last discussion, and they keep on adding more stuff to it. So, do they need to have an agenda and a rehash so committee members can remember
No,
what
the
was discussed
reason-
last time?
Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons is there is no elevations on the sides. So we really don't know what's there. And he don't have any sheets on them. So they can't say that there's enough information there. There is not, far from it.
Well, they've definitely taken good strides forward in terms of helping us understand what's there. We see the nice plot plan. It's laid out. We can see the parking spaces. There is some scant snow removal space. It is a little bit of a stretch, but overall, I do see this as an improvement to the neighborhood, because it's going to be a much nicer looking modern structure than what's there. They are creating parking in the back of the unit. It is, can I see that one, the driveway? What was that? It's, yeah. So now that's 12 feet wide in the front, and it tapers down to 10 feet wide. So that's where they need the variance there, right? The 10 feet. But so I'm okay with what's here, but we have a member that's requesting additional, the elevations, and then he wants to see that staircase. So it's up to the petitioners if they want to provide that stuff, and then we can vote on it. We can vote. We could possibly vote on it tonight if someone wants to make a motion on it, and if we get a second. It sounds like we have one member that isn't going to go along with it, but it's.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
did we ask for certified plot plan the last time?
I thought we did. I mean,
We have it right there, certified and stamped.
yeah, it's not by a land surveyor, but it's by an engineer. Oh, that is a land surveyor. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, that doesn't identify the parking, though, right?
It does. It just was confused last time.
Oh, there's the back. Yeah, but there's no measurements on them, right?
Yeah, so that's why.
Yeah. So, I'm just saying. On one case, it's a land surveyor, and then the next week we have it by an engineer, which I'm okay with. But we have a member that isn't, and so that's his prerogative. And I appreciate now. That other one, the land surveyor plot plan, didn't show me the dimensions on those parking spaces or the setbacks, so I wasn't thrilled about it. But now with the new one from the engineer, we can see that the dimensions are good. There's a setback. There is still a variance on part of those parking lots because we don't have 5 feet from the side setbacks there. But that's what they're here for, a variance, I guess. So, is there anyone else?
Can you tell me what page the certified plot plan is on?
Not on what they sent us now.
It was sent originally.
So it's
in
not
your
on the
package.
plans I have today. It's on the old plans I had before.
No, it was sent as a package of addition, like everything, the application was part of that submission.
So the original plans.
The original application.
Yeah,
What I mean, the original
Okay.
plan.
that's it. That's it in front of us right now.
Days, I see drawing title. Drawing title site plan.
It's right in front of us right now on the screen, the original plot plan. If you can shrink that a little son, so we can see the whole thing.
Sir, I see plot plan. I'm asking about the parking.
Yeah, I know that plot plan, it didn't really, it showed it in the back, but it didn't give any dimensions. Now the new one has the dimensions. Here's the original one. It didn't give dimensions. Yeah, but now they submitted this for this week's meeting, and we have dimensions on the parking lots parking spaces. So it's kind of come in piecemeal, but we have it now, and I have a good understanding of what the request for variance is.
Now, I see drawing title, but that doesn't look like a parking plan to me.
You see what?
I see where it says drawing title, site plan.
Did you say that this was a civil engineer stamp?
Yeah.
So that makes sense. You usually get a land surveyor stamping originally, and now this is extra. If they paid for a civil engineer, they dimensioned it.
Yeah.
This is like one step more than it really is needed.
Thank you.
Really. I mean,
Because our last
dimensions of the parking plan, of the parking spaces, on that site plan, there were no dimensions. That's not acceptable.
on our last meeting, I think the gentleman right now on the screen did ask for civil engineering, and that's where we provided a civil engineering, and it looked like we are still asking for the same thing. Just like what you said.
I think it was flurry. I wouldn't ask for a civil engineer because this is an early submission.
No, you did. I think the gentleman that was asking for the enclosure of the rear deck.
Mr. Kellner. Yeah. Is there anyone else as any other members? Mrs. Curley, what do you think? How do you think we should proceed? Any thoughts?
You're asking me what I think?
Yeah. Does anyone want to make a motion on this tonight? Or Mr. Kellner is asking us to continue it so we can get more drawings and
I believe he was asking us to withdraw without prejudice, not continue.
Yeah. So they can get more drawings.
But is a drawing necessary? They're asking.
Okay, so Mr. Kellner has a motion on the table then. Is anyone going to second it?
What's the motion on the table?
Yeah, that's not a motion.
Oh, okay. So where do we stand? What is the wish of the board?
So who's on this case? Am I on the case?
Well,
who's on the case?
Well, I guess what I don't understand is this seems so open-ended. Does this board think they're going to ever make a decision? And we keep on telling them we want this, this, and this, and then we change it.
I'm asking you right now, what is the wish of the board? What would you like to do?
But that's the problem. We were either continuing it or we keep on giving them more demands, and then we forget what we asked them, and then we keep on changing it. We have to figure out as a board what we're going to do.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
We asked for the dimensions.
Mr. Chairman, that isn't happening. They don't have a proper set of plans. We don't keep asking for more and more.
Yeah.
We asked them one time.
I've understood.
And they didn't show 4 sides to that building.
I think they did show 4 sides when it was a 3-story, it was a 3-unit building. And then they went to a 2-unit. And then there was a discussion that they needed floor plans, so switching it from a 3 to a 2. I don't think people are totally remembering this. So now they're showing us a 2-unit, and people still are not happy, but they did show us elevations originally when it was a 3-unit. So we just have to decide exactly what we want and, not constantly change it. It's getting confusing even for me.
The exterior, right? I wanted to understand what was inside. I wanted to see the floor plan. This is the first floor plan I've seen. And it's the first time I've seen parking spaces actually measured and seeing their dimensions and their setbacks. So they've improved each time. And so now we have, to me, I understand what the proposal is. And so I'm asking now, what is the wish of the board? Does anyone want to make a motion? Do we have enough information?
Well, am I on this case? I'll make a motion. Am I on this case?
On the case, Floyd. I don't think you're on the case. Son is.
Can we see the original? I think it was two.
We went through that with Mary tonight earlier, and you were here before, but Son was on the case, so we kept him on it.
The
4 regulars and Son. Is there anyone?
Well, if I make a motion, it's going to be to accept the drawings as submitted, and then the committee will vote on it, yay or nay. So the question is, does the owner want us to make a motion, or do they want to consider doing something else?
Okay, so we throw it back to the owners on that. I have enough knowledge to make a decision tonight myself. And so
I think with just the information we've been given from day one, I think this is our third meeting, from a 3-family to a 2-family to a parking lot being satisfied on the last meeting to being asked to bring a floor plan based on the 2 units. I think we feel the board has sufficient information in front of them, and if we do make motions to a yea or nay, if anyone that's a little bit skeptical about it and wants those information to be provided to them, I think their vote will give us a direction, because right now we don't have a direction at all. We're just circling around without nowhere to go, and I think a vote tonight will help tremendously, giving us a direction.
Okay, so
in all fairness to the board.
Excuse me, I want to respond to that. So, I believe I understand this application, this petition now. Okay, so I have enough information to make a vote, to cast a vote. Before this, I didn't. Now I see the layout inside. I see the layout outside. I see what needs variance, and I see that solid parking spaces there. I see, lacking a little bit of snow storage, but there is space. So I can make a decision on this tonight. And so it sounds like, at least one member is not for it because he wants the stairway covered, but that's not an unusual request from him, and we've encountered that in the past. So, what is the wish of the board? So it sounds like the ownership would like us to make a decision, yes or no.
And maybe we should just make it clarify. If the petitioner thinks that the vote could potentially go his way, remember it's a super majority. So if 2 says no and 3 says yes, this project will be kind of canceled for 2 years.
Right.
So you need to have all of the information.
What is our process of appeal? Can we go to the land? Can we take this to the state, or what? Can we appeal that? Because if we feel that the information we've been provided,
there's always appeals you can make outside of this board. Yes.
So let me say something else. What about if I feel like I provide elevations, because I had elevations before, it would be easy enough for me to provide. I don't think it would be a big deal for me to get those plans ready, and also to satisfy with the survey professional some more details on the plans, vegetation, and some more information, and being stamped by a professional survey. I also don't have a problem with that. But what I will have a problem is the enclosing the stairs. That would be a problem. If those 2 items, which is going to be the elevations and a plot plan stamped by a plot plan engineer, I can provide that with no problem. But I'm hoping that will be it, right? Then everybody kind of understand what's going on. But right, and that's my point. But the covering or building a wall around the creating the stairs as an interior square footage. I don't think we wanted to do that. That's
Mr. Thank you, sir. I think we have a member that clearly understand the plans and understand all the asks that we've been given. If does any other members do not understand everything we've provided to them, I think that will help us a little bit. I know the super majority. How many people really understand the plan? Just the chairman clearly stated. Now he has a better understanding of what we are proposing and what we've been asked for with what we have right now. I think it would also be good to hear from other members if they have an additional question. Yeah, member do need that to be covered. He has clearly voiced that. With the other members, is there any ask that you guys will consider us supposed to do, or you are okay with what we've provided so far, so we know where this direction is to go?
Okay, board members, is anyone that has any specific needs other than Mr. Calnan?
No.
Well, in all fairness to the board, as far as you had to come back because you didn't have an interior, that's a given. Nobody comes before the board that's want to build a single, a two, a three. Everybody has to have the drawings on the inside, the bedrooms, the kitchen, everything. So it's not that we were getting upset with you or you were doing us a favor. That is a given.
Right.
And thank you for doing it.
No, thank you. No, we appreciate that too. And that's why we needed to bring this over to you guys so you have that. If we've missed that, we apologize on that.
What is the wish of the board? Anyone want to make a motion, either continue or approve or deny?
To continue with stipulation,
What's the stipulation?
to address the plot plan with dimensions, so that satisfies a board member that this is really.
Still, that board member still wants the staircase covered, so.
I know. But the problem then is, does this make it? I don't know the setback. If you put a hard wall here, the setback is now wonky.
Setback wouldn't be right.
Yeah, then now we have to vote on letting them do the setback. So it causes more cans of worm if you enclose the stairwell. That's
what it is. It's a variance.
It doesn't change the footprint.
It doesn't change. It will change the footprint.
It will change the footprint.
Yeah.
Well, if you put a hard wall, it becomes a building structure, not an open structure. It becomes almost habitable. We're increasing the FAR too. Just be aware.
Well, it does say in his petition, a two-family dwelling without sufficient frontage, square footage, and setbacks.
Right.
That's what he's asking for.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind to enclose those stairs and have more square footage, but we increasing the non-conforming front wall. That's why it says no frontage, and also the lot is, I think, 8 feet short than 50 feet. So on the sidewall, we're not gonna need any variance because it's 10 feet. It's less than 10 feet, so we should be all right. So as far as setback. But the frontage, we extending the non-conforming front wall. That's about it. But we increasing the square footage, which we're already asking for square footage, anyways, of the house. More.
If that's okay with the plot plan. I don't need to see the land surveyor's plot plan. I'm okay with the engineer's plot plan. I understand it. What is the wish of the board?
Do we give them instructions to close it or not to close it? Or do we let them wing it? That's what I can't figure out.
That's their decision. We can't, tell him what to do if he wants to do that. But I'm saying right now, what is the wish of the board? What kind of move on here with something? Either motion to approve, motion to deny, motion to continue.
Well, Son already made a motion to continue.
I didn't hear a second.
But we were discussing stipulations. So
what are we going to say? Do we just say go one with and one without? That's what I can't. I don't totally understand it either.
Yeah, we can't tell him what to do with that.
Yeah. It could cause more variance that we would have to approve. Yeah, because if we put a hard wall here, we also increase the square footage of the entire building again. If we enclose the stair.
So that means you should be against it. You should voice it, but being against knowing
against enclosing the stairway. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, because you make more habitable space.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve the project as it's been delivered to us tonight.
Well, I think they should consider, because there have been cases before where if the staircase wasn't enclosed, it was denied. Not every time, but there have been instances since I've been on this board that I know of. So I think they should think about it. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just telling you that has happened in the past.
It's I think it's easy to say that we have enough information for all the other members to understand, because you guys are understanding what we're trying to get it, right? And to go for vote today, because we have enough information, and it seems that if we go back next month with elevations and stamp plans, whatever, we're still gonna be in the same boat, because everybody understands that.
Right, giving us a direction, and voting with speculation, and say, okay, if we vote with a direction, okay, if this is yay or whatever the vote, and it's okay, we have to meet up with the closure. We have to bring certain document to satisfy the members asking. So at least we'll have a clear direction of where we are going, so we don't have to come back again and do the whole thing. So if a vote is taken tonight, giving us a clear direction, there's a member who needs certain things answered. And if we can say, okay, yeah, we can bring that over. So next time we come back in here, we're always talking just about that. I think that would be great for us, and also for the group and for the board too, for the board members.
I don't need any more clarification, but I don't know if any other members do. But
who made the motion?
Well, Son made a motion to continue, and we didn't really get a second on that. So I made a motion to approve. I didn't get a second on that.
Is that Rick? Rick, is that you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'll second your motion.
To approve. Okay. We have a motion to approve by the chair and seconded by Ms. Crowitz. Mary, will you call the roll, please?
I don't know what I'm voting on.
To approve drawings as
to continue?
Huh?
To continue.
No, to approve. I made a motion to approve the proposal as submitted. And Terry.
Okay, well, that's what I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I didn't know what I was voting on.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. Mary, we call the roll.
Mr. Wooten to grant?
Yes, to grant.
Mrs. Crowitz to grant?
Yes to grant.
Mrs. Curley to grant?
No.
Mr. Callan to grant?
No.
Mr. Wood to grant?
Yes. All right. Unfortunately, the motion does not pass. We, thank you for your time submitting it, and wish you well on any, path you want to take going forward. That's it for that case. Son, do you have the agenda? Okay. Case number 9983, 265 Chestnut Street. So this is to vary the provisions of the City of Lynn zoning ordinance to allow the continued existence of a carport constructed without a lawful building permit in violation of the rear setback provisions of the City of Lynn zoning ordinance, which requires 15 feet from the property line. The existing carport is less than 3 feet from the property line. Right. And has walls, roof, and windows and doors have been added to the carport. So we have received a letter last meeting. This was continued, and it was suggested that we have the building department come and do a structural fitness examination of this addition to see if it was fit for approval as a structure. And so we got a letter from the building inspector, Mr. Mike Donovan, and I'll read that letter. Case number 9963. Dear Chairman Wood, a request was received by the City of Lynn Inspectional Services Department to perform a site visit to the above referenced property, 265 Chestnut Street, to make a determination as to whether the carport is structurally sound in accordance to building codes. And let's see, Inspector Keith Richard and Deputy Commissioner Joe Smart conducted a site visit on October 13th. And the following observations were noted. The referenced carport has been enclosed on all sides with doors and windows. There were no headers installed above 2 windows on the weight-bearing wall of the carport. Rafter joist hangers were not installed to building code specifications, lacking the compliant fasteners. Portions of the deck framing appear to have been constructed on grade, and the placement of footings could not be observed. The framing appeared to be inadequate. Posts on the underside of the structure that could be observed have appeared to be missing or inadequate. The overall structure will require extensive renovations to achieve building code compliancy. Based on the above findings, it is the opinion of this department that the structure in its current condition is not building code compliant. It can be made structurally sound with modifications. So let's see. Where's the agenda again, please? Okay, is Mr. Griswold here? He was here last week with an interpreter helping him. Mr. Griswold, are you there, or anyone?
I think we muted him. I think we muted him.
Did you mute him, or he muted himself? Oh, was he the one making the noise before?
Yeah.
I gotta read that again. Mr. Griswold? Mr. Griswold, are you there?
I don't think he's on. Do you know his?
I guess we'll go to case number 9984 then. We'll skip that. We'll go back to it. This is the new case 20-22 Bachelor Street. Petitioner Jose Gaviria.
Hello. Can you hear us now?
Oh, okay. Is that Mr. Griswold?
Hello?
Mr. Griswold?
Alex, talk.
Hello, I'm here.
Mr. Griswold? Is this for 265 Chestnut Street?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so your case is up now. And
okay.
We just read a letter from the building inspector. They inspected your property and found several substandard building methods, and it's not. There's that letter now. I got it right here. Hold on.
We can't even see.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, can you turn up the volume?
Case now.
You said a couple of substandard something?
Yes. The building inspector was out there, and there's a letter from the City of Lynn building inspector.
Well, he went underneath the porch, and you could see that it had a steel column that was supported by another steel column, and it was juxtaposed as the kitty corner. And the reason for that was there was an old maple tree there, and so they built around the tree, and that's how they were able to stabilize the structure so there's no shifting or drifting. And my neighbor also informed me that it was at one point a certifiable bomb shelter, and so I felt like it's a very stable building. I am being subjected to enormous vibration from the Fuente Iglesias building, and that has caused nausea and vomiting, because I think that all of our houses are built on a huge rock ledge that's then being vibrated by heavy equipment, most likely churning water, because they're most likely buildings below the water table. So this has caused many, many times of vomiting. And at one point, I know I yelled at the guy, the top guy there. I feel like this whole thing is a type of retaliatory gesture, initially aimed at pressuring me to give up a driveway spot under the threat of, if this guy is in a position where he can make you take that building down if you don't give him this driveway spot. So I felt like, well, that's not legal. That's not, that's not how things are done. you don't condemn a building based on someone pressuring you for a driveway spot. So I feel like that was the underlying problem here, and that the builder did an amazing job repairing, and he even was about to do the posts again, and he checked. He said they're sturdy, they're firm, they go all the way down. He did not have to do those again. So when he put in the windows and doors and the rubber roof, he did an amazing job. And not only that, but my insurance company is very, very happy with it, and they have no problem. They're the ones who, the underwriters, have to insure the building and make sure that it's insurable. So I feel I'm very happy with it. And this whole thing was a retaliatory gesture, because I yelled at the guy because he wasn't stopping the vibration that was still causing me to throw up. So even just like a few weeks ago, I was throwing up from the vibration.
Okay.
And I hope that gets fixed.
Thanks, Mr. Griswold. You're getting
okay, so that's not right to condemn my building under those circumstances.
Okay.
I just wanted to be sure that got aired.
Thank you. Yes, you made that clear.
Thank you for hearing that.
So, so I want to just give you the findings of the building inspectors that were out there. Okay, so the other day they were out there actually on October 13th, and the reference, these are their findings. The reference carport has been enclosed on all sides with doors and windows. There were no.
No, I can't hear you now. Can you list what the problems were? Because I know we didn't like the metal brackets, and those were actually added to tie the roof down.
Mr. Griswold. Mr. Griswold, I'm trying to read this to you, all right? I gave you time, you made your position clear, all right? Okay, so I'm going to read you the findings of the building inspector on his inspection. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sutton, can you put it up again?
I don't think I have the
building inspector. He was against.
I don't think I have that. Sorry.
No.
If someone could send it to me again, I can.
I'll read it now, okay?
Okay.
I don't know where to put the here, but so there were no headers installed above two windows on the
no headers.
Can I just read, please, without comment? All right.
Okay.
So there were no headers installed above the two windows on the weight-bearing wall of the carport. Rafter joist hangers were not installed to building code specifications, lacking the compliant fasteners. Portions of the deck framing appear to have been constructed on grade, and the placement of footings could not be observed. The framing appeared to be inadequate. Posts on the underside of the structure could not be observed. That could be observed have appeared to be missing or inadequate. The overall structure will require extensive renovations to achieve building code compliancy. So those were his findings. And it was the wish of this board to make sure that the building was compliant with building code safety requirements. And so now, having found out that it isn't, I think it will be in your best interest to withdraw without, without prejudice, and make the required repairs so that it would be acceptable. Because I can't speak for the board, but it didn't seem like there was any objection from anyone in your neighborhood. It sounded like it had the potential to pass, but I believe it won't pass. We can't pass a petition like this if it's an unsafe structure. So what would you like to do? Did you understand that?
No, because you faded out at the end. He had a list of things that were, subpar, and I think that those things can be fixed because, I don't have the money to tear the building down and take it. I mean, I'm going to have to make the repairs in order to make the building stay, and that's all we can do. That's the best I can do.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but the other one's fading in and out.
He's fading in and out. Okay. So he suggested that you ask the board to withdraw your case without prejudice and then go ahead and make the repairs on your building to bring the building up to code according to the inspector. And once you do that, you can resubmit.
Thank you, Terry. That was well said.
saying to, I guess that's what the thing that I'm supposed to do here. But you see, the last time, the reason it was withdrawn is I was asking for a two-level building, and now, and also the reason it was done without a permit was that neither myself nor the builder knew that a variance was required. So the only reason he was turned down for that permit was based upon the fact that the previous owner never got the variance, and it all was paperwork, like house of cards falling. So, we needed to get the paperwork in order so that the building could stay, because an enormous amount of money and resources went into making a nice, stable Weber roof structure that it is being subjected to the vibration, but it's a certified bomb shelter, as my neighbor told me.
Terry?
Yeah.
Terry, would you explain to him that he did it without a permit, and now that it's been subject to inspection, it's been found to be non-compliant, and he needs to be compliant before he can apply for a variance?
Yeah. Okay. Were you able to hear him?
No.
Okay. What he would like me to tell you is that if you can, you have to apply. You have to get
without a permit.
Say it again. I'm sorry. What?
You built it without a permit, and now
yes, right. You built it without that's what it was. You built it without a permit, and so I'm sure whoever built it thought they were doing a fine job. But in the meantime, nobody inspected it. It wasn't up to code, and it currently is not up to code. So what we're saying is you need to make those reparations prior to applying for a variance. You need to make it structurally sound and meet code.
Well, I'm going to need enough time to do this. It's going to require a lot of funds.
That's why he needs to withdraw.
I can't do this like in a month's time. This is not.
Withdraw without prejudice.
It wouldn't be in a month's time. You would have to make the reparations. Because as of right now, if you want us to vote on it right now, we're going to have to turn you down, because you are required to meet building code.
He should withdraw without prejudice, Terry.
Yes,
so you have to get in touch with
you would withdraw. If you withdraw now, you can withdraw without prejudice, which means you can resubmit. If you want us to actually vote on it, I would say you don't have a chance.
Yes, well, then we have to do this. We have to do this, because we can't. I'm not going to let my building get condemned. So.
Yeah, exactly. So then you want to have us withdraw it without prejudice.
Because I need to have the chance to fix these things. Yeah.
Sure, you have one option. You can withdraw without prejudice. So we have other cases.
Yeah, so we need more time to
make withdraw without prejudice. That's all we need from you.
Okay, that's what we need to do.
Okay.
Can we get a motion?
That means I spent all that money if we have to do it again.
Let's make a motion to withdraw this case without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to withdraw without prejudice and a second. Mary, can you call the roll?
Makua,
Yes, withdraw without prejudice.
Mrs. Krawitz,
Yes, withdraw without prejudice.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Calnan,
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
Mr. Wood to withdraw without prejudice.
Yes. And would you put the agenda up, please? Okay. So, Mr. Griswold, you're going to have to consult the inspection department and get permits for that.
You got to take it down.
Okay, so the next case number 9984. This is a new case to the
We can fix those things. 2 headers, that's it, and some footings.
Did you hear what those people just said? They just all voted.
Mr. Grizzle, can you hang up, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
We're on the next case now.
Okay, can I see the agenda again, son? Thank you. Okay. 20-22 Bachelor Street. Petitioners Jose Gaviria by his attorney Sam Vitale. And the petition is to vary the provisions of the Lynn zoning ordinance to allow a two-family use on a lot containing 887 square feet and frontage of 62 square feet in the R2 General Residence District with an existing single family thereon with on-site parking not in conformance with current standards, and a finding that the proposed use is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than prior use. Mr. Vitale, do you want to address the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here with Jose Gaviria, who is a painter by trade, who owns property in the city of Lynn. In fact, he's rehabbing one now at 31 Mudge Street. He's owned property at 22 Houston Place, and 7 Brookline was the two-family. And it came to his attention that this property at 20-22 Bachelor Street was being offered for sale, and he engaged in some due diligence prior to making the offer, which was successful to acquire the property. And that is the reason why the petition that is before you is worded in the manner that it is. Let me explain. The property is in the R2 General Residence District, in which two-family use is a permitted use. It's closer to Broadway than it is to Linfield Street. It's backed up by the mosque that's behind it. It has dental offices and real estate offices just a little bit down the street, and some other multifamilies. If you've been out to the property, as Jose and I have been, you'll see there are 2 mailboxes on it. But the reason we are proceeding, and I'm glad you brought this one up, is the MLC, the municipal lien. And as members may recall, this was the document that the city of Lynn provided at the time of the purchase of the property, and it classifies the property as recently as the date of the certificate, which is August 27, 2021. The building is classified as use 104. Use 104 is a two-family dwelling in the city of Lynn. And I believe I have previously provided the field card from the assessors, which showed that for many years continuously, the property has in fact been taxed as a two-family. That is the listing agreement that the brokers had, and in the spirit of full disclosure, you'll see that it says a single-family detached, but it also says that it's a side-by-side duplex, a two-family, turned into a single with the potential to be converted back. It's the mirror image. The rooms on the either side are identical. There are 2 bedrooms on each side. There's a kitchen on each side. There's a means of egress on each side. There are 2 oil burners in the basement. And it's the old, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. I also provided you with what the building department had provided and what I've also added to, which is in 1925 and 26, when zoning came into the city of Lynn, this was a two-family dwelling. And I don't think that there's any doubt, and I went back to the 50s, and I think I provided 1956, 1964, 1973, 1984, 1990, to show you that this registered land, which is shown on this plan, you'll notice is a two-family dwelling. That's the 1926 city directory that says it's a two-family dwelling. And that's the field card that you just had up there. But what I understood from prior experiences with the board is that notwithstanding that, if there's any evidence at all that it might be a single family, that the proper remedy is to seek the relief that we asked for, which is to allow us to have a two-family, a permitted use in the R2 district, but on a lot that's undersized. This lot would not meet the current requirement for a single family, nor would it meet the current requirement for two-family, like most of the lots that are on Bachelor Street. And in regard to parking, let me just say this, that the parking ordinance says that if you had a use that was in effect in 1964, you can continue that use with no parking at all. But if you are to enlarge the use, then you must meet current parking requirements. So notwithstanding that the assessors tax by what they see. And so if they go out there, and if you look at the field card, they were out there in July. So if they see a two-family, they're going to tax it as a two-family, whether it's lawful or not. They're not the ISD. They're not the zoning people. I tell people, and I'm not being fresh, that if they saw a brothel, they tax it as a business because they're not the police. What they are is what the property is being used at is how they tax it. For years, they have taxed it as a two-family. The two mailboxes that are on there right now are indications it's a two-family. The history has been as a two-family. But the question for you is this. If you believe that somebody along the line, and this is what we think prompted it, took out 1 meter because they thought it would save them some money. And if you look at the numerous documents that we looked at, when asked in 1983 when he was putting in a shed, and I think I provided Mr. Reed's plan when the shed was going in, he didn't fill in the box, the owner, as to what number of units it was. He left it blank. But in 1971, when he was building an addition, he said he was building an addition to a single family. So those two reasons, those two documents are why when Jose went and did a due diligence and made an inquiry, it reaffirmed what the listing broker said, which is it's an existing single family. So I would suggest to you that the second reason that we worded the petition the way it is that I've told you before that the state statute gives particular protection to ones and two families as to whether they need a variance alone or whether they need a variance in what's called a 40A6 finding. And that finding is that what's being proposed is not substantially more detrimental in its effect on the neighborhood than was prior use. And I give emphasis to what the statute says, substantially more detrimental. And obviously our position is, how can it be substantially more detrimental than prior use when since 1828 and since 1926 and for the last 70 years, it's been a two-family. So it can't be substantially more detrimental. The difference is it's improved. And why is it going to be improved? Jose's a painting contractor. As they say, he's working on a house right now on 31 Mudge. He's going to renovate the property. He's going to paint the property. Obviously, he's a painting contractor. But he's not going to enlarge the footprint. This is registered land. You have Mr. Reed's plan. You have the registered land plan. They all show the building numbered as 20-22. And it is, if you walk in the front door and you walk to the right, there's one unit. You walk to the left, there's one unit. You walk upstairs and they each have 2 bedrooms. So that this is the Patriot property card, which Patriot Property said it's a 2-family stacked building. So I think there's plenty of evidence that it was and has been used as a 2, but we're not reluctant to ask you to allow us to have that use once again. And because we are asking for that use, we understand that the zone ordinance says we must now satisfy the current parking. We can, as far as number, we can, as far as design standards. By that, I mean the width, the length of the parking spaces, the proximity to the property line or the street line. But where we don't conform, and that's why I said not in conformance, is that we stack 2 spaces. And so that is not in conformance with the current parking ordinance. I would suggest to you that Mr. Gaviria has said he would remove the shed. As far as concerns about landscaping, if you've been out there, the property exterior, in terms of the landscaping, there were numerous hedges. I think somebody, in my experience, if you look at those Polk directories I provided you, it looks like one owner and one tenant were there for many, many years. And the property was maintained until, I would say, sometime recently when that owner sold to some other owner who ultimately, I can't speak to what they did or didn't do, other than put the property up for sale. Mr. Gaveri's brought it with the intention to refurbish it, and obviously he would like to refurbish it to its highest and best use, which is as a 2-family. As I indicated, In terms of the interior, they're identical, as the listing agreement says. The field card says there are a total of 4 bedrooms, 2 on each side. There's a bathroom on each side. There's a kitchen on each side. There's an entrance on each side. In the basement, there are 2 oil heaters, 2 water tanks. And so in terms of the work that you would need to be doing, it would be to refurbish it, to renovate it, to make it like those other nice homes that are in that area of Wyoma Square. And that is his intention, and that's what he hopes that you would approve. I think that there's plenty indicia that it has in fact been used as a 2, but I also think that there's plenty of reasons to allow it to be once again used as a 2 if you think it hasn't been, because it would accommodate it without displacing anybody, without changing the footprint of the building, and essentially it would make it work within the structure that has been there over the years.
You did good, Attorney Vitale.
She said you did good.
Thank you.
I see the red dumpster in the driveway.
Yeah, he's working on refurbishing the house. That's correct.
Yes. Yep.
But he
Yep.
stopped because depending on what the board's determination is, that will tell him how to proceed. As I say, he's working on another property right now at 31 Mudge. He's done other properties in Lynn, and he would like to continue and complete the renovations to this property and upgrade it and make it in terms of fitting in with the neighborhood. As I say, the footprint would remain the same. Actually, the rear yard would be somewhat improved. Parking would be off the street. I did speak with him, and he's prepared to remove that shed, which was apparently the reason, believe it or not, back when Mr. Reed was there in 1983, there had been an in-ground swimming pool. I think I provided that plan as well. And the owner then wanted to take the in-ground swimming pool out, put the shed in. And when that occurred, in filling out the application at that time in the building department, the owner said he had a single family. So the building department, when Jose went and asked for a determination that what is it, pointed to that and said, well, there's evidence here that it was used as a single family.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's calling me?
Pat.
Yeah.
Pat wants to talk.
Yes, continue. You have a question?
No, Mr. Vitale has made a very good presentation there, and I see no problem when I'm in favor of it.
Okay, well, I just want to continue.
May I ask a question? So we do we not require now to see 2 means of egress on each side, and how he's going to do this based on other projects that we voted on?
2 means of egress. There are 2 means of egress existing on each side, and then the front entrance, you come in the front door, you can either go left or right. That's one. And then
so you're saying there's an entryway at the front and the back that they can both use internal stairs to get down and out?
Correct. That's correct. Okay. Interior staircase.
I did not understand.
Correct.
Okay. Any other members have any questions? I don't hear any other questions for any other members. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? If I don't hear anyone else wishing to speak in favor, I'll close the hearing for those wishing to speak in favor, and I'll open the hearing to anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone want to speak in opposition? I'll wait 2 minutes for anyone to call in if anyone has anything to say in opposition. So we'll just wait a couple minutes. Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes,
Okay.
they heard it.
Okay.
Everyone hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm having some technical difficulties. My computer shut down. I'm working through Mary's phone.
Welcome to the club.
That kind of night.
Every week, one of us has a problem.
But we're getting it done, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
And thank you for that levity, Gene. I needed it. I was a little stressed. We'll wait another minute. Okay, so we haven't heard any opposition at all. So hearing none, what is the wish of the board on this case?
Motion to grant.
Second.
We have a motion to grant from Mr. Callen, a second from Mrs. Curley. Mary, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Smith?
Can I add a stipulation?
Oh, she wants to add a step.
Sure.
That shed comes out.
Yeah, we have no problem with the shed coming out.
Okay.
That's agreeable.
Okay, so we have a motion to grant with a stipulation that the shed be removed. Okay, Mary, would you call that roll?
Mr. Smith? Motion to grant with the shed removed?
Yes, to grant with the stipulation.
Mrs. Crowitz? With the
Yes, to
stipulation
grant
of removing the shed?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes, with the stipulation.
Mr. Callen with removing the shed stipulation?
Yes, to grant with the stipulation.
Mr. Wood to remove the shed with the stipulation grant?
Yes, to grant with the stipulation.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, attorney, and good luck to the petitioner.
Thank you very much.
All right. So board members, that concludes our regular business tonight. But we
Motion
do
to
have,
adjourn.
No, Pat, wait.
No, excuse me, Pat.
Recording
we do have,
stopped.
Yeah, we have the planning director, Aaron Clausen, is going to address the board members. So I hope you can all stick around for this. This is important. We want to hear from Mr. Clausen. Aaron, are you there?
He is there. I see him. Yep.
Yep. Sorry about that. I was having trouble getting my video back on. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me here before I launch into this.
Can I ask Son one favor? Son, can you email the link to Rick Wood, please?
What link? Oh, yeah, no problem.
To the meeting? To see if he can grab it that way?
I'm having a problem. I can hear pretty good now.
Okay.
I apologize. I can't make visual contact, but my computer, okay.
All right, we're good.
If you could send it, son, that would be good. But we can continue on though at this point.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Aaron, you want to continue?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And thanks to the zoning board members for inviting me to this meeting to kind of walk through our first presentation on the Harbor Park project. First of all, I would apologize for scheduling that public meeting at the same time you all had a ZBA meeting. So we'll try to, in the future, make sure we schedule these so that you can take part in those without having to choose between your meeting and that meeting. But I'm gonna pull up on my screen here the presentation that we walked through. If I can, I'm gonna try to see if I can share this. Okay, it'd be good if I went to the front. So Before I launch into this presentation, I just want to note that it's a fairly long one. And given that you've all been working really hard for the last year and a half, I'm going to try
I'm going to
to
FaceTime you. Hold on.
skip through this fairly quickly. And please stop me as I'm moving along. If you have a question, I would like to keep this as informal as I can. But again, just to introduce myself again, I'm Aaron Clausen, the planning director for the city, and working with both the city, the state, and Brown Richardson Rowe, who is the landscape architect, to develop a concept plan that will transform an existing landfill on the waterfront to a signature public park that's available to the community. And this is based on a lot of work that the city has been doing over the last, I'd say, 3 to 5 years at least, to plan for the revitalization and reuse of the waterfront. I'm just going to skip down to the next screen here just to give you the context of where we're at. I suspect many of you, if not all of you, have a strong knowledge of where this is. But the subject property that we're talking about is an existing landfill, municipal landfill that's been there for several decades and is currently owned by Charter Environmental. It's a private corporation who purchased the property through auction a couple years back from National Grid. And this map that you're looking at is essentially the locus for the landfill. That green line is the property boundary of the landfill, and the property is owned by Charter Environmental. And then you can kind of see here across the top, you've got Lynn Way bordering the edge of the waterfront as it's been defined in both the waterfront master plan and the waterfront open space master plan, and then the municipal harbor plan. As we just kind of looking at this again to get our bearings, is Lynn Mart's in the lower left here, Walmart, and sort of the south west corner of the property. Then as you move along, the landfill is tucked behind the wastewater treatment facility and National Grid. So I mentioned that there's been a significant amount of planning work done over the last several years. This graphic here is from the waterfront open space master plan that was completed in 2019. And the idea with this plan generally was to come up with an open space plan that focused on open space and pathways and public access to the waterfront as sort of the connecting tissue in a redevelopment scheme of the waterfront. So this idea of taking a post-industrial neighborhood or a part of the city and revitalizing it for a mix of uses that would include both housing, commercial, retail, restaurants, and some industrial types of uses where appropriate. But the underlying idea was that you would have this complete network of open spaces connecting them up so that it was accessible by the whole community. It's kind of hard to see in this graphic. It's a little bit better if you look at the plan. But in the center here, right here, is essentially the landfill. And it was envisioned at that point to transform that landfill into that public park, that signature open space called Harbor Park. Overall, this open space plan essentially identified 60 acres of open space. That includes some existing open space areas like Heritage Park, and then all those proposed like Harbor Park, and the connecting pathways that you can see here as well. This is just a dive in, a little bit sort of a detail of how the Harbor Park was envisioned in the open space planning process. It lays out some of the general objectives of this revitalization, but you can see sort of in this plan, it was a mix of active and passive recreational amenities that would serve the entire community. Kind of moving through this a little quickly just to get us to the main point. The open space plan, one of the underlying concepts was coming up with ways to open up and create porosity to the waterfront, meaning connections from the rest of the city so that you could make your way from Commercial Street easily to the waterfront, Blossom Street, Pleasant Market. You can see all those connections that it's suggesting
and how they might connect up with nodes of activity on the waterfront. Those nodes are those kind of blue circles, whether those are activity created by open space and recreation or commercial uses like restaurants and cafes. This is just showing you some of those key connections to the Harbor Park itself. And, how do we take Harding Street and Hanson Street, which exist now, but how do we improve them so that they provide access from Linway and hopefully eventually across Linway? This is just an excerpt from some of the public engagement that took place. There was a fair amount of engagement, including surveys. And this is just identifying some kind of 4 key buckets of program that the community wanted to see in the reuse of the waterfront, particularly around the open space. And so walking and exercise, some more of that passive recreational use, concerts and cultural amenities or activities, restaurants and food. But overall, looking for public recreation, the opportunity to provide local programming and free facilities. I think was important to the community that not only was the waterfront physically accessible, but it was also affordable and accessible to all residents. So, amenities that were essentially free to the public, like public parks. So that open space planning process, that plan was, that and the master plan update were 2 important documents that went into the recently approved municipal harbor plan. And that municipal harbor plan was submitted to the state and was approved by the state in 2020. And that's an important step because it creates the regulatory framework to implement and facilitate a lot of those amenities that you saw in the open space plan, particularly on private property. And so that municipal harbor plan actually takes and shifts and enhances the requirements that are applied to the Chapter 91 waterways process. Essentially, long story short, enhances public amenity and public access requirements to the water. So that's an important regulatory component. The next step is how do we take some of these key sites and transform them as sort of a catalytic endeavor. And so this is one of them. It's owned by a private entity, as I mentioned, Charter Environmental. This is, again, showing you the parcels that they own. It's encircled by that hatched line. You can sort of see the edge of the landfill as it is approved by DEP, and I'll just kind of take my cursor. This is roughly the footprint of that landfill once it's done with the repair of the cap. And you can kind of see that there's topography there. Those darker green lines that kind of circle around and within that are 10-foot intervals. So the height of the landfill, once it's completed and capped, is at its peak, 80 feet above sea level. Charter Environmental also owns this parcel of land between the landfill and the shoreline. It's about 250 feet from the toe to the shoreline. Relatively flat, but rapidly eroding shoreline as well. So we're also kind of considering that as part of the park development process. One thing I should note in this red line denotes the designated port area. This is also another regulatory challenge we're up against, but a designated port area is essentially a state regulated area that limits the land uses in it to marine industrial. So, marine manufacturing, commercial fishing, utilities such as National Grid are all those types of things that are allowed in a DPA, but a waterfront restaurant is not allowed. Recreational boating is not an allowed use, nor is a public open space. So we're in the middle of a review process with the state. The city submitted a request to review that DPA formally to essentially see if they would be willing to move that boundary outside of the park area. And that's an important step that needs to happen before we can finalize this park process. We expect that process will finish up in the next 3 to 4 months. And so as we hired Brown, Richardson, Rowe to look at this site and develop some concepts, they looked at some edge properties that could help enhance access to the park and kind of provide some flexibility around the issues topography lend to the site. So, going from essentially 15 feet elevation to 82 feet at the peak, creates access challenges, obviously. And so these darker green areas around the edge are sites that the consultant identified as opportunities to kind of bring into the park and create some flexibility in terms of access. We're still working with those property owners, and some of them hopefully will be working closely with the city in the near term to do that. But this is just an image of Spectacle Island, sort of a really good precedent image. Spectacle Island, as you all probably know, is a giant landfill that was in the middle of the Boston Harbor, and was known to spontaneously combust in the 80s and 90s, and essentially was the repository of a lot of the Big Dig material. But that material that was brought out from the Big Dig facilitated the opportunity to create a really large and amazing public park. And a lot of the elements that you see here in this picture are some of the things that we're talking about for the transformation of our landfill to a public park. So footpaths, open spaces, some landscaping to make it a little bit of a softer kind of site, not something that's just a grassy hill like you might see in a typical landfill. These are some other examples of landfills that have been turned into parks in eastern Massachusetts. I mentioned Spectacle Island already. Millennium Park in West Roxbury, Dennehy Park in Cambridge are all landfills turned to parks. So they're all precedents that we can draw from as we go through this design challenge. And this is just a detail that our consultant is working on, and demonstrates how we can be creative with some sort of landscape infrastructure to create flat areas and some of these footpaths on a kind of steep sloped landfill, and also create opportunities for more robust landscaping like trees, shade trees that typically won't grow on a landfill. So you can see this berm system here was built up on top of a capped landfill, and then behind that berm is filled with loam that supports landscaping and footpaths. So that's essentially the engineered solution to creating access for the public. So I'm just going to dive back a little bit here, and I am really going to sneak through these quickly. So I apologize, but as many of you know, that most of our waterfront is filled tidelands. Most of it was either marsh or underwater in the early 19th century. So this is just showing you a historic map, and the white outline is the location of our landfill site. So it entirely early 19th century was essentially underwater. Like many communities throughout the country, a lot of waterfronts were filled in to facilitate industrial development in particular. Waterfronts were important to that, whether it was industrial transportation, shipping, other commercial uses, but all just the proximity to the waterfront provided a competitive advantage for industrial uses. So we have, like other communities, we've seen this area fill in for industrial uses. This is an aerial from 1938. Many of you might recognize the drive-in theater down there on the lower left of this picture off the Linway. But just to the north and east of that, you can kind of see the historic boundary of the former landfill. So that's the green hatched line. That's the historic footprint of the municipal landfill. And then the heavier white line is the current landfill edge. So this is 1938, and you can see an aerial there looking north just to the right of it. Moving to 1970, you can still see that the landfill operations were taking place. But you see some development happening around the site. Down to 86, development is encroaching on the former landfill. And then in 1986 was the beginning of the construction of the water treatment plant. And much of the landfill waste located on that site was transported to the current landfill site, which lends us to the higher topographies that you see. In 95, again, the Grelick property over here was built out over on top of the historic landfill. And you can see the waterfront landfill is consolidated to the extent now. And then 2019, this is where we're at. Charter Environmental took position at this time, and part of their agreement, they have entered into a consent order with the state to repair a failed cap. So the landfill pre-2019, the cap had failed, needed to be repaired, and then on the northeast part of the site where my cursor is, was a fairly heavily contaminated area from former coal gasification operations that took place there. So part of the ACO, the consent order with Charter Environmental in the state, was they were required to repair the cap and also remediate the contaminants from the former LHP site, which is again right here. So that is the process underway right now. Charter Environmental is bringing in some more material. They've finished their cleanup activities on the gasification site and will commence cap repair over the next year and a half with an expectation that the cap would be repaired by the end of 2014. The work that we're doing right now is to come up with a design and concept that we could deploy while Charter Environmental is on the site, and essentially leave us with a cap that can be easily transitioned to a park, which would include a cap that has a mix of loam depths up to 5 feet in places to allow for more robust landscaping, would allow for the footpaths and access to the top, and then as I said, more kind of landscaping and adjacent to that. I'm just going to skip through this. This is a kind of bring us back to the site. Some site photos. This is essentially behind Walmart looking north. You can see the landfill in the foreground. This is before Charter Environmental started their activities on the site. This is the shoreline. You can see that there's heavy erosion. Essentially the wood sheet pile system that was in place is failed and is disintegrating, and the shoreline is quickly eroding. This is behind the landfill. I believe this is pretty close. The power lines that you see in this picture is the backside of the Growlick property. And then some images of the landfill from the top. That's looking towards the city, north towards downtown, and then to the shore. That's looking north towards the Haunt, and then south you can see Boston skyline in the background. So that's a lot of information. Again, apologize that I cruise through this, but what we're looking at here is a concept plan that our landscape architects put together, identifying some park amenities that could be developed out of this landfill transformation. I'm just going to try to show you the limits of the landfill as it stands now. So this kind of gray area here is the toe of the landfill as it stands now, and would essentially wraps around towards the water treatment facility. There is a little dip here behind Gorelick as it comes back around. The properties to the north, this is essentially the Gorelick property, and this is Walmart right here. These pictures right here, these buildings, footprints that you see, are just concepts. There's nothing. This is not a real project that you're looking at. It's just to illustrate how the landfill could be redeveloped in creating public access points from the north. So you're coming down Harding, I think this is Harding Street right here. There's an access point right here. Coming down this street, this is between Gorelick and the Carpy property where the furniture store is. Bringing another public access and access point to the landfill, with some switchbacks to get up to the top. And then behind Walmart, looking at working with their property to create a key gateway along the western edge or the southwestern edge of the landfill It's flatter land, so you can have some more active recreational uses. We'll dig into that a little bit more in some later slides. And then along the shoreline, again, it's a little bit flatter, looking at restoring the shoreline with some natural habitat, some kind of natural elements, but still hardening it so that we can stop the erosion and prevent that from continuing its march towards the landfill. But what you're able to create there is access points and amenities to the waterfront, but about 250 to 300 foot wide areas of kind of flatter open space along here for the community. And then along the north kind of east edge of this, looking at, again, some more kind of active recreational uses, basketball courts, pickleball courts, playgrounds for the community to access, again, because you can get some flat areas along this edge with and then you can see footpaths that lead you to the top for those views and vistas. Again, this is just showing the DPA and is just a reminder that unless this DPA moves, we're going to have to rethink this. But we're working under the assumption that the state and coastal zone management will see that this area is no longer really useful for marine industrial purposes. I'm just going to skip that. So just taking a quick deep dive into the Western Plaza, again, just to give you a sense for the kinds of amenities that could be there. So this could be where you'd have a visitor center and cafe, some public parking to get access, maybe a drop-off, for students and seniors. And you can see there's some natural playgrounds, maybe a spray park with a promenade that would run along the shoreline. And again, more active recreational uses at this end of the property. But as you're moving up and towards the landfill, finding access points to get you to paths and viewpoints on top of the mound. These are just some precedent images of what that might look like. So you can see the lawns and the open spaces, some of these paths on the lower right, paths in a natural shoreline area on the bottom left, the mix of hardened and natural shorelines together. You can see the kind of sandy beach area with, riprap in the far side. This is a section cutting through the site. It's hard to see in this picture, but in the lower left is a plan. This is section AA. So over the left is the landfill, as you probably can tell, and you can see that kind of steep grade, but where we were able to identify how to insert public paths and landscaping with that berm system, and then how it integrates with that shoreline space, that 300 feet I was talking about, where you might have some active recreational areas between the landfill and the shoreline. And then other kind of amenities that might get you out towards the coastal edge, like boardwalks beyond the promenade. So this gives you a sectional view of what the waterfront could look like. And then looking at the landfill zone itself. Again, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. I think the main takeaway here is that, we've got topography, we've got 80 feet of elevation in a short distance. So what we primarily have here are walking and jogging paths that get you to the top and some overlooks and opportunities at the top for kind of picnic and seating areas, maybe some public art thrown in there. But you can just see that what we're trying to build into this is access points and connections to some of these other open space amenities around the edges. Again, some precedent images to give you a sense for what that could look like. Moving to the coastal zone. Left, you can see that we're moving from the west kind of gateway. The waterfront zone is sort of kind of the main features there being the promenade that would connect this section with the rest of the waterfront. It's about a 15 to 20 foot wide promenade. Some of these kind of coastal armoring infrastructure enhancements along the edge, breakwater, stone revetments, and then kind of interspersed in between there, some of these natural kind of sandy beach areas with landscaping and some opportunities possibly to bring some platforms out into the water. Again, really trying to accentuate access to the shore and bringing the community to the waterfront. and then some larger lawns and open spaces that could, informal recreational uses. This just looks like, I didn't realize we had two. This is the same section, but again, just highlighting how you connect the waterfront to the landfill.
Do you think this will happen in my lifetime?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. So what we're showing here is what the best top shelf opportunity is. There's no doubt that these interventions, these pictures that you're seeing are high quality, costly pieces of infrastructure. But what we're looking at doing is setting the stage so that we can peel this off one phase at a time. In particular, I'm just going to scroll up here to this map again. Because where we're at with the landfill closure and repair that Charter is doing, and as I said earlier, they're looking to finish up their work by 2025. And once they're done, our goal is to have the landfill itself, maybe not the shoreline or some of these edges, but the landfill itself prepped and ready for relative simple, landscape improvements to provide access. So it's possible in the next 3 to 5 years, there would be public access and landscaping and amenities on the landfill. So that piece is envisioned as a short-term intervention. Now, the shoreline and all those really nice open spaces that I showed earlier, those may come later, and those would be phased. Those would be phased steps in the process. But there's opportunity to get this done now. So just showing you that this is the last little piece of it. This is just showing you the kind of the northeast section and how we kind of work in some more active recreational uses at the base of the landfill. Again, basketball courts, playgrounds, and potentially a small live performance amphitheater. And again, how that connects up with the promenade. This section here would be, again, a future phase because some of this property, particularly where you see this kind of footprint of a building, is on National Grid property, and we would work to partner with them for a redevelopment that could use active uses, commercial, maybe restaurant, maybe marine related uses, but tie that into the landfill recreational itself while bringing in some parking and access to that. So this is an example of, in the near term, we might get some active recreational uses on the landfill, but along this edge over time, how can we stitch this together with redevelopment of adjacent property owners? Again, precedent images of some of those uses that we could see coming along. Play structures, cafes, and more seating areas.
Do you see any possibility for public fishing? Any kind of dock space for that?
Yeah, so I think probably more fishing just from shore. So some of those, we go back to the shoreline. There's some of these, wooden platforms and access points. You can see kind of here, brings people out to the water where you could fish. I know people kind of surf, quote unquote, surf cast now out from this shoreline right here. But there's not a lot of, so as far as recreational boating, the challenge with this site is it is open to significant wave action. The prevailing winds are kind of, they're southwesterly. So they kind of shoot right up through the harbor. And so from my understanding, it's not a great spot to build a marina. But you could build in some of these access points along the shoreline to fish from the shore.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm making anybody dizzy here. I just wanted to get back to where I was. Wow, I ripped through that really fast. So, that is just essentially the concept. I haven't really talked much about process. What we wanted to do with this first meeting this past Tuesday, I believe it was, in this presentation that we made, was just kind of offer up the concept as we've been working through it based on the site conditions and some of the site limitations that we have, and just let the community know where we're at. We're very preliminary in this process, and hope to get some feedback. We had a couple site walks over this past week, and we plan to have another public meeting sometime in November, early December, where we take and we move this plan a little bit forward and kind of fill in some of the blank spaces around timeline, cost, and a little bit more detail on programming. But we wanted to get people's input and thoughts around some of these programs and these ideas for the park spaces, at least around the edges where we have some opportunity to insert some recreational elements. So we'll look forward to continuing this conversation, but I'm just curious if you have any questions for me, any thoughts on, what we should be thinking about for the space?
Well, you certainly whet my appetite.
That's a good start.
Well, it's very exciting.
Yes, very. And the funding, is this state funding or is this federal or city or?
I think all three. I mean, I think what we're rolling out right here is something that can be a signature park that can be really exciting for the community. And so, we haven't really we haven't started crunching the numbers. So, but I think it's fair to say it's going to take significant support from the state and federal government. The city will have to be involved one way or the other. But, I think there's an opportunity to do something special and as part of a redevelopment of a waterfront, bring a significant community asset to the people. We see a lot of waterfront redevelopment, South Boston. There's a lot of complaints and gnashing of the teeth and on how the South Boston waterfront got redeveloped, and there's really no significant public open space down there. And so they're sort of left scrambling to figure out how do we create that. I think this is our opportunity to kind of get it right the first time around. So what I can say is the state has been very much engaged with us in this process. The funding for these designs and the kind of furthering these designs is a partnership between the city and the state. The state's funding most of this project. And so far they've been very engaged and I think they want to see this become, a significant park. So it's a good opportunity. And the other piece of it is that having Charter Environmental engaged at this point gives us a unique opportunity to kind of set the stage in a way that we might not have been if they had finished their work already. The fact that we have a private entity repairing a failed cap of a former municipal landfill, the fact that they cleaned up and remediated a contaminated site really kind of opens up this opportunity. So we're looking to move that forward.
Well, how can you not get excited over this?
And a little bit nervous. It's a big project. But yes,
Aaron, this is Son. Just a quick comment. It would be nice that if we could attract like Northeastern, since Nahant doesn't want Northeastern there. I mean, it would be nice to have science, park, and a college connected. I think it could encourage youth, which we should always look for the future.
Really great point, Son. I think I would love for Northeastern to bring their attention to us. As far as this project goes, that area that's on the screen right now on the lower right, where you've got those buildings, that's a great spot for the Northeastern uses. That's close to the EDIC pier, so they could have whatever marine vessels they need for their work nearby. They got a great public amenity. There's plenty of housing that could be developed around this, and student housing. So, yes, I totally agree. I just love to get their attention.
Yeah, and it would be nice to get their knowledge on how to harden the shoreline. I mean, there must be so many different techniques and that other areas and other countries are doing. It'd be nice to have a college, to encourage us to try different techniques, which could help other towns and cities as the sea level rises.
Right. Yeah, and it's a good point. This is something I really glossed over in the presentation. One of the concepts of the shoreline piece of this is we talked a little bit about restoration and having a hybrid shoreline where you have a hardened shore, but some natural environment, some natural habitat built into that. But one of the things that we're exploring, and we'll probably do so more in the future, because we are really focused on the landfill right now because of the timing with charter, but bringing in additional fill and raising the elevation of the shoreline to another 5 to 6 feet. And what that does is that helps make it more resilient to climate change and sea level rise. It still would be a floodable park, which is okay. And it's okay to build parks in the velocity zone and allow them to flood during storm surge. But it would help ensure and protect the integrity of the landfill, which we're all very interested in. We don't want to see that landfill fail again. We want to keep that material safely entombed in that. So that's a really good point. I think that will be not only a financial challenge, but a permitting challenge. And frankly, the state looks at our shoreline now as a naturalized shoreline because of the state of the wooden sheet pile system, because it's basically eroded away. It's hard for us to permit hardening the shoreline, but I think we've got our case is going to be that there's a climate resiliency objective here to restoring that shoreline and hardening it. We don't want to see that shoreline to continue to erode towards the landfill.
Aaron, how old do you think that old dock, the remnants of the dock is there, all those old boards, and what was the use of it?
Yeah, it was, so I don't know how old that is. Let's go back to these pictures. I think the first one was, again, I'm sorry if I'm making everybody dizzy by scrolling through this. The first aerial that we looked at was early, like 1930s. We'll get there. And the shoreline was filled in at that point. So it's pretty old. It goes back a long time. Almost there. There's 70. There it is. In 1938, you can see the shoreline's pretty well established with that wooden sheet pile system. There was not, as far as I understand, there was not any kind of shipping or maritime uses along that sheet pile system. Most of that took place a little bit north, where the kind of natural gas, the big container is. You can see it in this picture over here. There's some more kind of maritime infrastructure up there. There's a sheet pile system and dockage that occurred up there. But pretty much everything on this site and around it was just fill. It was old landfill.
So it's probably 100 years old.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yep.
Well, I think that we're all very impressed, and it really is an exciting project, and we want to thank you for taking the time to present it to us specifically.
Happy to do it. And if I could just put in a plug, the planning department, we try to keep some of our more active projects up to date on a webpage called Lynn in Common. If you want to keep an eye on this, and I can make sure that I get an email out to all of you through Mary of our upcoming meeting. But like I said, we should have another public meeting sometime around mid to late November, maybe early December, where we will have some more advanced plans and a little bit more information on how we're going to get there. Because I know that's a big open question, how we're going to implement this idea. But that we're working through that and should have more information by that time. So, if you're interested, I'll make sure not to plan it on a Tuesday night when you're meeting.
And do you think there will be another walk through this before winter?
Yeah, we can look to create something. We just finished up the public ones, but if you're interested, we can look at coordinating another one if you want to get to the top of the landfill. Charter's been really open and accommodating to getting people up on that.
That'd be interesting. Okay, well, if there's no other questions or comments from the board members, I guess we just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Captain, very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
All right.
Now, Mr. Calnan could call a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
all.
See you
Yeah,
later.
Thanks.
Bye,
Thanks,
everybody.
All
And
right.
Mary, our next meeting is on
November 19th, I believe. 16th.
16th. Okay, great. All right, terrific. All right, everybody, take care.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night. Bye.
All righty, bye-bye.
Next public hearing.
We have the petition of Salinas Market at 361 Boston Street for a sign permit.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anyone in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. What is the wish of the council? Councilor Hogan.
Yes, I went down and took a look at that sign at Salinas Market, and I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis? Yes. Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Stabbit?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes. We have no other public hearings. Public hearings to be set down.
We have the petition of Allison Rodriguez, owner of Casa Latina at 617 Chestnut Street for a sign permit. Petition of Old World Remedies, Inc. for a sign permit at 953 Weston Ave. Petition of Breakwater North Harbor for a sign permit at 254 Linway. And the petition of WCL Chelsea LLC for permission to operate a laundry business at 626 Linway with extended hours operation of 24/7.
So wish of the council.
Set them down.
Motion's been made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Committee reports, utilities. Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Licensing, Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a unanimous vote by the committee. I make a motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Recreational cannabis, Councilor Staben.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had an update and timeline of completion on the on Massachusetts Green Retail located at 829 Boston Street. There was a vote to require that these operators come back before us on a quarterly basis. Next meeting will be in January with them. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made,
Second.
seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Committee of the whole, Councilor Walsh, you chaired that.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a great discussion on the water sewer separation over in West Lynn. They gave us an update on some of the things that they're going to be doing and some of the timelines. We did ask that we stay in touch with them and maybe get an update again sometime in the new year to kind of see how some of these projects are progressing. Make a motion to accept.
To accept the meeting. Motion has been made, seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Public property, Councilor Staben.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a presentation by Bill Bachnick from EDIC regarding mass development brownfield cleanup at the White's Laundry site on Willow Street. That was for informational purposes. We also voted to send out the RFP for the new senior center. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Roll call, discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis? Yes. Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan? Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Stabbit?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes.
We also had a vote to set down for a public hearing pertaining to Article 7 language for the Lynn Woods Conservation Restriction. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Councilor Lozey?
This is a motion to set it down now?
Yes.
Yep, no question.
Any other discussion?
Just for
Councilor
clarification, I think Councilor Starbird and I, we were talking something about Lynn Water and Sewer needs to have their input on their business with it, so that if there's any stipulation, we were hoping that maybe one of the solicitors and legal representative for water and sewer could get together. So
Thank
they'll
you.
be ready for next hearing.
I do believe there are 3 votes. One of them is a home rule petition. I believe that's what this is.
Yep, so there are 3 votes. One would be Article 97 legislation to go up to the State House, for the Senate and the House and the Governor. There would be a second vote of the City Council needed for eminent domain. And the third would be approval of the conservation restriction. Both the Article 97 language and the conservation restriction language need both the City Council and water and sewer approval. As you know, the water and sewer only meet once a month, and they both are needed to make this happen. But if we always wait for water and sewer and they're waiting for the council's waiting for, and vice versa. So the thought was put this on, and speaking with Councilor Starbird, the next 2 weeks, reach out to water and sewer and try to finalize any issues that are out there. The law department's been working on this for the last probably 2+ years, and I know the water and sewer with Attorney Vitale, Dan O'Neill have been meeting with DCR and Essex Greenbelt. From the law department's point of view, we are happy with the draft. My conversations with water and sewer, that if they're not happy yet, they're very close. So the thought here is to put it down for a public hearing, and if in the next 2 weeks we can iron out any issues, and there may not be any issues to resolve, but if we can iron that out, as I said 2 weeks ago, this is one of the proudest things that I've been involved in my 25 years at the city, putting this property in a lockbox to make sure it's not developed in perpetuity. 100 years from now, 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now, the residents of Lynn can utilize Lynn Woods.
Any other questions? Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Starbird?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes. Any Councilor Starbird?
I'm sorry?
That's all set.
I'm all done. No more talk.
Ways and Means, Councilor Net.
Thank you, Mr. President. All money transfer voted unanimously by the committee to approve. I make a motion to accept. Thank you.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the transfers.
Okay, we have $73 from the police department expense to the police department prior year bills to fund an invoice received after the cleanup warrant done and the FY end close process began. $647 from the care of dog expense to the care of dogs prior year bills to fund an invoice received after the cleanup warrant done and FY end close process began. Certified funds of $4,680,876 to the school department for the FY22 FC 240 SPED grant. $13,000 to the Food Security Task Force to provide the framework for any future binding contract regarding the Project Bread community partnerships between FSTF and TFP. $20,000 to the DPW to support the greening of the Gateway Cities program. $49,823 to the police department to support the FFY22 municipal road safety program. $200,000 to the school department for the FY22 comprehensive school health services grant. And lastly, $5,524,602 to the school department for the FY22 FC 305 Title I grant.
Motion has been made, seconded. Discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Starbird?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes. Any old business? Any new business?
I'd like to make it to adjourn, please. Motion to adjourn?
Motion made to adjourn.
Second.
Watching Lynn Community Television. Lynn's public and government access station.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Shinatico. I'm the chair of the Greater Lynn Chamber of Commerce and also vice president at Salem 5 Bank right here in Lynn. Thank you all for coming. The chamber is so excited to have this forum for our local business owners. And one of the things that's pretty cool that I think I heard a couple of years ago, or more recently than that always surprises me, is that there's around 2,000 businesses in Lynn. That's a lot. And they bring so much to the city. Everyone always knows the basics, that they contribute to the economy. They bring jobs to the local community. But one thing that's also lost in that is the fact that they give so much back to the local community as well, to nonprofits and other small organizations to the community. And I think that's important. And it's great that we have an opportunity today for our local business owners to have this forum and listen to what the candidates for mayor have to say today. I want to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank both our candidates who are here today. I appreciate your time. And I'd like to remind everybody that the election's on November 2nd. So if you have some time in your busy schedule to go vote, please do so. And I'd like to send it over to one of our sponsors, Glenn Morris from Morris Architects. Thank you.
Good morning. I think we have a procession of chairs here. I'm Glenn Morris, chairman of Morris Architects, probably most famously known in Lynn as the architect for the Oxford Street Grill and the Blue Ox. So keep going there and eating there. I'm also the chair of the Economic Development and Planning Committee of the Chamber and on the board. The only thing I want to say today is elections for mayor, for school committee, for city council, for town council are really the foundation of American democracy. It's so important that we not just wait until every 4 years to get out to vote. We need to vote every time there's a local election and build up our democracy. Thank you. And now, I always wanted to be Ed McMahon. And now, Colin. Colin Codner, the Executive Director of the Chamber.
Good morning, guys. Oh, come on. I heard one person say good morning. I don't really do a floor show, so I just want to get us moving, introduce candidates Jared Nicholson and Darren Sear. All right, Darren, one or two fingers.
Pardon?
One or two fingers.
Two.
Two. We're going to start with Darren Sear today. Darren, we're going to go through, the format's going to be, they're going to take a couple of minutes and introduce themselves. I'm going to facilitate some candidate questions. After that, we're going to allow the two candidates to ask each other one question. And then we're going to have some closing remarks from each of the candidates. So, Darren, please.
Thank you. I've grown up here in Lynn. I've experienced the Lynn life experience. I've lived here for 62 years. Grew up off Eastern Ave, which is in East Lynn. Grew up on Herschel Street. Went to Avon School, as did my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother, myself, and my sons. 5 generations. My wife's from West Lynn. She can go back at least 3 generations being a part of the city of Lynn. I think it is the most diverse city in the whole wide world. And when I say I've lived a Lynn experience, went through Lynn Public Schools, Avon, Easton Junior High, graduating from LVTA. Played sports, baseball, hockey, football, basketball. When my kids got old enough, actually when I got married, my wife and myself decided to live here in Lynn and raise our family here. I built a house up on Morton Hill Ave, which is 4 streets over from where I grew up. Been involved in many different community things. I ran at Holy Family Church, the Italian Festival, for a few years. Been involved in the Millennia Group, also working towards, other community things, PTA. Been involved in so many things in the city and so many different clubs, even the Brotherhood, the Masons, the Knights of Columbus. Worked with many, many people in this city. I worked in the mayor's office back in the 90s for 4 years. Been a city councilor for 16. Been the council president for 4.5. I've worked on over 20 budgets. I have many years of experience working in city government. And all that experience has given me the opportunity to be able to face whatever challenge comes our way, whether it's $11 million deficit, which we were facing 4 years ago, looking at receivership. I sat down with the then Mayor Judy Flanagan Kennedy for hours every single day, and we worked on a solution. We come up with the $11 million. We didn't raise anybody's taxes. We didn't lay anybody off. There was less than $1 million sitting in the reserve account at the time. Today, there's $28 million sitting in the reserve account. I've spent hundreds of hours in the last 4 years meeting with and talking with developers, different business owners. I got to be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of the way the city has been going the last 20 years. It's been the same old same. I'm tired of walking into the train station and seeing the butt end of the train leaving. I'm tired of hearing about the blue line coming here and all this other stuff. I'm tired of looking at the condition of downtown, the filth that's throughout our city. I think these are all things that we can fix. I want to bring real development into the city that we can all benefit from that's not going to raise our taxes. I think we can do a lot better than we've been doing. And I am the person that's capable of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Nicholson.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First, thank you so much to the Greater Lynn Chamber of Commerce for this opportunity, for hosting us this morning, and thank you to all the sponsors, everyone who put this together for this opportunity. My name is Jared Nicholson. I'm running for mayor to help with the recovery from COVID-19 and to push for growth that benefits the whole city, that includes all of us. I'm currently a member of the Lynn School Committee in my 3rd term. My day job, I'm a law professor at Northeastern. I'm also a dad to my young son, Henry, who will be 2 a week from today, and a husband to my wife, Catherine, who is a nurse midwife at Mass General. I got started in Lynn founding a legal aid practice to work with low-income entrepreneurs and small businesses in support of community growth. And from the beginning, I saw the importance of the connection between education and economic development to the city's future, and was elected to the school committee 6 years ago. I'm really excited that in this race for mayor, I'm able to draw on the deep experience that I have in education from my work on the school committee, from my work in higher education, and the deep experience I have on city issues like housing, economic development, from my work as a lawyer and a law professor. I'm running for mayor because I believe I have the skills and experience to provide opportunities for inclusive growth, to both create opportunities for growth and to make those opportunities inclusive. I bring a fresh perspective from my work as a lawyer and a law professor. I've worked on those issues like housing and economic development here in Lynn, and also with other cities as well. I've worked with businesses of all sizes from all over the world. I also have a record of achieving results right here in Lynn. In my work on the school committee, worked on starting a wrestling team in Lynn, put together a team to create an opportunity that was missing for our city's youth. I've also worked with the Greater Lynn Chamber of Commerce on projects like zoning reform, supporting diverse businesses, and done a lot of work with small businesses of all types. I also bring a record of being there for people when they need it, as someone who is open and accessible and dependable. I've done that time and time again in my work on the school committee, working with students, with teachers, with families, particularly working with families. It's been really helpful, the fact that I speak Spanish and I'm able to work with Spanish-speaking families directly as my constituents. I'm excited to be bringing that record and the vision that we're building together to City Hall. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Look forward to discussing.
All right, Darren, this question to start with you, and then we'll turn it over to Jared. The business and community in Lynn includes over 2,000 businesses and employs a tremendous workforce, many of whom do not live in Lynn, yet contribute to the community and the economy. As mayor, how do you envision engaging directly with the business community regarding policy, planning, and your outreach strategy?
So, as I said, I've lived here my whole life. GE, Raytheon, Norelco, Nissan's Bakery, these were all factories that supported the city of Lynn by creating jobs. And a lot of the people that lived here lived in a lot of the multifamily houses that are throughout the city, Ward 1, the Diamond District area. And I would love to see people that own businesses that work in the city stay living here, but we have to give them a reason why. We have to fix the reputation of the city. We start by cleaning up the downtown area, by bringing people into the community with disposable incomes, by bringing development, because I look at development as the future industry of the city of Lynn. We're talking about 40, 50, possibly 60 years worth of development that can happen, billions, if not trillions of dollars that can come in that's going to generate high-paying jobs. The only way we're going to break the cycle of poverty in the city of Lynn is through better education and higher-paying jobs. There's a national issue going on with housing, and that's a big issue. But if we keep bringing more people into the community that can't afford to live and support the businesses, that doesn't make sense. What we have to do is take care of the people that live here, clean up our streets, clean up our downtown, and we have to have meetings, monthly meetings with our businesses, with all the different community members. Whether it be a neighborhood that's in Eastland or a neighborhood in Westland, because they all have their own issues. I was up in Ward 1 the other day, and a woman asked me about what would I do to create walking places to go to visit, stores or whatever. I can't see that far. Is that saying I'm done? Okay, thank you. I'm getting old, and I admit it.
It's quite all right. The second one is, please finish. Jared, the same question. The business community in Lynn includes over 2,000 businesses and employs a tremendous workforce, many of whom do not live in Lynn, yet contribute to the community and the economy. As mayor, how do you envision engaging directly with the business community regarding policy, planning, and your outreach strategy?
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. We're lucky to have a very vibrant business community, and it's really important to be including our businesses in conversations about the city and our plans for the city. I think that supporting small local businesses is a key strategy for inclusive growth, to make sure that we are growing in a way that benefits the city. So I think one area where is going to be a big focus in terms of engaging local businesses is the city's planning department. The city went too long without a full-time, engaged, dedicated planning department. I think it's a really positive development that we have one now, that's been made permanent. And now we need to build that into our decision-making DNA to be using the planning department. And it's definitely going to be a responsibility of the planning department to be out and engage with local businesses. And I think that's imperative for the tremendous opportunities that we have on the waterfront, in downtown Lynn, and also out in the neighborhoods. where our local businesses stitch our neighborhoods together and provide the life of our community. And so I think the planning department building that into their processes that they're running and finding creative ways to reach local businesses. That means being creative about the how people are reached out to in terms of communications. You have to be mindful of the fact that a local business owner is spending a lot of their time on their business, keeping their, if it's a retail, keeping their shop open, meeting with clients, whatever it is, and need to be flexible about being able to reach people in different ways, in creative ways. And, part of that is technology and evolving with the times, making sure that people who would rather participate online have an opportunity to do so. But, for us to really take advantage of this opportunity, we absolutely need to include local businesses and get their input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Jared, you're going to start. Last month, the City Council passed the Housing Lynn Plan, which contains 5 strategy recommendations and a series of action steps, some of which are more controversial than others. Please elaborate on your approach for addressing the various recommendations within this report.
Great, thank you so much. I think that addressing the cost of housing is absolutely a top priority for the city going forward, and that the Housing Lynn Plan was a result of 2 years of work, of collaboration, getting input from a really wide range of stakeholders, from developers to landlords to tenants to people who work at housing, community members, and put the result of that was a solid plan that was thrilled to see was supported unanimously by the planning board yesterday, and was supported strongly by the city council in an 8-2 vote. I think it's going to be up to the mayor to implement that plan. And the thing about a plan is that the point is to get everybody on the same page that this is an important issue and have a toolbox of potential tools to use to get at this and address this important issue, the cost of housing in our community. And so the process going forward will be to fully evaluate the implementation of these recommendations, which entails a really comprehensive evaluation of the pros and cons. And I think the point of the housing plan was not that everyone agrees on every recommendation, but that's going to be the starting point for a focused discussion going forward to canvass through those options. And, it's just imperative that we act on this. We know that our folks are struggling with the cost of housing, and it absolutely is important to the business community, for people that are worried about being able to hire and retain employees that can afford to live in the community that the business is working in. And also, as more and more of our residents' income goes to housing costs, their rent and mortgage payments, that's leaving less income for our residents to be spending on local businesses. So this is a top priority, and I think the housing plan is the right place to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darren Sear, same question. Last month, the City Council passed the Housing Lynn Plan, which contains 5 strategy recommendations and a series of action steps, some of which are more controversial than others. Please elaborate on your approach for addressing the various recommendations within this report.
So I didn't vote for it. I think we should go back to the drawing board, to be perfectly honest with you. It's unfair to every single person that lives in the city. It just gives false hope to people who really need affordable housing. This plan is more about low-income housing. What it does is it manipulates the formula of what affordable housing is. It also puts deed restrictions on buildings or any future development in the city. Less than 0% of the population, 600 people, were included in this decision-making. It was a 2-year process. City Council wasn't even involved in it at all until it was brought in front of the City Council and asked to vote on it. So when we would try to take a look at it to see what it was really about, every obstacle you could think of was put up in front of us. From disparaging editorials that were put in the paper. It's just really an unfair document that was put together. It's just going to raise taxes in Lynn. And I'm going to give you a perfect example. Zohm, who's a worldwide developer, came to Lynn and wanted to build a $130 million development in downtown Lynn. So he came in, he was going to sit down with the mayor, and I asked to be a part of that meeting, and the mayor didn't include me in the meeting. And the mayor went about making a deal with Zohm that if they were to provide 10% affordable housing in that unit, that they would be able to get a 15-year tax incentive. So Zohm went and they took a look at it. And they said they couldn't do it. With a 15-year, that's the best tax incentive we've ever given to anybody. Can I really finish? Because this is important. I'm sorry. So he came back to the Lynn City Council and he asked us if we could give him a 15-year tax incentive, because they're the ones that negotiate the tax incentive. And they couldn't even do 5% in that. It will not work. It will prevent development from coming into the city. This is a national issue. There aren't enough federal programs, and I'm sorry, and there aren't enough state programs to work on this. It's not a Lynn problem. If people can't afford to live where they live, why do we got to keep creating more and more affordable housing, which it's low income? They will not be here to support the businesses. I'm sorry I took so much time. You can give Jared more time.
Jared, would you like to make a comment?
Sure, yes, thank you so much. This is a Lynn problem. This is a problem for our Lynn residents that are struggling with the cost of housing. Too much of their paycheck is going to rent, is people who want to buy a home in Lynn are struggling to do so. Lots of folks who have a home in Lynn and want their sons and daughters to be able to come home and build a life here are recognizing this is an issue as well, that there's just not enough housing, that prices are too high, and it's affecting our people, so it is our problem. That doesn't mean that it's also not something that the state and federal government should be working on, and that's the case, and we're going to collaborate with our state and federal partners, but it's something that we need to take responsibility for ourselves. It's just not the case that the city council was not aware of this plan. The Metropolitan Area Planning Council, the consultants who guided the process, made a presentation to the city council very early in the process, invited their input, and there were community meetings, public meetings that the city councilors were invited to, and some did participate and provided helpful, thoughtful feedback. If we are going to tackle this problem, we need to first recognize that it is a problem, something that we need to work on, and we need to move forward and work on those recommendations that we can get behind together. Thank you.
I got to say, it absolutely is a problem in Lynn. And the reason why it's a problem in Lynn is because if you take a look at all the development that's taken place in all the surrounding communities, they've pushed people out of their community because they couldn't afford to live there. So where do they come? They come into Lynn because our rents are lower. And yes, the rents are starting to go up and the housing is starting to go up. That's because the market is starting to go up. You have to really take a look at this and really come up with a real honest-to-God plan so that people that are making $40,000 or $50,000 a year will get real help. You got to stop giving people a handout. You got to give them a hand up. The only way we're going to stop the cycle of poverty is through education and higher-paying jobs. $15 an hour is not enough money for any family to be able to survive. Even if both parents are working and they're making $15 an hour, big deal, $30 an hour, that is not enough money. Those are the fights that we should be fighting. We should come up with programs so that people that are making $40 or $50 an hour that don't qualify for subsidized housing can come up with buying a home. That is our responsibility to do that. But to put a plan together from people who don't even live in the city of Lynn is just so unfair to the taxpayers, because that's all it's going to do. We're always taking care of people here in the city of Lynn.
Thank you.
Always.
I am going to ask you guys to conclude on this one. It actually is a good segue into the next question. Darren, this one starts with you. Lynn is situated as the gateway between Greater Boston and the broader North Shore. and is tangential to 3 cities and 4 towns. Please discuss your vision for Lynn as a regional leader, citing any regional initiatives and your role with other elected and municipal leaders.
So we're surrounded by Swampscott, Salem, Saugus, Revere, and the Hart. Small communities. Every time there's a fire, our fire department have to go there and help and respond. If there's a police issue, we usually have to go and send police officers because their police departments aren't big enough to handle situation. It makes sense for us to join forces and become a area, because we take care of exactly what we're just talking about. How much affordable housing are in any one of those communities? How many nonprofit groups are in any of those communities? How many minority people live in those communities? And they got to sit at the table and they have to become part of what's going on. One of the big issues right now over on the Eastland side of the city is the water that's going out into the ocean down Eastern Ave, Stacy Brook. Swampscott plays a major role in that pollution. So we have to do a better job sitting down with their town leaders and coming up with a solution. We provide services to Saugus and we provide services to Swampscott through our water and sewer system. So it absolutely makes sense to sit at the table and have regional meetings that are including the business community to see how we all can benefit from that. Plowing our streets, fixing our streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jared, same question. Lynn is situated as the gateway between Greater Boston and the broader North Shore and is tangential to 3 cities and 4 towns. Please discuss your vision for Lynn as a regional leader, citing any regional initiatives and your role with other elected and municipal leaders.
Thank you. Lynn should absolutely assert leadership in the region and be collaborating closely with our surrounding communities. And I think that the mayor plays a really important part in that. You know, one I think basic issue that's really obvious and ripe for collaboration is around transportation. And I think that we need to be pushing for improved public transportation for the city of Lynn. This is not something that the mayor controls directly. But that's why it's so important to build these collaborative relationships with surrounding communities so that we can build the plans, make the cases to the folks that do make these decisions. So one good example there is the electrification of the commuter rail. To provide something nearing the sort of rapid transit that we've been sort of looking for in this community, where trains can run more frequently, they can do it cleaner, they can do it more efficiently, and then combining that with the fare equity, that piece that we should be adding to the commuter rail, because it's just not right that it costs $15 round trip from Lynn to Boston and you drive 5 minutes to Revere and it's $4 round trip on the Blue Line. We can have something that's approaching rapid transit, and that's going to require making the case to the MBTA. I submitted testimony last spring to the Fiscal and Management Control Board when that was running the MBTA in support of the electrification of the commuter rail. And part of the work as mayor is to build out that team, working with our state delegation who's provided real leadership on issues like this, specifically in that electrification of the commuter rail. But that's an example of the kind of issue that we want to tackle together. Particularly with the infrastructure opportunity that we're going to be having, the once-in-a-generation investment that we should be able to be making in our city's infrastructure. We're going to be well served by collaborating with our community that surround us, because infrastructure is across multiple communities, and we need a mayor who's in that position to step up and collaborate. I've worked, for example, the housing plan was done in conjunction with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. That's the regional planning agency. And that kind of collaboration is critical for our work as mayor.
Thank you so much. Jared, this next question starts with you. Municipalities can utilize tax tools such as TIFs, ties, and HDIPs to incentivize business investment. As mayor, how would you utilize these tools to spur economic development in the city? Please comment on a more conservative versus a more aggressive approach and cite any specific industries you may seek to target.
Great. So I think that tax incentives are one tool in the development toolbox. There's others as well. I mean, I think one of the most important things that local government can do in support of growth is to get the basics right and invite businesses, invite the community to build on top of that. So that's infrastructure, education, public safety, and to create the foundation for an attractive community that people are going to want to invest in and be a part of. The tax incentives are another tool. What's really important when you're talking about the tax incentives is to have transparency, to have clear community benefits, to have accountability. But it's absolutely part of the conversation. And I think in terms of targets for growth, I think we have an opportunity to be thinking about some of the commercial growth that we know that we're missing in the city. And one area, one industry in particular that I think we need to be pushing for is in the area of life sciences. We sit 10 miles from one of the life sciences capitals of the world, an industry that's absolutely booming, that has filled up Kendall Square, that has filled up the seaport, that is going to Watertown, that is going to Waltham, and we should absolutely be making a play for an industry like that. And there's a lot that local government can do to support those kinds of efforts to attract those kinds of employers. I think there's a lot of potential in collaboration with the folks at GE to support what's going on there as more contracts are being brought to that plant, and it's working specifically on workforce development. GE has recognized this opportunity, so has the state, in investing in the gem that we have at Lynn Tech and the machining program there to prepare people for good paying jobs. And that's another area where I see is ripe for the pursuit of the kind of commercial growth that we really need in the city, and is going to create jobs and take pressure off of residential taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darren's here, the same question. Municipalities can use tax tools such as TIFs, ties, and HDIPs to incentivize business investment. As mayor, how would you utilize these tools to spur economic development in the city? Please comment on a more conservative versus a more aggressive approach, and cite any specific industries you may seek to target.
So, as council president and city councilors, we are the ones that sit down and negotiate those tax deals. The mayor should be a part of that, should play a role in it, but it's a joint effort. And the council has already done that, and I'm going to use two examples. Monroe Street. It's a $100 million project. It's being built on a piece of land that prior to it being built on would generate roughly about $30,000 in taxes over a several-year period. The building permit alone was $1 million that goes into the general fund. They've already started. It's about 70% occupied right now. Another one that we did is, I'm going to call it the Harbor North site, which used to be the Beacon Chevrolet site. So as an example as to, by us doing what we did there, a month ago, they put 100 units out for rent. And within a week, they had 60 of them rented. The average income of people going into those units was over $160,000. Because of those two tax incentives that we gave, there's about roughly $500 million worth of development that's happening as I speak right now in downtown Lynn. That's huge. It's generating jobs. It's generating tax revenues. It's bringing more revenue into the city. It's bringing people with disposable incomes that are supporting the businesses in the downtown area. We really do have such an opportunity in our city for development. It's going to create such an industry in our city. It's going to create high-paying jobs. And it's going to help us so we can build new schools. And it's going to help us to level fund our tax base with the homeowners and the businesses.
Thank you. Darren Sear, this question starts with you. The City of Lynn, with the support of the business community, has recently established a planning department. Please discuss your vision for the future of this office, and as mayor, how would you utilize it?
So, again, this was, council wanted to play a role in it. Granted that the planners originally came in from grants from different community, from the business community, and it was supposed to be a 3-year grant. Last year, we created an ordinance to create a full-time, on the city council, to create a full-time planning department. We should utilize them in every way possible. We're talking about building a master plan for the city of Lynn, that we're talking about it right now. But I've asked the planning department to wait till after the election, because there are obviously two visions that I can see that our city could go in. There's my vision and there's Jared's vision. So I want to wait till after the election to start sitting down with the planning department to plan the next 20-year plan for our city. I also want to use them. I want to create a harbor planner, a planner that oversees our harbor. At one time, we used to have one. We haven't had one for years, many years. EDIC's got to get more involved with the planning department, but the planning department has to also give updates to the city council, to the business community. We have to have monthly meetings, bringing people in, as I said earlier, because there are so many different issues, and I don't know if we're going to be able to fix them all right away, but at least we got to give everybody the opportunity to sit at the table and discuss what's going on in our city. Look at the condition of our roads. Look at the condition of downtown. Boston Street, it's deplorable. We can do a better job, and I will do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jared Nicholson, same question. The City of Lynn, with the support of the business community, has recently established a planning department. Please discuss your vision for the future of this office, and as mayor, how would you utilize it?
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate the support of the business community that got this ball rolling. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm strongly in support of having a planning department, having a permanently established planning department, and utilizing the planning department for the city. I think that with the coming opportunity that we have in Lynn, with the coming infrastructure funding, with the opportunity that we have for growth and private investment and development, having a planning department and fully utilizing it is going to be crucial to making sure that that growth benefits the city and benefits the people in the city. You know, one area where planners are going to be really useful and have already started working is in the downtown and activating downtown businesses, small businesses, bringing them in to participate in the planning process about what downtown can be. The waterfront's another example of an opportunity that we have in Lynn that's going to require a lot of planning and coordination across state and federal partners, and working with larger developers to make the most of those opportunities there. I think transportation is another area that's going to require a lot of coordination, and something we want to work with the planning department to make sure that we're making the most of our opportunities for public transportation, and with the use of the infrastructure funds that are coming, we're making the right improvements to our traffic patterns to make sure that it's easier to get around the city. Because I believe that we have a tremendous opportunity for growth. And one of the keys to making the most of that opportunity is to making sure that the growth happens in the right way that benefits everyone, where you have a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. And planning is a crucial part of that. So that's great, we're going to have development. Let's also think through early in the process about the impact that's going to have on our infrastructure, on our traffic, on our on the environment, on parking. And the planning department can play a really crucial role. And then, you know, it's listening to the planning department. The planning department was involved in the support and development of the housing plan. And the planners can help us recognize what our community needs are. And I think it's going to be crucial that the next mayor is willing to utilize that planning department.
Thank you. Jared Nicholson, again, this question's for you. Public safety has been cited as a primary concern by many members of the business community. Please discuss your plans for public safety and your vision of policing.
Thank you so much. I absolutely agree and believe that peace is a fundamental goal for everyone in our community. That we see that as something that we all want and want to work towards together. And it's really sort of a precondition for the kind of opportunity that we're talking about that we have in Lynn for growth. That particularly for our next generation, for my son's generation, that we have peace in the community. And public safety is crucial to delivering that goal. So I think one of the big needs that we have in Lynn to address some of the issues that we have in the city is more services around mental health coordination and really addressing some of the underlying needs that folks have early when they present, so that we can avoid issues down the road. I think that's something that involves public safety. It also involves other stakeholders, our mental health service providers. My campaign has put forward a vision specifically on better mental health. And I think that's it got to be a focus area when thinking about improved public safety. You know, along those lines, I think one of the developments we've had over the last year is some real close collaboration with the current mayor, the Lynn Police Department, and the Lynn Racial Justice Coalition. And working together, people have sort of come together and really made progress on some really difficult issues towards that ultimate goal of more peace in the community. One of the products of that collaboration is a proposed pilot that was funded in the current council budget for a unarmed crisis response team, the acronym of the ALERT team. And I strongly support that initiative. I think it's another opportunity to grow the team that we have working on public safety issues in close coordination with the Lynn Police Department, in close coordination with the community, so that we have the folks that we need to get at these underlying issues to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darren Sears, same question. Public safety has been cited as a primary concern by many members of the business community. Please discuss your plans for public safety and your vision of policing.
So, start right off, I'm not about defunding the police. I do have a lot of questions about unarmed response teams. I am in favor of putting more funding towards training for police officers. We do have a large community of people who have drug issues, alcohol issues, mental health issues. So we got to work better with the people that provide services in the city to help those people. But we need to hire more police officers, and that's what I'm in favor of. We've hired 27 new police officers. We have an older police force. We went for roughly probably 10 or 12 years where when we lost the police officer, we didn't replace that police officer. Meaning that when they retired or moved to another city, town, whatever it may have been. I am 100% in favor of walking beats throughout the downtown area. Right now, we've started doing community meetings where the police officers come into different communities, senior housing, businesses, having monthly meetings throughout the downtown area. We have some very serious issues that have arisen over the last 4 or 5 years. We have a very large homeless population. You walk down Union Street and there's prostitution going on down there during daylight hours. Needles in suburb neighborhoods on side streets. So we've got to go back to some of the old ways of policing, but we also have to do some better jobs with training and learning about how to deal with people that have alcohol and drug problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darren, this next question starts with you. What are some specific ways the city could leverage technology for the betterment of the business community? And how committed are you to implementing technological change within City Hall?
So everything now is technical. There's no doubt about it. I'm not good at it. So what I would do is hire the best professional people to be able to come in and come up with a plan that would support the city. I agree. I mean, we have right here in Lynn, there's a cable that runs from Ireland, that runs into Lynn, that brings all the information from Europe and from America, and it goes back and forth, and it's right here in Lynn. I agree about life sciences. I've been talking to different property owners in the city about bringing life sciences into our community. Right now, we have on the table a business wants a special permit, which I am not in favor of. It would bring jobs, but it wouldn't bring high enough paying jobs. I'd rather see some type of life science services come here to the city. The type of jobs that I want to see, $75,000 to $100,000 a year jobs. The GE used to be the center of the jobs for the city. You can make $75,000, $100,000 a year working there. Now Lynn has become a service city industry. We're no longer blue collar or white collar. I want to try to bring that back to where it was. I think we can do that through development. I think once we start bringing more development in down along the Linway in that area, that some of the life science companies will start taking a look, because the thing now is that they want to create village atmospheres where people can work and live in the same walk to work like they did 40, 50 years ago. So that's where the city planner would come in, be able to work with them. Also, the harbor planner would be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jared Nicholson, same question. What are some specific ways the city could leverage technology for the betterment of the business community? And how committed are you to implementing technological change within City Hall?
Thank you. I would say that I'm very committed to implementing technological change in City Hall. I think that, we're talking about the opportunity we have to improve our city's infrastructure. We should also be thinking about our digital infrastructure as a community. I think the first and most obvious place where the city needs to improve the use of technology is the city's website. If you've used the city's website recently, you can see that it can be difficult to find information. It can be difficult to submit information, to know where you need to go. The city's website needs to be overhauled. If the City Hall is our physical presence in the community, and we care about having a City Hall that presents well, the city's website is our digital presence in the community, and it actually absolutely needs to be upgraded so that it can serve that purpose. Another area for technology that the city should be involved in is thinking about access to Wi-Fi, to making sure that everyone is connected. It's an education issue for our students to be able to. We discovered in the last couple of years for learning remotely, but even going forward with people in school about being able to do homework and accessing the right information that they need. It's also an economic development issue. When you look around the city and see the businesses that were able to pivot, to figure out how to do their business online, to set up those online ordering, to get their toast menu on their website, there's a divide in sort of who has access to that. It's a resource issue, it's a knowledge issue, it's a cultural issue, and the city should absolutely be involved in making sure that small businesses get the access to technology that they need, and the city can be helpful in those conversations. I think another important area for the city is around social media and being able to get out there to reach people where they're at. We talk about the importance of planning. A big part of planning is getting out and getting community input, including input from the business community, and making it easier to reach City Hall, to interact with City Hall is really important, and technology offers a great way to do that.
Thank you very much. Jared, this next question starts with you. Discuss your plans for business growth over the next decade. Please include comments on any specific business sectors and plans for attracting, training, and retaining a workforce to support this growth?
Great, thank you so much. So I think that there's tremendous opportunities for Lynn, and connecting our pursuit of better jobs for Lynn residents with our education system, with workforce development, is really crucial to unlocking that opportunity, and it requires collaboration. A lot of workforce development. There's a lot of agencies involved, from the state agencies that work under labor and workforce development, to the higher education system, North Shore Community College, Salem State, to our K through 12 system, particularly with Lynn Tech and the other high schools as well. And we definitely want to be thoughtful about how to create a pipeline of talented, educated workers to as a way to attract businesses, investments. Say, come to Lynn because our workforce is prepared to meet your needs to hire. And so, this is something that we've been getting at through the Lynn Public Schools. With Lynn Tech, obviously has a lot of experience preparing students to enter the workforce right away, and to growing that effort to include pipelines through higher education, through partnerships with North Shore and Salem State, to say, if you're interested in healthcare, this is a program that you can follow, where you can get off at any point if you realize, you're done with school, or you need to take a break from school. But there's a point for you to get back on as well and continue your education towards higher paying jobs in that industry. Healthcare, technology, education. One of the needs we have in Lynn is to hire a more diverse workforce that reflects our student population, and those kind of pipelines are really important. On the industry end, I mentioned the GE is a place for us to have those conversations on workforce development. Life sciences, I think, is another important opportunity. And then, supporting small local businesses. I think one of the industries that we have in Lynn that a lot of us are really proud of is the diverse culinary offerings, the diverse food businesses we have. And I think that there's more the city can be doing, like offering, working together with the community to provide a commercial kitchen to support that industry, to support new businesses that want to enter that field. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Sear, the same question. Please discuss your plans for business growth over the next decade. Please include comments on any specific business sectors and plans for attracting, training, and retaining a workforce to support this growth.
So I really do believe, and I said it earlier about education, breaking the cycle of poverty in the city of Lynn. That's the biggest issue that we have. We're not preparing our kids at an early enough age. We're just trying to get them graduated and into the next class. Our schools are so overpopulated that the kids aren't really benefiting from going to some of these schools. So what I'd like to see is that we build schools like Marshall Middle School, a high-tech school. You have to create a school that has climate control in it, that gives them every opportunity, from science labs to music rooms to media rooms, so that they can see what the future can hold. Not every child is going to go to college. And we have to take a look at that and help train those kids, whether they go into the trades, preparing them for a job, or whether they're going to go to college. And as I said earlier, that one of the biggest industries I see for the city of Lynn, and I'm talking billions, if not trillions of dollars worth of development that can happen in Lynn over the next 40 to 50 years. Right now, we're in discussions with two different developers. One's a $500 million project, another's a $400 million project. And both of them would create destination sites. So I think we got to do a better job in our schools, sitting down with Salem State, North Shore Community College is another example of they're starting to get more involved in our community. We had a discussion last night about being able to set up classes for immigrants that are coming into the city so that they can learn how to, using the COVID money, learning how to speak English, but also training their children so that they can speak their language as well.
Thank you guys so much for entertaining all of our questions. At this moment, we're going to move to the next phase where we're going to ask the candidates to ask the opposing candidates a question. It's going to be 1 minute to ask the question, 2 to 3 minutes to respond. To follow the order, we're going to start with Darren Sear asking Jared Nicholson a question.
I never think about asking Jared a question, to be honest with you. Because as I said, we have two different visions. What's your vision of the city of Lynn in 20 years?
Thank you, Councilor Sear, for the question. So my vision for Lynn is growth that benefits the whole city, that includes all of us. So I think a big part of that we've been talking about today is better jobs, creating opportunities for people to get into higher paying jobs and support those kinds of pathways, to support small local businesses as a strategy for inclusive growth. It's about better housing, doing something about the rising cost of housing to make sure that the people here now can afford to stay and enjoy the growth that we hope is coming. It's about better schools, including building new schools, better infrastructure, fixing the city's roads and sidewalks, updating the city's buildings and equipment, pursuing rapid transit as a strategy for growth and for our residents, a new senior center in the city, which I think is a really important priority, and it's about more peace in the community, because like I said, I think peace is a precondition for opportunity. And I think one of the keys for this vision is building it together. You know, we've had a lot of opportunities over the course of the campaign to get input from folks about what they see for the future of the city, but that's going to continue to grow and evolve. And that's why it's so important to be building this vision with the support of the planning department, to be able to have the tools that we need to actually build it together, to bring people in so that we can have their input reflected. I think we have a tremendous opportunity in the city of Lynn, not just with the infrastructure money that's coming, but also with the potential for growth on the waterfront, in the downtowns, in the neighborhoods. And I think to really make the most of that opportunity, to make it meaningful, we want to make sure that everybody is included. And ultimately, I think that's what unlocks the long-term potential that we have in the city that we all know and love. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Jared Nicholson, your question for Darren Sear.
Well, I thought that Councilor Sear asked a very fair and fruitful question, so I would like to ask him the same question about what is your vision for the city of Lynn, Councilor Sear?
Thank you. So my vision is to see, at least in the next 20 years, a half a dozen brand new schools in the city of Lynn. Fix our infrastructure. Hotels on the Lynnway. Clean streets. A safe city. A police force. A place where people are proud where they come from. To get rid of the reputation of Lynn. To make it the best possible place for all of us to live. I want my kids to be living here in 20 years, raising their families. I don't want them to move out of the city. I want to create a real affordable housing plan, a program where people that can't go into a bank and qualify for a home because they don't have enough money, they don't have a down payment, they don't have a credit history. So to come up with a program, how would I pay for that program? Linkage with developers. We need to build new firehouses in the city. My big thing is downtown, Union Street, cleaning it up. Making it so that it becomes a destination point, not just for the people who live in the city, but people from other communities. As I said, that I am talking with two different developers that are willing to put close to $1 billion on the Lynnway right now. And both of those sites would become destination sites. I've lived here my entire life. I've heard about the Blue Line coming here, and with all due respect, the electrifying the train. The problem is the cost. We're looking at 25 to 50 years before that is even done. But I want to see a ferry on the Lynnway. I want to fix the bike lanes that we have in the city and the bus lanes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes the questions. Now we'd just like to ask the candidates to tell us why we should be voting for you. So we're going to start with Darren Sear.
Thank you. I've lived here my whole life. I say that all the time. 62 years. I've been all around the world. I've seen a lot of different cities and towns. Lynn is the most diversified city that I have ever been in. And when I say I've lived the Lynn life experience, it's because I've met so many people of so many different colors and nationalities and religions. And I've made so many long-lasting life friendships. I have friends from when I was 4 or 5 years old that I still hang around with. I even hang around with Jim LaManna sometimes. But I don't think anybody can say, and I'm not saying that I love it the most, but love Lynn more than I do. I just want to see it thrive. I want to see it be the best it possibly can be. And through all my years of experience volunteering my time in the community, being on the city council, working in the mayor's office, and seeing all the different politicians who have come along and talk about change, but yet we still go down the same road all the time. I am not going to use this as a stepping stone. This is it. I really never had any intention of running for mayor. My plan was to retire in a couple of years. I'm not going to make any more money as mayor as I'm making right now. But if I do become mayor, I have an 8-year plan. I really do. And I guarantee you, and I don't make promises unless I can keep them, you will see a better, cleaner city, and you will see a city with hotels on the Linway in 4 years. You will see new schools being built. Not just Pickering, but I'm talking about 14 of the 100-plus-year-old schools that we have in the city. And you will see the start of all of that in the next 4 years. I guarantee that. You can ask anybody. I always stand up. And I don't go around bragging about myself, but my leadership during the pandemic, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, the businesses community that came out and support and helped us, I mean, that just proves what I'm capable of doing. We fed over 1,500 people a day for a year, created over 10 million meals, got their medicines, people that were shut-ins, locked in. I mean, I chose to raise my family here. I'm not going here no matter what happens. Please remember to vote for me on November 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Nicholson.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to the Greater Lynn Chamber of Commerce for this opportunity. Thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you, Colin, for the questions, and Councilor Sear for your question as well. I am running for mayor to provide leadership for inclusive growth. And I'm asking for your vote because I believe that I have the skills and experience to provide that leadership for inclusive growth, and because of the vision that we're building together on this community. We've had thousands of conversations with the voters all over the city over the course of this campaign, and I've been honored to be able to get people's thoughts and input to put this vision forward with our campaign about making sure that we grow and make the most of this moment that we have, and we do it in a way that benefits everyone, that's inclusive, that we put our best foot forward and really take advantage of the opportunities that we're going to have with the infrastructure funding that's coming our way, with the private development that we already see starting to take root, to build in the positive momentum that we have in the community for things that are going well, and to address those long-standing issues. It has been a really difficult year and a half, 2 years, for a lot of reasons, for the lives that we've lost in our community, for the sacrifices that the frontline healthcare workers like my wife, like other essential workers have made to keep us safe and to keep us going. The impact that it's had on small businesses who have been closed, reduced capacity, had to totally change their business model overnight and then over again. And I think we need to continue to keep our eye on the ongoing public health situation, reflect on lessons learned so that we're ready next time, and then make the most of this opportunity to recover, to bounce back, to take advantage of the momentum that we have, and to do it in a way that's inclusive, that makes up for the people that were disproportionately impacted during the pandemic, whose businesses were pulled out from under them, to do it in a way that brings all of us along together. And I believe that I have the forward-thinking leadership, the vision that will allow us to do that working together. So it's been an honor for me to run this campaign, to work with the Lynn Chamber over the years on issues that affect small businesses, and it will be a supreme honor to be able to serve as your mayor, as our mayor. I'm so excited about this city. Ultimately, I want Lynn to be a place where Henry, my son, who's going to be 2 next week, is prepared to go anywhere in the world, and that is inspired to love it here. Thank you so much.
So that concludes our program. I've learned long ago that to make a good event, you need good food and to end on time. I said 10 o'clock. We're out of here before 10 o'clock. A quick round of applause for our hosts, the facility and the delicious breakfast that they provided us today. And a huge round of applause for our 2 candidates.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station. Thank you for tuning in to Lynn Community Television's Candidate Forum with candidates running for Ward Councilor in the 2021 City of Lynn election. In Ward 2, the candidates are Elizabeth Figueroa and incumbent Rick Starbird. In Ward 3, the candidates are Coco Allensuk and George Mimiteus. And in Ward 4, incumbent Richard Colucci and Natasha Meji-Madri.
Hello and welcome to LCTV Candidates Night. I hope everyone is having a great day. Today we are going to hear from candidates who are running for Ward Councilor. But first off, how is everybody doing? Oh, they're on mute, but I'm your host, Mukala Kabongo. I'm your host, Mukala Kabongo, news director here at LCTV, Lynn Community Television. And we got a list of hard-hitting questions for our candidates today. I hope everybody viewing will get the responses that they are hoping to hear from all these candidates. So, I just want to say thank you all for taking the time to join us, and we can get this started. All right. First, we will start with Coco. I'll be working my way around, so each question someone new will start. So, Coco, you will get the first question. If you had to pick 3 pillars to your platform, what would you say they are and why?
Pillars?
Yes, pillars.
So first and foremost, I would like some of the questions I might ask for of clarifications because English is not my main language. So when you talk about pillars, probably my understanding is what are basic problems within the ward that needs to be discussed. As I went along in different precincts, I probably talked to a lot of people who have various issues and concerns within their precincts that goes with potholes, trash, signage, and all that stuff. But I think the major concern really is the smell and the stench at Kings Beach and Lynn Beach. And I know we've talked about this so many times with a lot of people. And I know I don't want to reinvent the wheel because there's already discussions and conversations about this. And all I want to know is to be updated and where and how could I be of help in future conversations.
All right. Thank you, Coco, for that. All right. We will be moving on. Next, same question to Natasha. And just a reminder to all the candidates, you do have 90 seconds to respond to each question. So 90 seconds, and you can go ahead, Natasha.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for having this forum. I just want to say that first. I know a lot goes into producing this, and it's so important to have the voters have the opportunity to get to know the candidates. So I think it's by far really important. The top three issues for me are affordable housing, safe neighborhoods, and increase in voting. So to start with affordable housing, I really feel like people are being forced out of Lynn. And for me, affordable housing is a really important issue. That's the most important thing that I hear when I'm at the doors. People are concerned that they can't pay their rent, that they're going to be pushed out, and that they're going to have to leave the city they've been in for so long. That's number one. Safer neighborhoods, it depends on which area of the ward I'm in, but a lot of people are complaining about the crime in the neighborhood, the drug use, just not feeling safe. I know for myself, I want to make sure that my kids are safe if they want to go to the store, and safety is a big issue in the community, especially crimes that's been happening recently with break-ins with cars and things like that. So we need to do better to know our neighbors and make sure that the crime is taken care of. And voting is number one, really, really important. The lack of voting in our city has to be addressed. We need to encourage more people to come out and vote. In the primary, I know it's just the primary, but only 10% of people voted in Ward 4, and it's ridiculous. 10% of people should not decide anything. We need to have more people come out and vote. We need to make it more easier for people to vote, and just constantly just encouraging people to vote, because we had to fight for this right, and we cannot take it lightly. Voting is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, for that. Rick?
Thank you. It's great to be here tonight. Thank you for hosting this. I think in person's a little bit better, but we'll take what we can get. I would say my three pillars would be public safety, public works, and public education. As Natasha said, people need to feel safe. They want to feel safe in the neighborhoods, and they want to feel safe in the neighborhoods they go to, whether it's go downtown to get dinner, or, go to a show, be in their own neighborhoods, have their own property protected, and feel safe about that. Make sure that, they want to feel comfortable that their kids are safe in the streets. And the only way that we can do that is by making sure that public safety officers and departments are fully staffed with the right equipment. Public works, it goes without saying, sidewalks, curbs, trees, and all. One of the things I think that are most pressing for us is our education and our schools, and how overcrowded our schools are. Presently, almost 17% of Lynn's population is enrolled in the Lynn Public Schools. There's no community around us that has such a high percentage of their population enrolled in the schools, and our schools are overcrowded, crumbling, and we must find ways to replace them.
Thank you, Rick, for that response. Up next is Mr. Richard Colucci.
You need to unmute, Rick.
Can you hear me now? Public safety, housing, and DPW, the work. What I want to know that we hired 55 new police officers in 2 years. As far as affordable housing, I did a lot of affordable housing, whether Rich Colucci did in Union Street, all the single family homes, they're all affordable housing with owner occupied people. The 700 Washington Street, that was mine as well. Well, a lot of affordable units in there. And on the Herbert Street, 50% of the 8 units are affordable housing. So I'm doing what I can for that. There's another project coming up in Silsby Street. We get 5% affordable housing going there. And as far as the DPW, we just hired a person downtown. I talked to Mike Bertino, and we get the vacuum cleaner coming tomorrow. It's a vacuum cleaner, graffiti remover, and a hose to sweep stuff up. It's coming tomorrow with DPW. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for that. And Elizabeth, your turn.
Thank you so much for your invitation for this forum. And actually, even though it's like Rick says, it's kind of nice seeing in person, but this is what we get right now. So pretty much, housing is one of my pillars, which is affordable housing, the safety nets, affordability, and also accountability and public safety. That goes hand in hand also with a clean environment. So is pretty much an overall with many concerns that we've been hearing from our people in our community, which because our wards is divided a little bit different. So we all have in each ward something, concerns and needs are different. So accountability, because I really want to be able to be representative, and serve the community that we serve, the community that we have right now, and the residents that for our community be transparent and our as being essential, be a person of transparency and through the community and working with all members. And also another thing that I didn't mention is working with the business owners, small business owners that we have in the community. We need to have a better, be more accessible for that and be more supportive. But as it goes along and more the questions are, I can probably, give you more extensive response about public safety, accountabilities, and public housing and the clean environment as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. And we will move on to question number 2, and this time we will start with Natasha with this one. Right. What are the top 3 issues you hear about from residents of your ward, and how do you plan to address them?
Absolutely. So thank you for the question. I hear the top 3 issues, like I said already, the top 3 issues that I hear when at the doors is people that are the trash. The trash in front of their houses. So many neighbors have to keep constantly cleaning the trash, especially if they live near a store. Then people just walk by their house and throw trash right there. I think one of the solutions would be to have more trash cans available throughout the city. We can tie like trash cans to poles or something just to make it, because if people have nowhere to throw the trash, they're going to throw it on the floor. So we need to make it more accessible so that doesn't happen, especially in front of convenience stores. We should make sure that we have trash right outside those things. Yeah. So trash, I hear complaints about noise. I hear complaints just about just that we don't have any ward meetings in our ward, so nobody knows what's going on. So it's a really big, important thing that we need to know, like be more aware of what's going on in our city. Thanks.
Thank you for your response, Natasha. Rick, you are next.
Thank you. 3 things. So, we all get the typical calls, the roads, the sidewalks, the trees that need to be trimmed, wires down, things like that. Trash is definitely a concern. We've got a couple of big parks in Ward 2, being Keeney and Cook Street, and we do multiple cleanups there every year, and the trash comes right back. Yesterday, I was up meeting with Community Development and DPW as we're looking to put some funding into the Cook Street Park. We just cleaned that up not too long ago, and barrels are there, and it looks like we never touched it. Other issues in Ward 2 are those motorbikes, particularly around Lynn English High School. I've been in touch with the law department, the police department. We're putting a committee together that's meeting on the 26th to look at what other communities have done to establish new ordinances to really go after those guys so that we don't have to deal next year the same way that residents have had to deal with it this year.
Thank you, Rick, for that response. Richard?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think like public, the potholes, and we're doing this with repaving streets. I repaved more streets in Ward 4 than anyone in the city. Trash, downtown Lynn is a mess. I've got the DPW, the health department citing people it's hard because you cannot legislate models. But we have that street register coming downtown in the next week or two. They'll make an impact. It's hard, but we're going to keep working on it. It'll be a good thing at the end.
All right. Thank you, Rick, for your thank you, Richard, for your response. Elizabeth.
Actually, I hear a lot of concerns about clean environments, the area, the parks, that we don't have like much places to entertain the kids or being able to public places. And the places that we have, they are not in a good conditions, the one that we have. Also, people complain, not complaints, but they concerns about our sidewalks. The sidewalks, the structures. We have like averages that we've been doing in the past, planting those trees, but now those trees are become humongous. So our sidewalks, they become like uneven. And that causes people can get into an accident, or the accident happens. Me myself, I actually encountered one is my walkings around in the community. I just hit myself and just doing that, and it's just because of uneven sidewalks. So making sure that National Grid, when they finish up their work, actually as well will be fixing those pavements. You know what I'm saying? So that's part of the things. Also being people concerns about not knowing who to call when they need something, be more accessible. Sometimes they don't know who to reach with their concerns. A lot of people feel that they're not being heard because of that, or they don't know who to look in order to bring their concerns to the community. So besides also the hiding of the property taxes and paying a lot of money, for the trash. So they feel that they are investing more than what they gain in return. So that's part of, some of the concerns that people are brought it up to me.
Thank you for that. And lastly, Coco.
Thank you, Mukala. I know I touched base on this on my first question, but I just want the Ward 3 people to know that I, as a candidate for Ward, they are my utmost priority. So any concerns and problems within the Ward will be my priority. I'm also aware about what's happening in the city, and that's also important for me to know. I'm always a team player. I would like to see an intern who will represent Ward 3 in City Hall. A lot of Ward 3 constituents don't even know that there's a staff for Ward 3. I know there's a lot of students that would like to do that and have that experience. I would love to see community involvements. I'm a team player. I'd love to see and talk to them, because every month there's always concerns in every precinct, and that needs to be addressed as a team, not by your city councilor, but as a team, because at the end of the day, it will benefit all of us in the ward.
All right. Thank you, Coco, for that. All right. On to question number 3. We are moving along. You all are giving some great responses, and we all enjoy this. All right. Rick, you will start with question number 3. How do you plan to effectively communicate information to residents of your ward, and how do you plan to effectively hear from them?
Well, the first thing I did when I was first elected was I spent about $3,500 of my own money, sent out a mailing to let people know how to get a hold of me. I set up a website, set up a email chain. I have sent out a monthly newsletter every single month since I've been elected. I think I just sent out number 46 or 47. I also send out periodic updates during the month, letting people know if things are snow emergencies, or I can dial it down by neighborhood. If there's a water main break, and alert people, let them know, hey, the water's going to be off for 2 hours in this particular neighborhood. I've had the police reach out to me because they know I have this network that they can say something's going on, ask people to stay in their houses. We had an issue with a gun up at Walmart in Salem, and I was able to dial that down to people that live in those neighborhoods. We have semi-monthly meetings, Ward 2 meetings. We've had just about every department head in the city come. I think my outreach is like no other in the city, and my neighbors, my residents are the most connected.
Right. Thank you for that response. Just to repeat the questions, if some of you did not hear the question was, how do you plan to effectively communicate information to residents of your ward, and how do you plan to effectively hear from them? All right, Richard, you are up next.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Rich, we can hear you.
Okay. What I do is I have a database. I get phone call, I get people's numbers. I send letters out. I inform them what's going on. They call me. I have a good relationship with my constituents, and I always do what they want me to do. That's why I get reelected. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Richard. And just tilt your camera down again, Richard. There you go. All right, Elizabeth, same question for you.
Oh, actually, that's a good question. One of my plans in the part of the platforms that I have, that's part of the clean and green environment, which is actually, I would like to see an upgrade to our City Hall website. And also to be able to connect with building an application. So like in the same way that you can have an application to pay your bills, or, with connected with any other sort of companies, we can also integrate an application for the City Hall. So we can actually have that application connected as well with DPW, connected with the police department. And so we can actually get the resources directly from the City Hall instead, being like, ourselves with so much responsibility and stuff that we have to do, because we also as well are community members, but be more efficient in that way. So having a website and application that will be also bring revenues to the city so they can sustain themselves. So with that application, they could probably have like a minor cost, like for year basic. So people can also, contribute to the website and upgrade. So that's one of the ways. And for people who doesn't have an upgrade, or the ability to use a computer, also making, having meetings in a monthly basic. Also have multi-language, translate documentations in letters in a different language based off our populations that we serve.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. Coco, you are up next.
I love this question, Mukala, because my work title is Outreach Manager and Community Engagement. So my colleagues will kill me if I don't nail this one. But my experience with community, I will totally apply this to my ward. I'm always all about best practices. I would probably talk to some city councilors and ward councilors, if elected, what are good practices for them to communicate with their constituents. Councillor Starbird is effective with his newsletter. I'll probably apply those, and it's not something unique to me, and something unique to Councillor Starbird. Councillor Hogan is always there in the community all the time. That's the best practice for him. And also translating, as what Elizabeth mentioned, we have materials that needs translation. As somebody that speaks different languages, I probably speak 7 languages, I could apply directly and communicate with constituents from constituents that need that assistance. But definitely all the materials needs translation, because a lot of our residents here don't even know how to go to City Hall and talk to people.
Thank you, Coco, for that. And Natasha, you're up next.
Thank you for that question. I also love that question. It's so important that we are able to communicate with all residents of the ward. And I think part of the problem is we don't currently have ward meetings. So we need to at least have 1 meeting a month. I would like to start with 1 meeting first and then move on to 2. But I really like Rick's newsletter idea. Like, I think it should be a newsletter in every single ward. I really think that's a fabulous idea. Have the newsletter and have that be consistent. And I definitely believe that that newsletter needs to be translated in different languages so that we need to be more responsive to our community so that everybody feels included. So that's really important. So the newsletter is key. Also, to what Elizabeth said about the website needs some serious updates. We need to really look at the website and make sure that that it's easily accessible and that you can easily find out things. So when there's an event going on, we know about it, that the whole community knows about it, so that we can come out and support everybody that wants to be a part of these different events that are happening, because there's so much going on in our city. And if you don't have access to the information, then you won't know about it. So the information is key. That is key, making sure that we have translation available on the website, in newsletters, and all forms of communication, because that reflects our city, and that's super important. Communication is key to success.
Yes, it is. Communication is definitely key, and we all know that for sure. All right. We are on to question number 4. We're halfway through this. We are doing well. All right. Richard, you will start off question number 4. The question is, some issues transcend wards, and it's the duty of the whole council to address them. So let's talk about the water quality issues at Kings Beach. What is your take on the situation, and how would you address it?
I believe there's going to be some COVID money coming to do some work on there. I'm having a meeting with some people from Kings Beach. They called me. I'm on the Water and Sewer Commission. So I'm going to have a meeting with those folks on the November 8th. So it's an issue, and it's been there for years. It's Stacy Brooks goes down through under Eastern Ave out to the ocean. It's some sewers that weren't hooked into the regular sewer system, drain into that brook. So it's a problem, but it's gonna be remedied, I believe, because it's getting a lot of heat right now, and we can take care of that, I think.
Thank you, Richard, for that. Elizabeth, you're up next.
Questions will be related to just the Ward 4, or generate the response based of our.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You want me to generate the questions related to our concerns in our ward, or it's just directly as well? You know, you just mentioned.
Just directly, just directly. Yeah, just in general.
Oh, okay. So I'm very focused about the safety and the cleaning environment. So the cleaning environment is actually one of my major things, and we need to become green. And we have to have more sustainable green energy for ourselves. I think I'm very in favor with the solar and electricity versus because that's part of the concerns that we have in our ward. You know, that's also benefits with the rest of the city. Instead, dealing with the maybe with different kind of system environment. So I don't know. I basically, it all depends what is the need that we're talking about. I'm kind of a little confused about the questions. And so that's why I cannot give you a correct response.
All right. Hey, can you guys just make sure your mics are clear, because there was just a bunch of noise right there. All right. We are, Coco, you are up next.
Yeah, that again, I mean, I wish all the questions are laid out probably 15, 20 minutes before this forum, because some of our answers goes from one question to the other. I mentioned during the first question that we should not reinvent the wheel. I know there's already a task force provided, because there's a lot of participants involved with this issue. You know, the town of Swampscott, the city of Lynn, the state of Massachusetts. So it's important that our state delegations, from Senator Brendan Crichton to Representative Lori Ehrlich, who's been talking and having focus groups. And in fact, there's even Zoom calls discussing about this. So again, there's no point of reinventing the wheel. There's an issue, and I would like to acknowledge the residents of the area who put themselves on being proactive, having conversation online, on social media, and having inputs from other participants as well. So it's really important as city councilors to be actively involved. I know this is a Ward 3, Ward 4 issue, but I'm really glad that you answer these questions, because at the end of the day, we're all one city and we're all involved with the welfare of all the residents of this city.
Most definitely. Thank you, Coco, for your response. Natasha, you are up next.
Thank you again for the question. Yeah, the beach is definitely a concern. And like Coco said, like, we just need to work together with the state and federal. We need to work together, like, with the communities and the projects and the people that are already working, they already are working on this. And what we need to do is let more of the community know so that they also can get involved with these groups. Like Coco said, they're having Zoom meetings. So what we need to do is show up. And if we show up and the Zoom is broken because there's more people trying to log on, that's going to be noticed, right? So we just need to come there and really show that we're concerned, like, as a concerned citizen, like, we still have a say, like, this is our city. And we don't need, like Coco said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just look at other cities and see what other cities are doing and do the same thing. We just need to make sure our beach is clean and it's safe. It's one of my favorite parts of Ward 4, like the beach area. It's beautiful. And we just need to make sure that it's well taken care of. And there's no excuse, like, why it's not. And I know it's a work in progress, but we just need to all be involved. So just put the information out there on the city website so more people can know how to get involved. And that is how we're going to fix this problem. Thank you.
All right. Rick, you are up next.
Thank you, McCullough. So there's a lot of variables with that pipe that runs out, that outfall pipe at Kings Beach. There's a lot of runoff that runs in there. Stacy Brook runs in there. The drainage system at Buchanan Bridge behind 2 Victory Road runs in there. Whenever we get heavy rain, I'm always there with rakes cleaning out that grate to make sure that the pond doesn't overflow. But it's a monster pipe that runs down Eastern Ave and exits out at Kings Beach. There's a lot of Swampscott tie-ins into that, which adds to the problem. And that's what adds to the raw sewerage, because Lynn had the CSO project back in the 90s for Eastland. So the runoff and sewerage was separated. So that's not sewerage coming from Lynn households. And another thing that we need to always be conscious of, and I put this in my updates all the time when we're experiencing heavy rains, and the forecast is to get out, clean those storm basins out, and watch what's going down there, because what goes down into your storm drains is what comes out at the end of an outfall pipe. So you got to watch out. You got to make sure that the streets are clean, storm drains are clean, and we got to be cognizant of what's going out of that outfall pipe. Lynn Water and Sewer just said last night that they're working on a solution, and hopefully they have one sooner than later.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. We are going on to question number 5. And we talked about communication earlier, and this is a communication question. All right. We're going to start with Elizabeth with this question. How would you work with residents in your wards, the school committee, and the mayor's office to address the need for new schools?
Well, it's like I say earlier, I'm sorry, accountability, also accessibility. It's a big part. We need to find a way to build that bridge. So between public, with how we can public advocates for the community. Our communication have to be hand in hand, with all the people of the city, as well with our constituents, and as well with our other councilor for the other wards. It's pretty much the translation is a big part. When it's become, between the community and the government service. So translation is a very important key in there. And it's pretty much, it's just be in communication and collaborate and in making meetings and having those meetings, attend those meetings and make those meetings available to everyone, just not, being like quietly, so everyone can attend and be able to communicate and be part of it.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. Coco, you are up next.
I really, really like this question because it's really important to have that communication between not only with the council, but everybody who are doing service to the city. As what Rich mentioned, there's a big amount of money that is coming to the city, and it's really important for us to really set our priorities. It's not that only ward councilors will try to outdo themselves just to get a big chunk of that money for their wards, but really to sit down and probably have a retreat, probably have a whole or 2 days retreat. It's in a place where the mayor, the school committee members, the city councilors will sit down and say, you know, we are a team here. What is our priority? And always the top of the priority is the school. You know, when you talk about school priorities, what areas in the city that need help, a big help, and need a new building for that school. So again, communication and to set our priorities and having that thorough discussion and move from there.
Thank you, Coco, for that. Natasha, you are up next.
Thank you, McCullough. Do you mind repeating the question one more time, please?
Yes. The question is, how would you work with residents in your wards, the school committee, and the mayor's office to address the need for new schools?
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, we definitely need new schools. The schools are like busting at their seams, so they're overcrowded right now. And with the fact that we have new development coming into our city, it's just going to increase even more. Because to say that these new developments, because they're so expensive, they're not going to have kids is not a reality, because they are going to have kids and more kids will be put into the system, and we need to advocate to make sure that we have more schools. Like, it's a huge issue, like communication, getting more schools. Like, we need schools, like that needs to happen like yesterday, because we're already out of space. Like, the schools are already overcrowded, so this needs to be addressed. We need to make sure that we get whatever needs to happen to make these schools happen, this needs to happen. So I would advocate to make sure that we get more grants and that we do whatever we need to. It has to be a priority. We're getting a ton of money coming in for the ESSER funds and we need that. School buildings has to be a priority. We just need to make sure that we build new schools, because else I don't know what we're going to do if we don't have schools soon, because the schools are just overcrowded and we just need to do better. So yeah, so communicate. You're a parent out there and your kid's in an overcrowded classroom, please just like put some pressure out there, because we need these schools. Like, we just need to advocate for it. It needs to happen like yesterday. So that's definitely something that I would advocate for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rick, you are up next.
Thank you. You know, when we did the Marshall Middle School, I was on the school committee. We ran regular meetings. We ran a campaign. And because of the way that we were open and transparent about the new school down on Brookline Street, 80% of the voters voted in favor of that school. Now, when it came time to do the two-school project, and we do not just Pickering, we desperately need a Westland Middle School as well. But when that time came, things weren't as open and weren't as transparent. And some people felt that things were being stuffed down their throats. And I think that showed in the vote. Now we're back to Pickering School. I was asked to sit on the school site committee for the new Pickering School, awaiting the mayor to start scheduling some meetings for that. Fortunately, the city's finances have improved to the point where we don't have to go out to bonds or go out to a vote to build a Pickering school. But we need to be building more than one school at a time. We've kicked this can for far too long. We cannot do one school every 20 years. And we need to have 4 or 5 schools in the pipeline right now. And you know, we got to get Pickering going. But again, there's major gaps in West Lynn where there's no middle school. And when you live, I grew up in Neptune Towers. And when you live in Neptune Towers or in the Brickyard, the closest middle school for you is up on the Saugus line at Breed. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. We need to do better than that with our middle schools. And we had a chance to do it. We didn't sell it right, and it failed. We can't let that happen again.
All right. Thank you, Rick, for that. And Richard, you are up next. Unmute yourself.
How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. We all know that we need schools. Can you hear me? Hello? All right.
We can hear you.
So we all know we need schools. I was talking to Mike Pacino yesterday. We got the paperwork in for a new middle school. We just don't know where we're going to put it. Lynn is a little, land strapped, as we know, but we're going to keep going. We need schools. We know what happened. Marshall Middle School's overcrowded. English High's overcrowded. Marshall's overcrowded. We all want schools. That's a no-brainer, and we're doing what we can to do it. Thanks.
All right, and we will go back to the person we started with, and Coco with question number 6. All right. Can you please share your vision for future residential or commercial development, if any, within your ward, and what role the still fairly new planning department should play? And I know some have touched on this topic in their earlier answers, but you can elaborate more now with this question.
So there has been new developments happening just probably a couple of weeks ago, and I know that the council and the Lynn Planning Board okayed it, and then it's really important to have that participation from everybody, your constituents, and listen to them. It's important also to know what are their thoughts about things. We want to make sure that there should be implementation and carefully attended, and make sure that it's all okay with the constituents in your ward. Housing also is an issue in several areas of the city, and that needs to be involved with all the wards concerned.
Thank you, Coco, for that. Natasha, you are next.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes. So for any new development that would like to come into Lynn, what I would like to advocate for, I would like to see exclusionary zoning. I want to make sure that at least 20% of any new development is affordable. So 20% should be affordable. We need to have CBA agreements, so that that means the community benefits agreements, so that the developers aren't just making all this money without giving back to the community. So we need to make sure that if we're going to have this development, that they're also giving back. I'm against having them have tax breaks and things like that. We just need to make sure if they're going to be making all this money, they need to also be giving back to the community. Now, before anything is approved, it needs to go through a process. It needs to go through a planning board, and they need to investigate, make sure everything is good. We need to look at the parking. How is parking going to be impacted? How are the schools going to be impacted? Because these new developments will also bring children, and we can't say that they won't. We also just need to make sure that we need to have a public hearing to make sure that everybody gets their voice heard about these new developments before they are approved. We just need community output and input on everything. So that in particular, because that's going to affect people. How is the traffic going to be as a result of these new developments? And when is enough enough? Because pretty soon they're going to be kicking all of us out. And that's part of the reason I left Boston to come to Lynn. And Lynn is becoming Boston. And we just need to stop it now, because we're just headed down a dangerous road. So I would advocate to make sure that people who were born here are not being forced out. And that is key. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Rick, you are up next.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Makala, this was related to development in our own wards?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Ward 2, for the most part, is a very densely populated ward. There's minimal commercial space in the ward. So we don't have many stores. We don't have many restaurants. We do have schools, and we do have, one of the largest parks in the city. But we also have some lots in single-family neighborhoods that are less densely populated. And this new housing plan that recently passed identified lots in some of those Ward 2 neighborhoods as possible sites for multifamily affordable housing. And I've put that out to my Ward 2 constituents, and they are dead against it. And that's one of the primary reasons I voted against it. People pay a premium to live in neighborhoods, single-family neighborhoods, so their kids can play it on the end of a cul-de-sac and all. And to drop some of these developments into the middle of those neighborhoods is just not right. We need to be smart in how we address affordable housing. We need to be smart in how we address all development. I don't believe in inclusionary zoning. I believe that we should be getting money from developers to put towards whatever impacts, whether it's put money in a fund by Lynn Housing Authority to hold, to come up with money for first-time home buyers, like they do with some of their other programs, money towards fire stations, money towards schools. But I do not believe in inclusionary zoning. I do believe in creating more affordable housing, particularly for our seniors, like we've been working on up at the former Union Hospital site, like we just did with the former Marshall Middle School site. That's affordable housing that we can take care of today without negatively impacting our schools.
Thank you, Rick, for that response. Richard, you are up next.
Well, I just want to go back in history a little bit. Little Caesars on Union Street, I was involved with that, changing the zoning. Now that plaza's there. Walgreens on Union Street, I was involved with that, changing zone. Now Walgreens is there. Omar's building, Lucille Line, beautiful building now, commercial apartments upstairs, commercial on the first floor. Also, I was the one that the ordinance to have housing above the buildings downtown Lynn, and you see 300 or 400 units in housing right now. So I was very proactive in doing this stuff. And then this building on Silsby Street, there'll be 5% affordable housing at my request. The guy didn't have to do it. I convinced him to do it. I'm there for the neighbors. I'm there for the people of Ward 4.
All right. Thank you, Richard, for that. And Elizabeth.
Well, in the sense of these developments, because they are not going to stop in sort of way for more that everything is going to continue. But one of the things that I'm saying is like the new developments should be more including affordable housings for the current residents that we have right now, not people that come in, from outside. So in that way, we can work with the population that we already have in place right now, instead growing the population. Also, the new development should be created, should be not creating a segregating our residents or our contingents. Also, making sure that on the short or long terms, those projects does not affect directly or indirectly and cause displacement for the rest of the, for our cities, our people, our city members right now. Also making sure that the new developments in the city and any, they making sure they pay taxes on, and if we're going to enter in any type of an agreement with them, that also can be benefit for the well-being for the city, not only to themselves. Revise and review also the already contracts that we have with them in the city, but as well the new ones that are coming. They are planning to enter. Consider also to get an advice for ADIC, also planning development for the planning department. To the law department, and votes, for something that are actually in consensus that is definitely going to be a best interest for the city.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that response. And all right, on to this question comes from a community member, Andrea Gail Bennett. This one, we will start with Natasha with this question. So her question was, if you received $1 million grant to use for your ward any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
$1 million. That is a great question. So if I received $1 million grant and I could do anything I want with it, what would I do? I would definitely build some sort of community center for like the young adults, because I feel like we don't have that in our ward. In particular, like my son, he's 14, and like his friends, they don't have anywhere to go. So like, I think that would be like a really good investment for Ward 4, to have some sort of place where kids can go and hang out in a safe in a safe way, and maybe hang out, play video games, and just things like that. So I definitely think a community center would be really, really key. for the young adults. I would also love to build, I don't know how far $1 million would go, but I would love to also make sure, put some of that money towards a senior home, because we need to have a permanent senior home. Like, our elders are being ignored, and we need to have that place for our seniors. It's like super important that we need to take care of our elders, because they've given back to our city all their lives, and they should not be having to fight for a senior center to call their own. That's just not okay. We need to do better by our seniors as a whole. So I want to make sure that the seniors are taken care of, and the youth as well. So the youth and the seniors are probably the two things I would use the money for, to make sure that they have a place to call their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, you are up next.
Thank you. Well, $1 million does not go very far, as I'm finding up at Cook Street Park, with the money that's being allocated up there. But if I had $1 million that was given to me to spend in Ward 2, a good chunk of it would go up there, because I think it's such a cool space. I invite everybody to go up there. We've had Ward 2 meetings up there, where we bring everybody up to see it. People don't even know it exists. So that would be one place, because it is a great place. And another place is down at Keeney Park. It's one of the largest gathering points in the city. So many sports play down there. To be able to add to the playground equipment down there, possibly a splash pad, and I think just those two sites in themselves would gobble $1 million up in a heartbeat. I wish we had more to say, oh, we want to take care of this street and this street and this sidewalk, and the open, brook behind Linton Road, where Stacy Brook lies open there. I'd love to see that buried, but that would cost millions. So being realistic, I think I'd split it up between Cook Street Park and Keeney Park.
Great. Thank you, Rick, for that. Richard, you are next.
$1 million? I parlay it in the lottery, and I'll double it, and I'm only kidding. I'd actually, I'd like $500,000. I'd rather half of that for the youth program and the youth jobs at the city. I have so many kids looking for summer jobs, and I can't find them the summer jobs. So I'd put some of that money to summer jobs for kids, and also for downtown Lynn, to clean it up so it's more accessible, so people won't be sick of going down and looking at the trash. That's about two things I'd like to do: summer jobs for the kids and clean the downtown.
Thank you, Richard, for that response. Elizabeth, you are next.
Well, some of the councilors already respond part of my ideas that I had. Also, a big community center or an entertainment center we don't really have like entertainment in our ward at all. And our parks are ripping in pieces. So I will invest that $1 million. I know it's not a lot of money, but basically I will be utilizing for the parks and environments, and as well for an entertainment center, so the youth, adults, families, anybody can attend, and making sure that entertainment center have a pool inside, indoor pool.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. And Coco?
Okay, 1 million is 1 million. I love this question. This is where a COCO administration will look like. I would like to empower my community, my neighbors, and the people of Ward 3. I'll probably call for a summit. We'll all meet and listen to them. Hey, we have $1 million. What are we going to do with $1 million? Because like what I mentioned in my opening answer is, in each precinct, there's issues identical to the certain areas of the ward. So I really want representation. We'll have our own voting during that summit, and whatever the votes will be, the result will be our result as a collective effort. But if you're asking me a specific question, for specific answer for this question, I would say, as not to influence the summit, I would say Kylie Park, because everybody's mentioning about parks, right? I've seen all the parks in Lynn. They're way advanced, modern, In fact, if somebody fell off one of those seesaws, we'll bounce back because there's like padded things in the area of the park, not in Kylie Park, and we need to do something there. It's so old school. They just put those pebbles or whatever wood. If a kid will fell off there, it will just stuck there. So we really need to invest money for there, and I've been telling people that in that area. That will be one of the priorities, and also cleanliness as well. Maybe get another one of those vacuum sucker machine and kids going back wards and clean up, maybe loan it to other wards as well.
All right. Thank you, Coco, for that response. All right. We are at question number 8. Then we will start with Rick with this question. Okay. So it may be premature to talk about City Council subcommittee assignments in 2022, but if you had your choice, can you name a subcommittee that interests you most and why?
I serve on many, but I chair the Public Properties Committee. And when the council president assigned that to me, he looked at my business experience. When I took that committee over, I started identifying public-owned properties, some that were taken through tax foreclosure, found that we had people living in homes for 10 plus years that had been tax foreclosed, were dilapidated and falling down. And we immediately by working with the committee, the treasurer's office, the law department, put a plan in place to get movement on those things and get people out of them that shouldn't be there, that are squatting in them, get them sold out to bid. Many went to first-time home buyers. We just had one on Michigan Ave that was probably one of the worst homes I've ever been in my life, with a woman who had mental health issues, was a hoarder. We got that house, got her services, had her put in housing where she's all set. We were able to put that house out to bid. Lynn Housing Authority was able to buy it. They rehabbed that house. I went through it the day before the closing. They sold that to a first-time home buyer who lived in Kerwin Circle, who through their first-time home buyer program was able to accumulate the money for the down payment, and it is a true success story. Through selling off these properties and doing the right things as chair of public properties, we were able to bring millions of dollars into the city coffers at some of the worst possible financial times for the city. So I would like to remain as chair of that committee and continuing serving on the committees that I serve on.
Thank you, Rick, for that. Richard, you are up next.
I'd like to. Well, I'm on the public property with Rick. He's doing a fine job. I want you to know. I'd like to chair the ordinance committee if I could, because in the ordinance you could make some laws and change things like we did. I talked about before about downtown Lynn, the zoning changes and stuff like that. So I'd like to chair the ordinance committee if someone would let me do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard, for that. Elizabeth, you're up next.
Well, I actually would like to have like a social service committee, and also would like to invest. I don't know. I would like to be part of a community, like community improvement department. Like, I'm not sure exactly how many committees do we have right now. I know there are varied that we have, but I would like to continue. I would like to be part of the housing committee and also the social service. I don't have experience because I have never been a city council before. However, I'm willing to learn and willing to just to navigate which one is the more meaningful, and so that way I can provide my service to the community.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for your response. Coco, you're up next.
Yes. When I made my announcement to run way back in March, it's always a habit for me to watch old videos of the city council subcommittees, trying to educate myself about issues and concerns and how the council works. And it's really interesting because you learn. Sometimes people assume you know everything, but it's always a learning experience for me. And watching those videos, I see you all the time, Rick and Rich. I learn a lot, and maybe could picture myself and how I could contribute to those subcommittees. And I think I'll join with the public safety and public health because that's my forte. Some people don't know this. I'm one of the 10 people who are part of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine original protocol. When COVID came, we just dropped everything with our work with HIV vaccine and just focused with COVID. So I have that experience in the medical field, and I think I will have a lot of contribution if I'll join that subcommittee. I do have other lists. In fact, it's so interesting. Last week, I wrote down all the subcommittees I could picture myself being a part of. And one of them is education and housing and licensing. And there's also the Lynn trash litter. It's also a subcommittee, which I don't think why it became one. It should be a major committee in itself because Lynn needs cleaning, as in really cleaning.
Thank you, Coco, for your response. And Natasha?
Yes, thank you for that question. So I would say the Housing and Elder Affairs Committee for one. I think that would be super helpful, because housing is definitely one of my key things that I want to work towards improving. And then the elder services, like I spoke of before, I feel like the elders are not getting enough say. We need to make sure that their voices are being heard. It's so important because they, like I said before, they've given so much to our city. We need to make sure that we advocate for them and that their voices are being heard. So it's super important. And as well as the education committee, education has always been a key important thing for me because I'm a mom of 5. And so education to me has been very important just to make sure that we get more parents involved and just we advocate to bring more parents to the table because that's very important as well because parents have a key stake in their decisions for their children and they are very important. So so those are some of the committees that I would be very interested in joining. I'm also interested in the government committee as well. I'm probably going to want to hear more about all the committees, but those are, I think with my law degree, that would definitely be something I would be interested in as well. So I'm interested in being on more than one committee for sure. So 2, maybe 3. But yeah, the committees are just so exciting just to that's where all the work really happens behind the scenes. So that's definitely something I would be interested in doing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have time for one extra question. We have time for a bonus question. And I'm sure this
like Jeopardy.
This question is a little more loose. So this one we'll start with Richard. Can you highlight a person, a moment that ultimately inspired you to run for public office?
My lovely wife, Carolina.
Just like that. Shout out to Richard's lovely wife. All right.
She's Dominican, by the way.
Okay. Elizabeth, you are up next.
Well, if it's only one people, I don't think so. I only have one people. I have multiple people who inspires me to run for an office. First, I'm a mom of 2 young kids. 2 young men, one is 29, another one is 22. And they show me, how can be a perseverant person. They really inspires me. And I feel very proud to have them. They accomplish a lot and we see each other in the mirror every day. I also, if the public person, if we talk about public person, Obama is one of the persons that I admire a lot, and his wife as well. So I actually feel very inspired when I read their books and actually follow up on their policies and how dedicated they are for the community. So it's just an inspiration from outsiders, but also from inside of my family too.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. Coco?
Ooh, I'm a crier. I'm an emotional person, but I have to control myself when answering this question. It's not a person, but it's persons. It's my family. In 1996, when I came to this country, I am the 5th generation supposed to follow the footsteps of my dad, who is a politician in the Philippines. I'm the 5th generation, so which means my grandmother is a city councilor. My great-grandfather is a counselor. My great-great-great-grandfather's counselor. And my dad is a vice mayor. So all of his children are now in the state. So nobody is following their footsteps. So it ended with my dad. So when I decided to run for city councilor, I called him and I called my family and told them I will continue the family tradition, but it's halfway around the world. So, but the tradition of family service and the tradition of community service is there. So I'm bringing the legacy of my family here in Lynn, Massachusetts.
Thank you, Coco, for that. All right, Natasha, you are next.
Thank you so much. So the moment that I decided, this is what happened. So one day I was sitting at a PTO meeting. I'm a mom of 5, so I've always been really involved in my children's school. And one day I was sitting at a PTO meeting at Cobbett Elementary School. And I remember advocating, saying that I wanted to have a park for my kids to play because there was no park. And the principal said, oh, well, we can't have a park because that's going to bring drugs to the neighborhood. And that really just I was just upset by that. I was just like, well, that's not okay. We need to do better. Like, oh, it's too expensive. And so they were saying how we need to go talk to the people that are downtown. Well, who are these magical people that are downtown? Oh, you're talking about the city council. And at that moment, I decided I was going to run for office and I wanted to be in an elected position so that we wouldn't just be talking about these magical people that are downtown. These are going to be people that are in the community and easily accessible, people that you can reach out and call, normal, regular people. And so at that moment, that's when I first decided to run for office. I ran for school committee twice, was unsuccessful, and then ran for Ward 4 because I feel like in my particular ward, so many people tell me they stop voting because they're not being represented. So they're like, why should I vote? It's nothing is ever going to change. And we can't, that's just not okay. I want to be a different kind of counselor. I want to be the counselor that you can call on the phone. That's why I put my phone number out there in all the literature I send out. It's not just a fake number. It's my cell phone number. I want to be that person that you can call and reach out to, and I can get back to you. I might not have all the answers, but I can definitely find somebody who can help you. And that's what the kind of counselor I want to be. And that's what inspired me to run for office. And it saddens me to see the lack of interest in voting. I really encourage you to come out and vote. It's so important. So I'm asking you, please vote on November 2nd. We need change in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. And last but not least, Rick.
Well, thank you. It really wasn't a person as much as it was perspective, and what I felt the need for the perspective and my perspective. When I was teaching at Lynn Tech, where I taught for 14 years, I had made the decision I needed to get back to my business on a full-time basis. So I had already made a decision to leave. As that was happening, they started closing some programs at Tech, particularly Machine Shop, which is jobs all over. I looked around at school administration. I looked at the current school committee at the time, and there was nobody with technical education experience on either. They were relying on consultants and everything else to drive their decisions. So I decided to run. I ran against all incumbents with the Lynn Tech mission in mind. And I was successful in that my first time out. I served 3 terms on the Lynn School Committee. We got the machine shop open. If anybody has been down there, it's just doubled in size. They're killing it down there. We got a lot of other things done at Lynn Tech and really put Lynn Tech on the map. It hit the point where I felt that my Lynn Tech perspective wasn't so important anymore. I would always be involved. I serve on multiple boards at Lynn Tech. So I always felt my Lynn Tech perspective would always be out there. I looked at the city council. I looked at development in the city or the lack thereof and said, we need somebody with business experience. And that's what prompted me to run for the city council. I ran for councilor at large, was not successful, was perfectly fine sitting back, as my wife was very happy with me sitting back, but decided to run for Ward 2 when that came out.
All right. Thank you all for your responses. Thank you all for being participants of our forum. Thank you to all those out there for watching this year's forums. And not to mention, we have more forums coming up for everyone. On Monday, October 25th, we have the school committee forum. And on Wednesday, October 27th, we have the mayoral candidate forum. And also, do not forget, we will have an election night results special on November 2nd here at LCT, at Lynn Community Television. So please stay tuned. Keep watching Lynn Community Television. Visit the website, lyntv.org. Go to the Facebook page. Tune in for all your election coverage. I have been your host for this forum, Mukala Kabongo. You know, they're telling me you guys have to do closing statements. So, closing statements. I do this every year, too. I do this every year. So, we will get closing statements. And we will start with, we'll just start from the beginning and we'll work our way down. Coco, you go right ahead with your closing statement.
Thank you, Mukala. First of all, I'm grateful to Ward 3 residents who showed up for September's primary election. Because of your support, we won by a healthy margin. Since I made my announcement to run for Ward 3 councillor, I never stopped. I attended all candidates' forums and debates. I never ducked a question, even though sometimes I don't get it, but I research and learn something about it. I meet people in groups. I attended endorsement interviews and replied to any questions asked. By attending all these forums, I'm showing to all voters of Ward 3 that I am serious and sincere with my run. Look at the people attending now. I am the only one for Ward 3. It's always been like this. I don't pick and choose where to go and when to go. I treated everybody and everything fair and square. If elected, you will see my face all the time. I'm not somebody that would only show up during election. I strongly believe that as city councillor, we are all public servants and we serve you. We need to be accountable, we need to be reachable, and we need to be visible. My track record is crystal clear. I have served the city with all of my heart and will continue serving regardless of the result of the election. I'm running for Ward 3 councillor because I love the city and I want the people of Ward 3 to have a seat at the table with me. Please don't forget to vote November 2, Tuesday at Thurgood Marshall School. Poll opens at 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Coco, for your response. Natasha, you are next. And just reminded you have 2 minutes for your closing statements.
Thank you so much. So thank you to everybody who's watching tonight. Again, thank you for Lynn Community TV. Thank you for hosting this event. It's so important that voters have the opportunity to know who their candidates are and who their councilors are and what they stand for. It's so, so important. I love that you're having this event. I love that it's in different forms on YouTube and live. We just need to get out in the community. So again, my name is Natasha Meji Madri. I've lived in Lynn for the last 23 years. I am married and I have 5 wonderful children. They are ages 14 to 25. I love my children very much and they inspire me every day. The reason that I'm running, because I want to help to bring more voices to the table. So many people feel that they're not being represented in our city and I want to help to bridge that gap. It has been far too long. And if you look at all the candidates running for office this year, like it just warms my heart, not just the ward councilors, but councilor at large, the school committee, like everything. It's just so important that we have some more diversity on the city council in particular. I want to be that voice. I want to be the voice, help to bring your voice to the table. It's so, so important. Please come out and vote. I can't stress enough how important voting is. I believe that Ward 4 can turn out and we can do better than Ward 1. And I challenge you, if you live in Ward 4 to go out and I want to prove that we can have a higher turnout than Ward 1. They have counted us out, but we are not out. We count. Every single vote will count. Please go register. I mean, not register because it's too late now. Please go vote. And when you go vote, bring somebody with you. And then when you go home, bring somebody else because it's so, so important. Ward 4, we can do this. We got this. Please, if you need me, please call me 617-755-3853. I will be there and I will pick you up and take you to the polls myself. I am committed to being your counselor, and I just thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Rick?
Me or Rick?
You, Rick. You're up next.
Well, thank you, LCT. Thank you, McCalla, for hosting this event tonight. Again, I'd prefer it to be in person, but it was great to hang out with everybody's little square tonight. I've been in Lynn all my life. I've been a homeowner in Ward 2 for 25 years. I raised my kids there, product of the Lynn school system, as are my own children. I have an unmatched record of constituent service by serving 6 years on the school committee, 4 years on the city council. I think I've set a new standard in communicating with constituents through my website, rickflynn.com. If you don't get my newsletters and updates now, go there, get connected tab. You can also see my last 15 newsletters that went out. Again, I'm very responsive. I get calls. I can deal with them on the fly during the day, sometimes within minutes. My website is integrated to my email, to my phone. So no matter what comes down the pipe, I get it immediately and forward that right off to whatever department that would address that situation. Again, I'd appreciate the support on November 2nd. Vote down at St. Pius. I think when you compare experience, commitment, and investment to the city of Lynn, I think you'll find that I'm your candidate. So thank you again for hosting this event tonight, McCalla and LCTV, and it was great hanging out with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for that. Richard, you are next.
Hi, I'm Rich Calucci. Can you hear me? I lived in Lynn my whole life. I grew up in Lynn. I went to school in Lynn. I don't have any children because when I was younger in my 20s, I'm going to put this out there, I had some radiation, so it caused me to have a problem. But I love the city. I love all the people. I do what I can for these people. They know it. That's why they reelect me, and I won't let you down. My phone number is 781-953-7970. Call me if you need me. Thank you, and vote November 2nd. Thanks. And thank you guys for hosting this.
Thank you, Richard, for that. And last but not least, Elizabeth.
Oh, thank you so much for the invitation for this forum. I also appreciate the audience who actually has been listening to us. I'm a passionate person. I'm a mother. I'm a sister. I'm advocate person. I'm actually raised two kids who went to public school, and I'm a part of the community. I'm a homeowner for the past 7 years, and I'm very I'm committed to my community. I'm actually one of my goals is to make the community stronger so we can build awareness to our culture and basically our cultural wealth and our community himself. I'm deeply convinced that we can also do a better community with a proper judgment for our community. I'm very passionate advocate for the social justice and for in seeking to improve the life of the working families and our diverse community that we have. If you guys are share my vision, I invite you all to please consider me as your candidate for Ward 2. And just together we can link together. We can do this better for us. You also can connect with my email. We can contact me to info@elizabeth for Lynn.com. You also can go to my website. You can call my cell phone number. You can anything that you want to communicate to me, you go to my fan pages. I have Facebook, I have all of them. So please go vote on November 2nd. So we count with your vote. And don't forget, we need to do this, and we cannot do this by ourselves. We need to do this together. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We can win it together. Have a blessed night.
Thank you all for that. I guess I'll do the closing again because every year I do this. Once again, just to remind everyone, we will have more candidate forums coming up in upcoming weeks. We have the school committee candidate forum on Monday, October 25th at 7 p.m. The mayoral candidate forum on Wednesday, October 27th at 7 p.m. Election night results special here Tuesday, November 2nd at 8 p.m. And for the other candidate forums, we encourage the public, if you have questions, please send us questions at Lynn Community Television. Email us, send us to a Facebook page or the website, the info. If you have questions for the candidates, give them to us, and we will ask them at the next forum. So you guys have been watching the candidate forum, candidates running for ward councilor. I have been your moderator, Mukala Kabongo. Hope everybody have a great night, and thank you all for watching.
What can I do if my landlord tries to evict me? Don't leave. Only a court can order you out of your home.
So, if a tenant receives a notice to quit or eviction papers, the first thing I tell them is don't leave.
Do not vacate the premises.
Only a court can actually order you out of your home.
Tenants have a lot of rights we don't know about.
Do your research. Find a local community organization by contacting your city or town hall.
Do your research. Don't be afraid to ask for your rights.
Across Massachusetts, there are community groups such as CAS, the Community Action Agency of Somerville, that offer rental assistance and eviction advocacy.
Even if you don't speak the language, English, there are resources on your own language. Spanish, Portuguese, Haitian Creole, any language that you need, they will find someone to help you.
For free legal help, visit evictionlegalhelp.org.
Well, hi. My name's Ed, and I am living here at Julian Apartments, and I've been here 20 years already, which is quite a long time. I have a vegetable garden out in the back, which I have been running for the past 15 years all by myself. I am a veteran. I was in the Air Force. I was a translator. When I got back, I was also a special education teacher. The pandemic of last year, every day it was hundreds of people getting infected and filling up hospitals. It was just a very difficult time. I was in very bad shape, and that was because I had missed some rent payments. I found out about the eviction when I heard a knock on my door early one morning, and when I opened the door, I believe it was a sheriff, I'm not sure. And he handed me the eviction notice, which was quite a shock to me, and that's why I thought I had to do something right away and try to avoid making this situation worse. I called legal services, and I was referred to one of the attorneys there, and she helped me all the way through the procedure of going to court, representing me, and she eased all my fears, and I was able to get back to a fairly normal life. If I hadn't received legal services, I would have been in very bad shape. I have no idea what could have happened to me. I'm quite happy with my situation here now.
How can a lawyer help me with my eviction?
Well, a lawyer can help in several ways. One is to help you understand what to expect when you go to court. The second is to help you understand the resources that are available at court, including the tenancy preservation program and any financial assistance programs that may be available that might help you. Finally, a lawyer can help you understand your rights and help you explain to the court the reasons why you shouldn't be evicted.
Sometimes people are a little bit concerned about working with a lawyer because they think it might make things even more tense with their landlord, or it might cause their landlord to be angry with them. Ultimately, though, the courts are going to make sure that everyone follows the law, and having a lawyer means that you know what parts of the law you're entitled to and what protections you have.
For free legal help, visit evictionlegalhelp.org.
the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, hearing your young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Doesn't seem that way to you. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew. You're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight, outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Screaming loud, somebody saw me in a crowd, I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. High in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot, I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight.
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Home in the evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I made be stumbling. Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks, pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth, between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to, and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks,
drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. And the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 circles now on the edge somehow. I don't know where I stand. What's good is free for a soul to keep inside. What I saw was a man in need of a simple plea for a prayer that was primed to cut from the cloth so endlessly. I cling to thee, but a heart of gold will sustain. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Frustrated boy, it shows here clear in the pale moonlight. What keeps you tossed and turned all night? Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. We move from left to right, feeling the motion. Well, I can finally get close enough this time. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. Romantic boy, pragmatic thoughts will forsake you now. I see through you in the realms you dwell. Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. As you come over me, feel the temptation. The night has finally come. I'll take what's mine. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some relief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream you were high above the clouds and spoke to me, but you didn't make a sound. What you said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park. The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do his part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed. Be healed in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much. Receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King, be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King, be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags her way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags her way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Stretch way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes me way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. Saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days, all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to bite. Politics, sports, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me?
evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me?
Nailed it.
I've lived through a root canal. I've lived through a spinal tap. I've lived through a heart attack. And I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs. I made it through public school. I made it through state school. And I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling. Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin. And I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin. And I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks,
drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. And the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. Friend mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. A friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do his part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on the run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on the run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. High in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days, all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, sports, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me?
sink. Tuesdays take out boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look when she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me?
Nailed it.
I've lived through a root canal. I've lived through a spinal tap. I've lived through a heart attack. And I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs. I made it through public school. I made it through state school. And I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling. Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix.
and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for the fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, hearing your young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon.
all the happiness that grows. You make me feel
I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend. Damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed. to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight.
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Have
you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores. There's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up and her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah! Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks, pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth, between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to, and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
myself on the edge somehow. I don't know where I stand. What's good is free for a soul to keep inside. What I saw was a man in need of a simple plea for a prayer that was primed to cut from the cloth so endlessly. I cling to thee, but a heart of gold will sustain. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Frustrated boy, it shows here clear in the pale moonlight. What keeps you tossed and turned all night? Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. We move from left to right, feeling the motion. Well, I can finally get close enough this time. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. You and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. Romantic boy, pragmatic thoughts will forsake you now. I see through you in the realms you dwell. Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. As you come over me, feel the temptation. The night has finally come. I'll take what's mine. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. You and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road. I hope that you found yourself some relief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream you were high above the clouds and spoke to me, but you didn't make a sound. What you said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend. Damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me in a crowd, I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot, I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight.
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up and her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Canal. I've lived through a spinal tap. I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs. I made it through public school. I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be be stumbling. Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best and worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. And the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
still watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
All right, Utilities Committee agenda.
Council Walsh?
Present.
Present. Council Lozey? Absent. Council Jacutis?
Present.
Present.
You want me? The first item?
Okay, you want Brian?
Yeah, Brian, could you sit through this for us? Brian?
Council Field?
Present. Cool.
Okay, we have the petition of National Grid for a grant of location to install conduits in front of 77 Broad Street.
All right, we have anybody in favor? Anybody wants to speak in favor? This is for National Grid. Anyone from National Grid here? Yeah, if you want to come to the podium, are you speaking on 77 Broad Street?
With what you guys are proposing, so can you kind of bring me up to date as to what you're proposing?
So the person from National Grid who's proposing it doesn't seem to be here yet. So I'm going to ask the committee if we have a motion to maybe
to table.
table this until we can talk to them and get some answers for it. Are you a motion to table?
Second.
You have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, tabled.
Okay. We have the petition of National Grid for a grant of location at the intersection of Sagamore and Washington Street, continuing 25 feet to install conduits from existing manhole on Washington Street to a street light cabinet handhole for City of Lynn new street light installation.
This looks like National Grid again. Is anybody here from National Grid? I'd entertain a motion to table this also. Table, we have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's tabled. Next item.
Petition of Comcast for a grant of location to install a new conduit to provide service to 98 Market Street.
Does anybody here from Comcast like to speak in favor? Just give us your name and your address.
Dave Welling, Comcast, 9 Forbes Road, Woburn, Mass. Like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition to place 60 feet of conduit on Andrews Street to provide service to 98 Market Street.
What is 98 Market Street? What is that?
It's a commercial business. There's probably multiple customers in there looking for the service.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor on this one? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing on that part of the hearing's closed. Do we have anybody in opposition? Anybody in opposition for 98 Market Street? Anyone in opposition? Hearing none. Councilor Jacutis?
Motion to approve.
A motion approved. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Yeah, under new business, I'd like to take off the table Walnut Street and Johnson Street for Externet, is it?
Okay, all right. Is anybody here from Exeter? Just come up for a second. Give us your name again.
Sure. Good afternoon. Rosanna Ferrante on behalf of Externet.
Okay. So these are the cabinets that needed to be increased on these two locations, if I remember correctly.
Correct. So we have two small cell locations, which I believe you referenced, Walnut Street and
Yep.
Johnson Street, to come off the table for approval of small cells. Johnson Street also has an underground dig as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of those two locations? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing's closed. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition on them? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing's closed. What is the motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? They carry. Is there anything else on the agenda for tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn? Second? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
12th roll call, please.
Council Field?
Present.
Present. Council Hogan?
Present.
Present. Council Lozey? Absent. Council Net?
Present.
Present. Council Walsh?
Present.
Present. The first order is new taxi operator, Carwin Encarnacion, 604 Essex Street. Come on up.
Come to the podium, please. State your name. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, Carwin, he's here, right?
He was right here. Brian, remind him to grab his license. He's right over there.
Okay. If anybody gets a license tonight has to go to the clerk's office on Thursday morning to pick it up.
Yep, Thursday morning, your license will be ready. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Kevin Fernandez, 16 Tilton Place. Kevin Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez here. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion's tabled.
Carlos Graniti, 29 Morris Street. Stand up, Carlos.
Mr. Graniti, what's the wish of the
Make a
committee?
motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, Mr. Graniti, Thursday morning in the clerk's office.
Okay, Domingo Rodriguez, 172 Washington Street.
Mr. Rodriguez is here. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, Thursday morning in the clerk's office, your license will be ready.
Okay. And we have Flor Rosado. Flor.
Rosados is here. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Mr. Rosado, Thursday morning in the clerk's office, your license will be ready. Thank you.
And Hector Velasquez. Hector?
Hector is here.
Motion approved.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Mr. Velasquez, Thursday morning, your license in the clerk's office will be ready. Thank you.
And this gentleman raising your hand, are you all set? In the red?
Yeah, he's all set. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
No? Okay.
So is Mr. Fernandez here? Is Kevin Fernandez here? Yeah. Okay, everybody else was all set.
Just one thing. Anybody that got a cab license tonight, Thursday morning, you can pick them up down in the clerk's office. You're all set. You don't have to stay any longer here. You called your name already.
If we called your name and we approved your license, you're all set. Thank you. Thursday morning after 8:30.
And do we have someone here from 350 Chestnut Street, Chuspa Royale? Royale? Okay, we're just waiting for, did you talk to Counselor Stobbard? Okay, he'll be right here.
Come back to it. Yep. Did we do the sign license already?
Sure.
361.
Sign license renewal, 361 Boston Street, Salinas Market.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that's approved.
Yeah. We have a canning for our Lynn High School Jets hockey boosters, adults only, November 26th, 27th, and 28th, 2021.
What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That canning is approved. Okay. He's in the white t-shirt, right? Motion to table. Table it. I think so.
Mass City Council will call you back.
Yeah, that's fine. executive session. Councilor Stiver, are you all set on that one or no? Are you all set on this property? No. Okay. Do we have a motion to table the?
Make a motion to table.
Okay.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That motion's tabled. Thank you. Any new business?
No new business.
No new business. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Sewer separation project, which has been ongoing. I think most of the residents probably see it on a daily basis. I know I do. And it's supposed to help with some of the flood mitigation and things that we have in the city here. So with that, I'd like you to open up and just tell us who you are a little bit and give us the presentation. Thank you. Let's take a roll call.
Council Barton?
Present.
Present Council Chakutis?
Present.
Present Council Calucci? Absent Council Field?
Present.
Present Council Hogan?
Present.
Present Council LaPierre?
Present.
Present Council Lozey?
Present.
Present Council Net?
Present.
Present Council Starbird?
Present.
Present Council Walsh?
Present.
Present Council Seer? Absent.
All right, if you guys could just tell us your name, where you're from, and a little bit about what's going on here. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Counselor. My name's Anthony Marino. I think you guys all know me. I'm the Chief Engineer at the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. The committee has asked us tonight to give an update on the West Lynn CSO project. Tonight, I have with me Dan Kucharski from Stantec, who is the head engineer and design for this project. The presentation consists of 16 slides. It should take probably about 15 minutes or so. Following the presentation, if you guys have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, and without further ado, Dan Kucharski.
Thank you for having me here tonight to discuss this very important project for the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. Again, my name is Dan Kucharski. I'm with Stantec Consulting Services. We're located at 65 Network Drive, Burlington, Mass. Again, I'm the project manager. We've been working with Anthony and the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission on this project since early 2018 when we started the preliminary design phase. So what I'd like to try to do here tonight is sort of walk you through the project and give you kind of a high-level overview of it. It's a very complex project. There's a lot of moving parts, but we'll keep it at a real high level, and then at the end you guys can ask any questions that you may have. So this first slide just kind of shows the project area with respect to Lynn's municipal boundaries. As you can see, it's located near the Saugus River, Lynn Harbor. It's generally bounded by GE property to the west. We got Varnum and Minot Street here, Boston Street to the north, Pleasant Street to the east, and then the MBTA Railroad that cuts through the city here to the south. There's also a small portion of the project that extends south of the MBTA Railroad down to Lynn Harbor, and that's that little extension you can see there. We'll get into more detail on subsequent slides about that. So project's objectives. So what this project is it's a sewer separation project. So there's large areas of Lynn that are still serviced by combined sewers. That means that both the domestic sewage from properties and then stormwater runoff produced by storm events are carried by a single pipe and essentially conveyed to the treatment plant. During heavy rainfall events, the amount of stormwater that is discharged to the combined sewer system can sort of overwhelm the system, and what happens is you have backups. You have combined sewer overflows, so essentially a mix of stormwater and domestic sewage that can discharge to local water bodies. This map up here, it's a little tough to see, but shows the 4 CSO locations that are in Lynn. We have 003 near the Saugus River, 004 and 005 in Lynn Harbor, and then 006 up here at Kings Beach. So those are the 4 CSO discharge locations. So the intent of this project is to reduce the amount of stormwater that's getting in the combined system and then reduce the overflows that go to these 4 locations. So we're essentially taking that stormwater out. The other benefit of that is obviously there's enhanced water quality, right? Because we're not going to have that domestic sewage going to the local receiving water bodies, but we're also freeing up capacity in the combined system by taking out that water. So we're reducing the hydraulic grade lines in the pipe and reducing flooding as well. So the project has a number of benefits. Scope of work, so doing sewer separation in 250 acres of West Lynn. So sewer separation basically involves the installation of new gravity storm drains to convey that stormwater runoff. So we're taking that out of the combined system. In addition to those gravity storm drains, we're also installing a new outfall. We need somewhere for the stormwater to go, and that's going to be a new outfall that's located along the Lynn Harbor. Just due to the topography of West Lynn and where it sits relative to Lynn Harbor and the Saugus River, you need a pump station and a force main to discharge stormwater runoff from that area because it is so low. So as part of the project, we're installing we're constructing a 94 million gallon a day stormwater pump station and a 54-inch diameter force main that will go from the pump station to Lynn Harbor. The pump station is located in Neptune Boulevard Park. We'll get into some more details on that on subsequent slides. And the force main is going to come from that new pump station down Commercial Street through treatment plant property along Riley Way and then discharge to this new outfall. So in conjunction with the pump station construction, we're also doing some off-site mitigation. We had to take some land to build the pump station in Neptune Boulevard Park, so we're also doing some improvements at a park along the Saugus River, and we'll get into a little more detail on that in a minute. This slide here shows the phases of construction. This is a multi-phase construction project, so there's 5 phases total, and you can see them up here, 1 through 5. So phase 1, which actually started construction in June of 2020, is almost substantially complete. They're finishing up with some paving work this fall and then into next spring, but that's essentially complete. So that's just straight sewer separation. That's new storm drains going in to, again, take out that storm water from the combined sewer system. So then we have phase 2, which is located down in this area. That's the force main and the outfall that I was talking about earlier. And that construction on that started in June of 2021. And they're just really getting underway now with excavation work. Then we have phase 3, which is the construction of the pump station, and then the remainder of the force main that's not being installed under phase 2. And then we have additional sewer separation work in phases 4 and 5. And then also highlighted on this map is the Saugus River Park site, which we are doing improvements to mitigate the land taking at Neptune Boulevard Park. So the sewer separation work that I'm talking about involves the installation of approximately 26,000 linear feet of new storm drain piping with sizes ranging from 12-inch up to 72-inch. In addition to installing storm drains, the Commission's also going to be installing deep sump catch basins. So those are that will effectively increase the efficiency of the catch basins in terms of sediment removal. You know, any dirt or debris that's on the roadway will be captured better by these new deep sump catch basins. So a deep sump is just it has essentially an area to hold sediment before it's discharged to the mainline drain system. So all those catch basins are getting replaced. And then in addition to that work, they're also doing some private property inflow removal. So if there's existing site drainage systems or roof drainage that goes to the combined sewer, they're also picking that up as part of that sewer separation work. The Commission has decided to take a holistic approach to the sewer separation work. So in addition to putting in these new drains, they're also replacing and rehabilitating existing sewers where they're in their streets. And they're also replacing water mains, either due to size, age, or condition. So with all three facilities being replaced in any given street, and at some points they're restoring all the roadways with full curb-to-curb pavement restoration. So if we just take a closer look at the sewer separation areas, again, that's phases 1, 4, and 5. They're all shown on this map here. The blue lines are storm drains, new storm drain facilities that are being installed. You notice a couple areas that are blank and don't have storm drains proposed in them. That's because there are existing storm drains in those areas, but they discharge back to the combined sewer. So part of this work will be to pick up those separated drainage systems and tie them into the new system that we're developing. And then there's there's 3 areas highlighted here, just so you get an idea of where the stormwater is going. This area up to the north in red, the storm drains are going to discharge to a system that goes to the Saugus River down here. This cyan or blue area over here will be taken out to Lynn Harbor in the vicinity of 04 and 05, those 2 CSO locations I had identified before. And then this yellow area that's highlighted here, all that stormwater from that area will be going to the new pump station that's going to be constructed in Neptune Boulevard Park. So a little bit about the new force main that's being installed. There's approximately 4,000 linear feet of 54-inch ductile iron force main. It's actually zinc coated on the outside of it to prevent for corrosion. So this pipe's going to be very robust and last a number of years. About 3,000 feet of it, the 3,000 feet closer to the harbor is going to be installed by traditional cut and cover excavation. So they'll have an excavator out there, they'll dig the trench, they'll put the pipe in, they'll backfill. But then there's about 1,000 linear feet of the force main that's going to be tunneled. So it's going to be tunneled from just south of the Linway up Commercial Street to the park site where the pump station is going to be located. Again, I had mentioned previously that they're going to be constructing a new stormwater outfall where the majority of the flow from the project area is going to go. That's going to be located at the end of Riley Way. Right before it discharges to the harbor, it's going to transition to an 8x6 box culvert. It's going to poke through a steel sheeted seawall and then discharge. We've actually incorporated a bunch of energy dissipation measures in both internally in the system and then externally to slow down the water as it discharges to the harbor. There's going to be a riprap apron at the end, at the discharge, to handle the tributary flows that are discharged. And then we've also implemented a number of safety measures because there is going to be a wall there. There'll be fencing, safety grate to prevent public access. This next slide just sort of locates the force main and the outfall a little better for you. Again, we have this section of force main here that's going to be tunneled from the park to south of the Linway, and then we have about 3,000 feet that's identified in red here that's going to be cut and cover excavation, and then we have the new stormwater outfall down here near the harbor. And the picture on the right shows an approximate location of where that new outfall is going to be constructed. It's actually adjacent to 2 other outfalls located nearby. So it's not going to change the land use or anything in that area. So the new pump station itself is going to be located in the southwest corner of Neptune Boulevard Park, or McManus Field as it's referred to sometimes. The pump station itself is going to consist of a 40 by 50, so about 2,000 square feet, above grade electrical building, and then the remainder of the station is going to be underground. So there's going to be an inlet chamber with screens on it to prevent large debris from getting into the pump station. There's going to be a large wet well that's buried that has the submersible pumps in it, and then it's also going to have a rather large discharge vault, which is again all underground. As you can see here, we're going to have that 94 million gallons a day, which is an awful lot of flow. We're going to have up to we'll have up to 5 pumps operating at once, and these are fairly large pumps. It's a little tough to see on the screen, and maybe a little tough to see in the handout, but this slide shows the easement that's going to be taken by Lynn Water and Sewer Commission to site the pump station. Again, it's located in the southwest corner of the parcel. It's about 0.66 acres of land relative to the 9.4 acres for the overall site itself. This next slide gives you a little more detail on what the final finished product's going to look like for the pump station. You can see to the right here the electrical building called out. Again, that's a 40 by 50 above grade electrical building. And then this other white area just to the left of that is that rather large wet well valve vault inlet chamber structure that I was talking about before. And then one of the other things we're doing as part of the project is, we had to find a location to site the pump station, and the park was one of the best spots just because of the availability of land there. But there was a little bit of an issue with the Article 97 Massachusetts legislation that was passed back in 1972, which protected parkland. For the commission to use that parkland for another purpose, they had to mitigate off-site and find another place to establish dedicated parkland. So we visited a number of sites, and we found the old West Lynn Little League field that's located off of River Street Place, Bates Street, and determined that would be an optimum location to try to site new parkland. So we've been going through that process for a while. We're working with some of the city councilors to come up with a plan for out there, and we've pretty much established a plan that we're gonna implement. Basically involves the rehabilitation of the former baseball field, removing debris, a fence, regrading some parking area at the end of Bates and at the end of River Street Place, installation of new walking paths, construction of a seating and picnic area, and then revegetation of the area with native planting. So, the park will provide a safe place for, residents of Lynn to connect and enjoy the outdoors and just be active. So it was kind of a nice little side benefit from siting the pump station at the park. Some of you may have already seen this, but this is just an overview of the improvements at the park. You can sort of see on the handout and on the slide above sort of the outline of the old baseball field that was there way back when. A lot of the outfield was actually determined to be salt marsh, so we're going to actually let that grow into and have sort of a native look there. And then you can see we've got some walkways identified there. Those are those white areas that kind of bisect the parcel. And there'll also be a picnic area right in the middle. And then we're doing some improvements to both entrances. Last slide here just kind of gives an overview of the cost and schedule for the entire project. As I had mentioned on the phasing slide, phase 1, we started construction in June of 2020, slated to end in April of 2022, and you can see the slides and the overall schedule for the subsequent phases. But in total, the project will have started in June of 2020. And we'll be looking to finish up in October of 2024, and you can see the cost is approaching $80 million. So that's kind of my high-level overview. I think we can take any questions the council might have at this point.
Councilor Hogan.
I can start off. I've got a couple of questions. I got a lot of constituents that have been calling me for various things. Obviously, we said we're going to curb-to-curb repavement. The Wood Street area, as we know, that's a mess. So when are we going to start on that area there, the Wood Street area off of Summer Street?
So the initial paving phases are going to go this way.
Could you just speak into the microphone so people at home could hear? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, sorry. So approximately 25% of the curb-to-curb paving will be done before the winter of this year. That's the initial work that was in the Federal's Center Street area, the upper reach, which is the earlier part of the construction phases. Typically, when you're digging and installing utilities, especially since we're doing all three, drainage, storage, and water, those type of installations need quite a bit of time for settling. So that section of the city will be done now before the winter. Approximately 75% of the rest of the project, although there'll be cleanup and temporary paving, we need to give that some time to settle. You know, a good 12 months is not unrealistic, especially going through a winter season is not unrealistic. So we're looking at that in early spring. But clearly, PGOso and Son is the contractor we're working with. They do have a time schedule and a contract, and they're well within the construction time limits. I just think you're going to get a better product in the spring if we wait and let that part of the construction settle.
All right, I just have a couple more things. The island over by South Street and on South Common,
Yep.
that was pretty much, you guys had it as a landing zone for a lot of stuff.
Yep.
That's on a major cleanup. I have an answer to a lot of these questions, but I have constituents watching, so I just want to, put that out there also.
Sure. So again, PGOso and Sons is a very, very good contract. We worked with them for many years, especially in the past, back in the 90s and early 2000s. They did use that facility to store a lot of equipment, and thanks that the city was allowed to let them do that because it certainly helped with the construction. They plan on bringing that to as good, if not better, shape. I got a guarantee for them that that will happen. I think the DPW even requested there's a tree on the property that wouldn't have been their responsibility, but they volunteered to take that tree down. I'm not sure if it's half dead or whatsoever.
Yeah.
But we will absolutely work with you. I have their word, and we've had that discussion in our bi-weekly meetings several times. So if there's any issue with that, just give me a call, and I'll make sure that that's back to where it should be.
Absolutely. These are things that people have brought to my attention that I wanted to ask it on this public forum, just so then we could have it recorded, and then I can have people go to this slideshow and they can get a lot of questions answered. One more thing. The bar rocks and screenings in the pump station at McManus Field, who's going to maintain that?
So currently, we just went out for an RFP for a 20-year contract with the wastewater treatment plant. Veolia was the current 20-year operator of it. Suez won the new contract. They began in July 1st of this year. We anticipate entering into negotiations with them once the pump station is built, and hopefully we come to a good agreement on that, and they would be the ones that would maintain it. Again, the pump station, the stormwater pump station, and obviously the wastewater treatment pump station, they sort of work hand in hand, so it would be appropriate for them to operate it. We have not gone down that road because, as Dan alluded to earlier, the pump station is not constructed yet. It's going to go out to bid in October, end of October, early November. It's a very expensive pump station. We're estimating $30 to $35 million pump station. 96 million gallon pump station. Might be the largest on the eastern seaboard. Pump station. But we anticipate they'll work with us.
Now, one more final question that I'll have, and I'll leave some up to my colleagues, is on the Saugus River Park, what you guys refer to, which is the old Edmonds Field, which is down behind River Street. A lot of the residents have been real happy with us as a community because we cleaned that thing up by ourselves. I mean, meaning we took truckloads of trash out of there that's been there for 20 years. And GEOSA, the contractor, just resurfaced the parking area, which was done, was pretty good. We had some other things brought in. When do you think that park would be completed? I get that from a lot of the residents down in that area.
Yeah, I think I'll defer that to
Yeah, so there's actually a very long permitting process that we have to go through with both the Army Corps of Engineers and DEP Waterways just to get the plan approved. We don't have a definitive timeline right now. We do have a permitting schedule that we've outlined, and we're looking at getting the requisite permits next spring. It's our intention that we most likely bid that with one of the latter phases of construction, so either 4 or 5, we would incorporate those improvements into that package and competitively bid that so that the city gets the best cost on it.
All right, now I'll take a break for now and open up to my colleagues here.
Anybody else have any questions? Council Lozey?
Yes. Hi, Dan. Hi, Anthony. As most of you know, and some of you might not know, but I served as the council representative on the Lynn Water and Sewer for 12 years, and I've had the pleasure of working with Anthony Marino, the chief engineer, who I found to be very professional and knowledgeable and very capable. Dan, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting or speaking with you before. So getting right to this, so we're looking at a $78 million project, this CSO sewer separation project. Does that include monies that have been spent to date in preparation for this, for, say, design or any of the work leading up to this?
No. So typically, design work for a engineering project of this size is about 10% on average. So Stantec has been contracted to do the design. As Dan alluded to, we've completed phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. They're currently working on 4 and 5. So you could probably throw a 10% number at the final number, Wayne. That would probably throw it.
Another 8 million or so, 8-10 million.
Yeah. Yes. Part of the oversight and construction management of it is covered under the SRF program. That's a state revolving fund. But all design work is not covered under that.
So that has to be bonded?
That has to be bonded from our own revenues, yeah.
Thank you. So the main concept, though, I just want to get to this, the CSO sewer separation, what's the primary objective? Dan, I know you mentioned earlier that, heavy rain events, it backs up to local water bodies. We want to enhance water quality. It's going to reduce flooding, you mentioned. Just curious, the water bodies, wouldn't the harbor be included in that concern as the main water body that the CSO, why the regulatory agencies are coming after the city to perform this work?
That's correct, yep. 004 and 05, which I had up on the slide earlier, are both discharged to Lynn Harbor. Yep.
And what other local water bodies were you referring to other than the Saugus River and the harbor?
Just those two. Well, there's Kings Beach, which is 006, which is further north, which I guess technically is in Lynn Harbor.
Okay. And when you mention reducing flooding, this is not a flood control or flood project. This is a CSO sewer separation project, correct?
That is correct, yep. Okay. But, you do get some, because you're taking water out of the system, you're lowering the grade lines in the system, so there is some added benefit of reducing, because you're taking out 260
acres. We're pumping stormwaters into that new outfall. And so which leads me to ask you, how much of the flooding or reduction in the flooding do you expect that this project will achieve?
I'd honestly be guessing. I mean, we've developed some hydraulic models for the commission of their combined sewer system, and we've tried to quantify results, but we don't have good metering data from any local rainfall events, so it's tough for us to calibrate. It's tough to really put a number on that, to tell you the truth. And that's, you know, part of their overall CSO program is to do post-construction monitoring of these things to see how well they work. I mean, we don't know exactly how well it's going to work.
So Dan, in other words, we could
If I can answer that.
Yes.
So, the system is a dynamic system with a western interceptor, which is the project area we're working in, and the eastern interceptor. And they are related, and they do, eventually the flows come together right outside the plant. So the first 5 phases, and the $78 million that we're constructing now, is really phase 1. Phase 2 would be after this is separated, we would look in the 4 and 5 areas, which are mostly contributed to the eastern interceptor. So the idea is to do this separation, reduce the overflows on 003, and then move to the next phase, which would be 4 and 5, and hopefully that would bring a further reduction.
Thank you, Anthony. Without getting too technical on it, though, I'm trying to get, and hoping that the viewer will understand, too, what we're doing here. So getting back to what percentage of the flooding will be relieved or addressed, remedied, we can't put a number on it. Is it 20%, 30, 40? I mean, where are we in the ballpark of 20 to 50, greater than 50? Is there some range that you can at least come up with that is close?
So the design was to eliminate a 5-year storm with a future 10-year storm. I should say it's the other way around. A present 10-year storm with a future 5-year storm. So we're looking at being able to reduce currently something that would be a 10-year storm.
So in a 25-year, 50-year, 100-year storm event, it's not going to make a difference?
Well, it'll make a difference, but it won't, the design to facilitate that type of storm isn't.
Okay. So it's really not addressing that. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up is a lot of people were pushing this project that they wanted it to address flood control, and it's not we're spending $90 million and it's not going to address the flooding. So I'm just like, wow, which leads me to my next question. $90 million for improvements for the heavy rain events up to a 10-year event to enhance stormwater quality to a better water quality. What is that going to do to the rates? Have we had modeling done for what it will do to the rates in, here it is, we're in 2021, so we're looking at a little over a year or 2 years. What are the rates going to do in the next 2 years after we spend $90 million?
So probably a better question for the treasurer at the commission. But I think looking at the current numbers, every $10 million we borrow is going to be approximately $477,000 of a yearly payment. The commission has a $30 million budget, so probably every $10 million we spend is probably 1.5% on the rate.
As long as our bond rating doesn't go up, or not ours, but the water and sewers bond rating, if their debt isn't too high and the bond rating stays down, and but that's a lot of money. So you're not able to really say how much the ratepayers' rates are going to go up, but I would venture to guess they're going to go up significantly for this work, and very ambitious, too, to get this done in 2 years. One other thing that I'm just curious, and I didn't want to go too in-depth, but the outlet, Dan, you mentioned there's going to be some energy dissipation designs built in. And what was the size of that outlet? 8 foot by 5 foot?
6 foot by 8 foot, yep.
6 by 8?
Yep.
That's quite a flow coming out of there.
It is.
And your design, or you're going to design something to mitigate that dissipation? Wow, I'm just like that. That's going to be quite an accomplishment. And this 6 by 8 pipe that is going to have to be built under the Linway, no?
No, so it's a 54-inch pipe all the way from the pump station to just upstream of the outfall.
Then it meets.
Then it transitions to a larger structure, in part to slow down the velocities. There's also some devices inside the, or some features inside the box culvert that will slow things down a little. And then we have a big riprap energy dissipation basin at the outlet.
Yeah, that sounds about right, that you're going into a larger pipe, and so you're going to have room to put different dissipation, energy dissipation measures within that system. But the 54-inch is going to go under the Linway. When is that work going to take place?
So that's being done in conjunction with Phase 3, which is scheduled to start construction in January. I would anticipate that they would do the force main work first, although we haven't dictated in the contract. So it would be my guess that that would be done spring of next year.
Is the force main scheduled to be in Phase 2?
The cut and cover excavation portion of it is Phase 2, and then there's a tunnel portion of it that's done under Phase 3.
Okay. So how long will people expect this construction to go on the Linway? Is it a month, 2 months, 3 months?
So we're going to have one pit on the south side of the Linway in Commercial Street near the DPW yard, and then the tunnel is going to be constructed underneath the Linway all the way to the park. So Linway traffic really wouldn't be impacted, but you are going to have a large pit on Commercial Street in front of the pump station site for a number of months while that tunnel's being installed.
Okay. And I just want to go back, Anthony, I would request if you could, I think it would be helpful for the counselors, myself, that if we had a handle on an idea of what these costs are going to be for our ratepayers here in Lynn, if you could please request the treasurer to do his analysis on that and just give us an idea in the next couple, 3 years, what our rates here in Lynn are going to go up. It would be helpful to know. And I think it's going to be almost tragic, the cost of this project and what it's going to do.
Councilor Lozey, we just get somebody else to have a question?
Yeah.
If we could, please. We're under
Okay.
crunch time here. Thank you. Mr. Field?
All right.
Council Field?
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Now, this is all mandated work by the federal government, correct? So
Correct.
There's no decision for us as a community to say we don't want to do this, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And my other question is, are there other utilities like National Grid or anybody taking advantage of the opportunity with the streets all being opened with gas lines or electrical lines that are on some streets, conduits being run? Is there a combination project, opportunity for them to be doing it while those streets are open?
Yes, definitely. There's some synergies with the gas company. For Phase 1, the gas company came in and relayed a bunch of their old cast iron mains ahead of us. That actually allowed us to install some of the proposed facilities in better spots. And likewise in Phase 4 and 5, we're entering talks with them to have some of their infrastructure replaced as well at the same time.
And that's not because it impedes the process of what you're doing. It's more just to replace their old lines like they're doing in other parts of the city, so we're not digging up new streets at a already paved to replace their lines too, right?
Yeah, a little bit of both, but more so they want to get in and replace their old infrastructure at the same time. But there are some cases where they'll move their stuff for us. Yeah.
Council Lapierre.
If I could just add one more thing to that, we've also looked at replacing some of the sewer lines and water mains. Obviously, this is the oldest part of the city. Some of those water lines are 100 years old, and the sewers are even older. So, yeah, part of this, obviously, with conflicts and putting a large drain down the street, we move forward with improving the rest of the infrastructure for the commission also.
Council Lapierre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I have a comment, and the comment is that it's equally tragic, I will say, that we've waited as a city 26 years to do right by our Westland neighbors. In 1995, and Anthony will know this could have been done at a fraction of a cost, because when we did the East Lynn combined sewer overflow, and costs go up. So, we can't just look solely at cost. I know it's a big factor and indicator, but look at the things that we're going to be getting, the improvements we're going to be making. If we had done this years ago, we wouldn't be having this presentation tonight. So it irks me that one side of the city, we had the wisdom or the knowledge back in the 90s to do this, but we didn't do it for our Westland neighbors, and now we're catching up, and now we're going to complain. This vote was taken. The commission has had the wherewithals to take the vote. It's got to be paid for. I'm sure you'll tighten up belts at the water and sewer to make this work. You'll borrow what you need to, but this is for informational purposes. And as far as I'm concerned, it needs to be done no matter what. So we can bellyache about it and about the costs and what it's going to cost folks, but in the end, it's going to improve the streets of West Lynn. Because right now, we are all out pumping people's basements every time it's flooded. And we have firsthand accounts of this happening. And it's all across the streets of West Lynn. It's not happening around East Lynn or up in the Ward 1 area or Ward 2 or parts of Eastern Avenue, because they address this. And no system is perfect, and there are storms that are happening that are historic. We haven't seen the amount of storms in that frequency over the last several years. So when we look at what's being done and how we're going to get there, we also have to measure that by what it's going to be like when it's all done. So we have to really put our stock in the commissioners that are currently on that commission, that have taken that tough vote. Yes, we understand it's expensive. Everything is. If we waited another 20 years, it'd be $200 million. So look, let's get this done. Thank you for your time. And let's move forward. I know we're over time. Thank you.
We're running over time. But
Yeah, I just,
quick
question, just to kind of redirect this. And Dan, how many other communities have you been doing CSO work for in your time at Stantec?
I've done a lot of work with Boston Water and Sewer Commission.
Several of them. So there are several communities, it's fair to say, that are under mandates required to do this CSO work. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And would it be fair to say that there's a lot of communities that are mandated and required that aren't doing the work right now, that are not required to do it because they're mandated, but they're not under a consent order to do it? I know of at least 22 communities right outside of Lynn that aren't mandated, required under a consent order, but Lynn is. Is that fair to say?
Yep, that's accurate.
Yeah. So just to let you know, where Councilor Lapierre mentioned costs, we could have done it sooner. It seems like we're getting picked on in the city of Lynn, requiring